helmet. Hail. The bard here. Excuse me, once again. Slight technical shenanigans going on in the background there. Never mind that. That's a whole other matter. That is a separate matter. Here is unrelated music. Hang on, something's going on. There we go. Never mind the ecstasy of gold. That's a different matter. Just fixing the volume there. It had some strangeness. We may be in for strangeness this day. But that's all right. Look at this awesome Battle Cat artwork. There is no cringer here present. In the ancient lore, the true lore, as I am starting to increasingly believe, is there is no cringer. There is only Battle Cat. I've been trying to catalogue and sort of get together the high quality as can be obtained images of a lot of the Masters of the Universe artwork, which is out there, collected by other folk, I think, so it shouldn't be too hard. And collecting it together so I can study it. We're not really going to concentrate on the artwork today, although it says art in the category. We're looking at a different kind of art here in the main. Though we can talk about this a little bit. This is one of... Who did this one? Oh, this is Rudy Obero, who I've come to respect very highly as an artist. This is an extremely high-quality painting with very many Frazetta-like touches. Most prominently, not even in the figure of He-Man, or even Battle Cat himself, but like in the terrain around him. Very Frazetta-like use of colour, this sort of beautiful dappled light coming in, the shadows. This is a fantastic bit of artwork. I mean, increasingly, even more than before, appreciating the depth of early Masters of the Universe artwork and how it is directly linked to the high fantasies of the... I don't mean high fantasy the genre. I mean the great fantasy art of its day and earlier, right? That's the kind of what I find interesting for He Beyond, is that there's a toy likeness to it. It's fully fantasy, and then it has the toy aspect. It's not that evident on this particular piece, right? This could be a barbarian warrior piece here. This could be just sword and sorcery. If by some twist of fate, Masters of the Universe didn't exist, and yet this picture did, you wouldn't question it, really. You wouldn't question it very much. There's another one, a Battle Cat one. This is one that suggests that the Battle Cat is a generic sort of creature that exists. He's not an individual. It's like a breed of big cat that you can just get. There's probably swarms of them. And in fact, this in particular, especially in the background regarding that tree... Hold it. Hold it there, partner. That tree reminds me very much of the Frazetta Catgirl, the Catgirl tree in the background there, that Skeletor and Beastman are riding from, and something about it, just the turn of its trunk, perhaps, Frazetta's Catgirl. Never mind that. It's cat-related. Look at Merman in the background as well, but there's all these battle cats. I like that idea. That's something that can't happen in the more commonly accepted... Let me just remove this. This is the best version of Frazetta's Catgirl, by the way. He painted over this, and in my opinion, made it less appealing. Right? I love how mysterious she looks. There's sort of a sinisterness to her, which is not present in the reworked bit of art, unfortunately. So this painting no longer exists. Whatever quality of images we have of it are the best we're going to get. It's gone. Frazetta painted over it. We didn't replace the whole thing. Right. Yeah, she looks quite dangerous. Whereas like the reworked version... It's dangerous typing Catgirl into my... Oh, do I not have the reworked version? Hey! What'd I do with it? I guess it's just in the art book. I don't think I've got a copy. I can't show you. I just don't have it. But whatever. But there's all these beautiful details. I was quite taken with one in particular. Let me see if I can find it. Besides this Battle Cat image, which is of course fascinating, I was taken with this rotor. Like, look at this. That's a toy in the middle of the screen, but look at all the extra details. Look at this imp in the tree besides. And if you go down, all this extra work has been done in this painting. If you replaced the obvious plastic toy thing there that had to be on the box art with like anything else, some sort of creature or even a warrior on a horse or something, we'd really be talking. This is severe Frazetta influence. There's a lizard here. And look at this. This beautiful pool of water, this little body of water here. All this extra work has been done. But my favorite detail, this is all typical fan. It's not even just the main thing. Like, the main feature is not always what enchants you so much in fantasy art that I find anyway. Not in high quality fantasy art. It's all these other details that suggest the wider world, around the main image. Is this no, this is William George. This is William George, not Rudy Obero. But my favorite detail is in the background, and you don't notice it straight away. But there's this campfire up there, and there's these shadowy figures like gathered around it. Like, there's other things going on. Like, the main figure doesn't exist in a vacuum, and there's this whole mysterious fantasy world going on. This outer context, which a lot of the early Masters of the Universe stuff is really good at suggesting, I find. Like, in the so-called mini-comics that we've read so far. We only read, like, the first couple of stories. But there's just enough material to leave the rest to you and to sketch sort of an outline of what this strange world of Eternia might be like, so that you can then play in it. That's the key thing I've sort of been harping on. And I'd like to study these early artworks. I even heard somewhere that Larry Elmore has contributed to Masters of the Universe at some point, but I haven't actually seen any evidence of this. I saw it mentioned somewhere. I wonder if someone misspoke. I'm not sure. But whatever. I'd like to collect it all and study it extensively and see what I think. So, yeah, it's a beautiful detail that... Fire and Ice is great, Dice Chuck. Fire and Ice is a wonderful film. I'm a great fan of it. Oh, skulls are very ambiguous emotionally. You've got to watch out for those. These skulls. There we are. So what I was most we did covers for the magazines. That answers that. So you haven't gotten around to looking at any of that stuff yet, really. I haven't got around to any of that. So it's coming. Like, I'm slowly working my way through this, and I want to get an archive and look at it extensively, because it's very fascinating to me that as per that early memo that we need a Frazetta style scenario in our toys, No, the Cringer, there is no Cringer. I don't have any art of Cringer. I've got Battle Cat only. There's only Battle Cat. There's the cartoon is kind of interesting in how it relates to the rest of Masters of the Universe. Actually, it's we'll get to that. But it's kind of strange the way it happened with She-Ra as well. But there's a whole other thing. I don't actually know the history. This is just the impression I get looking at these things. I haven't read much in the ways of the history of how these things came to be. I'm sort of more interested at the moment in looking at the output and seeing what it says to me, rather than being told the facts of the history, I haven't seen any Orko artwork. See, Orko wasn't a thing until the cartoon, I think. I'm still obsessed with the very early Masters of the Universe stuff. And so, I've still got my Soon up there. That should have flickered off by now. Let me find it here. Moonstone. Moonstone is the name of this little bit of text, because it was originally conceived for Moonstone. I don't know. Well met. Mum of a monkey. Mum of a monkey. Well met. But a lot of these Masters of the Universe ones are really impressive in the way that they sort of work a kind of narrative into their... Oh, Earl Norham, Larry... Well, I'll be interested to see if Larry Elmore did do some work for Masters of the Universe at some point. He may have. I'm not sure. But they work sort of a narrative in. They so often suggest a scenario or a story that's going on. Let's see if I can find a... Actually, the ultimate example would be the Castle Grayskull artwork, I guess. Right, this is the cover of the first release of Castle Grayskull, the playset, right? Look at how it's configured. There's Skeletors in the castle already, because, of course, the scenario originally for Castle Grayskull was that it could be captured and recaptured by either side. That's why it comes with, like, a flag that has the good guy symbol and the bad guy symbol on either side, right? They're both fighting over this single point. So the toy line came with an inbuilt scenario that would be like the center point of like the play, let's say. And it doesn't fill in too much of the details around that. And that's sort of left to the imagination of whatever kid's playing with it, which is great. Like, this is really excellent sort of approach to play. And the earliest advert for Masters of the Universe actually highlights this, where it's the dad, and he talks about how the story continues in the imaginations of my kids. And that's kind of a really like a really good approach to toy design, I think. I've become very interested in how to like think about and criticize, for lack of a better word, toys. How to like approach talking about toys. Because look, I'm fine on artwork and like big statues and other static figures and that thing, because I can look at them in terms of an image. But when I look at toys, I can't do that, because they're not an image. They are something else. They're like an opening to a whole imaginary sort of world, and I think you have to look at them in that kind of context. How do they work in terms of play? Are they good to play with? And you have to think of practical things too, like, are they robust? Are they going to stand up to play, and that sort of thing? But that's sort of less. That was some of the stuff that was in those notes from like parents or whoever in the art book. Whereas, like, is it robust? Is it going to stand up to kids playing with it and that sort of thing? But no, I'm interested in toys in the way they sort of act as a lever, bit of leverage for the imagination, so that you can, when you're a kid, you can take it as the first stepping stone on this whole imaginative process, I guess. That's kind of a sterile word, process, but the imaginative adventures that you can then go on in your own context and that sort of thing. It's kind of good, right? So I'm interested in that, and it's not an area that I'm that well experienced in, really thinking about toys in that way. So I'm going to try and think about them in that sort of context in the future, when I try to think about it. Try to evaluate these things on that level and not as images, because that's not what they are. They're not static images or works of art exactly. They're something else that have different goals, you know. Anyway, I was talking about how the artwork in these sort of use an interesting narrative. So they've already got the basic premise. But if you look at the team opposing Skeletor there's Beastman, right? So any kid who knows the premise of the story will know that Beastman is the henchman of Skeletor. And you look at this and you think, what is going on here? Why is Beastman with the heroes? Has he betrayed Skeletor? Have they talked reason into Beastman? Like, you have to imagine what's going on. And it's definitely not an error on the part of the artist. I very much doubt that it's an error, because like there's so much detail and care into like Obero's artwork. With the Battle Cat stuff I just showed you, for example, look at the scenario in this, right? Look at the scenario. Merman back there. There's... Oh, by the way, Beastman has the very same sort of weapon and mode of locomotion and pose. Look at him. It's a very similar. Was one used as reference for the other? Did they just have the same Beastman? Oh, who knows? Who knows? But there's a whole story behind this. Here's like this battle scene about to take place. It looks kind of like an ambush to me, you know. There's just the suggestion of what might be going on, and you have to imagine it. Right? You have to imagine what on earth is happening here. The savage battle cats. Like, why do the bad guys have them, for example? If you only come from the cartoon lore, Battle Cat is a definite article, single. There's only one character. Not so in the old lore, apparently. I really love this. There's Man-at-Arms in the back as well. They're posed so well back there, which is kind of a strike against the toy itself, because the Battle Cat toy is, of course, static. It has no articulation. It has one pose. And these cats back there are so well and so, like, dynamic, so well posed. They've got all this energy and savagery and all of that sort of thing. I actually think they're more threatening without the helmet on. Although I love the helmet, right, of course, because it's got that goblin nose, which is actually reflected in the face of Battle Cat. It looks like an exaggeration of the face he actually has, although it is very goblin-y, right? It's very interesting. There we are. So I haven't looked at my chat box for a while. But well met. So, to power up, let's never mind this. Although we're going to mind the artwork a little bit. Still. Battle Cat. Great work of art here. Great adaptation of the pervasive sword and sorcery art styles of the period. The most influential stuff, Rosetta, Vallejo, and more. Right? And more. And of course, Earl Norham, very famously a great Conan artist. And I wonder if Rudy Obero did some work for Savage Sword of Conan as well, and it's sort of gone under my radar. Model kits. Talon Fighter. Uh-huh. Alright, that's interesting. That's interesting. Larry Elmore. I'll have to... Because it's not in his art. He probably doesn't own that art anymore. It probably was work for hire during that period. He might not own the artwork, so it's not in his art books. But I'm not sure. Now, Battle Cat. Never mind that. Ping! Let's power up with some more of this. Let's get into some of this. This is the one we're up to, I think. What happened last time? Oh, yeah, the two halves of the power sword was sent into another dimension. So let's have a look at the next tale. Right here. With the Alfredo Alcala illustrated mini-comics, the first series. The earliest echoes of Masters of the Universe. And reading these comics, I've read a fair way ahead. I haven't read them all yet, but I've read a fair way ahead. These really give me cause to lament that the Filmation cartoon became like the primary way that people think about Masters of the Universe. Even though I do like it, and I've got a lot of nostalgic feelings for the cartoon, because of course I watched it back then, because I was optimum age for that to entertain and appeal to me. So, the Sea Beast, not scary enough? We'll see about that. I think this is a good Sea Beast. He's not too scary. Right? He-Man always has the axe in these early things. The power sword is an exceptional item that he sometimes has. The axe is the true weapon. And that's what he usually has. Anyway, it's just that the cartoon is many, many leagues worse than what we get in this material here. In terms of scenario and characters and the setting and the lore, which is really emergent in these early stories and a little bit like shaky. Like it's not fully consistent from scene to scene. There's early Beast Man, by the way, with his monotone. He's fully red. My favourite image is in here. Was it after that one or before that one? Here, this. This is so good. This is my favourite picture so far in the mini comics. Skeletor finding the secret passage because of the scroll that has the secret on it. Yeah, it's not named or a special axe. His equipment is special though, because he's got his force field garment, right? This harness generates a force field, and he's got one that gives him mega strength, and it's sort of implied that they're two different things. Alfredo Alcala's artwork is really good. And of course, in these it's very interesting to me personally because he is explicitly a barbarian. He's a barbarian hero who leaves his tribe. He's basically like a Neolithic Stone Age man here, who leaves his tribe because he knows there's evil out there, and he says, I'll deal with this. He leaves his tribe and goes out into the world, where he encounters this mysterious figure. And he battles the beast, and she finds him worthy and gifts him these items of power. Right? He's going to be the great warrior of the age, basically. The goddess has figured this out, and she gives him the sacred objects. I don't know if they're sacred. I'm not sure if they're sacred anyway. This is the sorceress, which is green. It's a little... I don't know the full extent. This is excellent. Skeletor and Beast Man spying on Tila because he wants to make her his bride, which is apparently his whole plan the whole time, according to some of the lore that I've read ahead in this. I think every character is better in the old lore. They come across much better than in the Filmation cartoon. It's far superior. Look at He-Man opening the jaws of Grayskull. Far more interesting, and it would have been far more interesting to me as a kid as well than the Filmation cartoon. But there's always been this disconnect between the Filmation cartoon and the rest of it. You know? Oh, this is a great scene. On his way home from battle, He-Man, the greatest of the masters of the universe, he's just on his way home from battle. Doesn't say what battle. See, you have to imagine that. You have to... What He-Man and his allies and enemies do outside these stories is your business. Because this, very wisely, doesn't overwrite or occupy all the space that your own imagination is supposed to take up. That's one of the most annoying things in fiction that is supposed to tie into a toy or anything you're supposed to play with, including war games, Games Workshop, is you start occupying all the space that you want you want the player's imagination to take up, and overwriting it and delegitimizing it. And you don't want that. There we are. The Games Workshop comes along and says, haha, great game, but this is what actually happened. That sort of thing. Let's read this, because this has immediately a great illustration of Skeletor. Here he is. There he is. Of all the beings of planet Eternia, none was as evil as skull-faced Skeletor. What is this called? The Vengeance of Skeletor. None was as evil as skull-faced Skeletor. There was no good in him. He stood defiantly on the rim of an active volcano, and using his energy blade, he dared to fight with the lightning that flashed about him. The hatred in his heart was as searing as the volcano's belching smoke. "I thirst for vengeance!" Skeletor shouted, as the sky responded with a loud crash of thunder, because He-Man's defeated him every time so far. His energy blade, by the way, this channels all of his mystic power. He's just up there raging. He's just on top of this volcano being mad about it. And of course the volcano is just brimming with lava. It's right up to the top, which is just the best thing. Excuse me, I've got potion here. I've got some... Skeletor's voice is fascinating, because the voice for the cartoon is just perfect. It's so hard to replace that almost every version of Skeletor that I've seen has a variation of that kind of voice, except for Frank Langella's performance in the 1987 Masters of the Universe film, which doesn't go for that voice. He has his own voice, and it still works super good. So I don't actually believe you have to have that kind of Skeletor voice. It's just a particularly really good and well-suiting voice for Skeletor. It sounds like he looks, and I'm not in a position to judge whether or not that's just because I'm so used to hearing that come out of Skeletor because of all the cartoons, or if it's just a voice that's so good and that's why they went with it in the first place. You know, I don't know which is which. I have to sort of mentally distance myself, but it is a great voice, and I do a version of it whenever I read for Skeletor here. What I don't want is Skeletor to have like the deep booming voice, which is very common in villains. They went for that with Darkseid in like the 18-hour version of Justice League. I was like, hey. An interesting voice is key for villainy, I think. You've got to have some sort of interesting voice. Well, you don't have to, but you can. As in something that sounds intriguing and a little bit villainous and a little bit enticing at the same time, but not exactly what you expect. Which is one of the reasons why Bane really resonated in that in the Dark Knight, not the Dark Knight, the other one, Batman Rises, the Dark Knight Rises, whatever it was called, the one with Bane in it. He had sort of this unusual and surprising voice that yet suited him. Okay, there was a really great performance there by Tom Hardy. Very memorable, you know. Even if he did sound like Deckard Cain. Oh! Stay a while and listen. Now, we will need it. Here, look at this. Here's our heroes. Here's Teela, the warrior goddess, who is often blonde in these. Man-at-Arms, who looks awesome. Here's a question for you regarding Man-at-Arms' design. This is important. He's got this like green bodysuit under his stuff. Would he look as good if he was just flesh tone instead of the green? What do you think of that? Yeah, it does. His voice does make Skeletor less scary, but it doesn't have to. The 2002 series had such a voice for Skeletor as well. And yet he still had some sort of air of menace, I think. Do you think Man-at-Arms would work as sort of the... Because this is very techno-barbarian sort of stuff. This has all the... There's sort of an implication in the story so far that all the technology and Castle Grayskull itself was all built and only really understood by ancient people. Like before the Great Wars, it says in here. So it's like in a time no one really remembers. It's before the Great Wars. Skeletor instantly understands the technology of Castle Grayskull when he was in there, though. He immediately got it. And immediately was able to operate all of the traps. So he's kind of wise in these ways, mysteriously. There he is thinking about his foes. He-Man and Man-at-Arms. And Man-at-Arms is a great design, by the way. I really love this. The way it comes up over his face, this grill with his helmet. It's great. Man-at-Arms doesn't have a mustache in these comics, by the way. Skeletor's mind was tormented by hated images. It is because of He-Man that I have time and time again suffered shameful defeat, he roared. I would have succeeded in my attempt to rule this planet if not for him and his noble companions in battle. As he spoke, Skeletor also thought of Teela, the beautiful warrior goddess, and of armored Man-at-Arms, the master of all weapons. So Man-at-Arms trains He-Man in the ways of battle, actually, because Man-at-Arms is great. If not for He-Man, he'd probably be the great warrior of his age, because he's mastered all of the weapons. He's like a character that has proficiency in every weapon, right? Yeah, it adds distinction to Man-at-Arms, of course. The green like unitard that he's got on underneath his gear. Oh, look at Beast-Man in his natural habitat. When he's not henchmanning, there he is in the wilds. Oafing, arguably, but he's fully, like, coloured now. He's got the blue and the red and the orange tones to him, with this flesh tone in his face. At that moment, Skeletor made the only decision that was open to him. If he was going to rule Eternia, he had to destroy his worst enemy. He-Man must die. With the mystic power of his energy blade, Skeletor sent his image to his two most obedient underlings. Soon his ghostly face appeared in Eternia's densest jungle. "Beast man," said the image, "I have work for you." "I am coming, master," roared the ape-like brute. There he is, being a brute in the jungle. Beast man in all of this is like Skeletor's number one guy. He's the henchman, the right hand of Skeletor at all times, which is really sort of there's the villains aren't configured the same as they are in like the cartoon, where they all just sort of work for Skeletor. The Beast Man is his like henchman for some reason. We don't really know why. They might reveal it. Trapjaw and Tricops are like mercenaries. And I think Evil Lyn hasn't shown up, but I kind of get the impression that Evil Lyn isn't exactly subservient to Skeletor. She's a sorceress that he sort of consults. I don't know if she comes up in these. I don't know yet, but that's sort of the impression that I get. Right? She's not exactly like his minion, or even second in command. She's sort of more like the Destro to the Cobra Commander, where he's not in Cobra, but he sort of works with him. I think she's like that. I don't know exactly, though. That's the impression I get. That's what it would be like in my games if I was a kid in, like, 83 with these toys. Yeah, Alfredo Alcala is a well-respected artist. You know, look him up. I don't know much more of his, You are my number one guy. Jack Palance didn't say it like that. The Joker said it like that, mocking Jack Palance. Remember? I don't know what Alfredo Alcala did outside of this sort of thing. This is sort of like the main contact I've had with his work, because I'm not that familiar with American comic art. He probably did a bunch of that stuff, and, you know, who knows what else. Now, meanwhile, look at this. Here's the sea, Merman. Merman doesn't get a lot of respect. Poor Merman. I think he's a great design, Merman, personally. I like him. By the way, I've read like some of these comics. I learned something that I didn't know. Did you know that Tricops is actually awesome? Were you aware that Tricops is this amazing character? His intro in this is just the best that I've seen. He has the perfect like intro and character, and like he's the perfect guy to oppose He-Man. We'll read it after if you like. We can read it after this one, actually. We'll just skip ahead. Who cares? I read the Tricops one and I thought I had no idea, because I've always liked Tricops' design. Like, most of these, the designs for the characters of Masters of the Universe I think are really good. And I thought Tricops has always been pretty good, but he's basically nothing in the cartoon. He's basically nothing in the 2002 version, though I haven't seen much of that. They make him like a techno guy. But he's in this, he's just the kind of character I like. And if you just change the characters and change basically nothing about Tricops, he could be in Savage Sword of Conan. You know? He's just... I thought he was just great. It was easy to forget that I was reading Masters of the Universe there, reading a Conan story. The image also appeared in another domain, that of Merman, Skeletor's scaly underling of the sea. What do you command me to do, master? Well, that's going to be difficult. Hi, friend. What do you command me to do, master? That's no good either. What do you command me to do, master? Asked Merman, humbly submitting to his master's will. By the way, the Merman in the Filmation series has an interesting sort of episode, I think, where he was trying to do... I forget exactly what it was, but it made some fairly subtle, like Lovecraftian references that I thought were really interesting. They worked some of that stuff in sometimes, you know, where he had his fishmen with him. And they were coming up out of the ocean to, like... they weren't making some sort of sacrifice, but I think they wanted to do some ritual. Or they were up to something. I forget what they were doing. And I thought, this is really Lovecraftian. Him and the fishmen from the deep, like, coming up obscurely to do weirdness. Now, never mind any of that. Well, I don't know what they were doing. They didn't make... maybe they did make it explicit. I'm only half remembering it. "You were to go to Castle Grayskull," answered the scheming Skeletor. "It is there that I shall tell you exactly what you must do, and you will do it." "I will be," replied Merman. Later, look at the subservience of Beastman there on his knees. These two henchmen that hunched over, only Skeletor has a confident pose. Look at the awesome background they give the scene like this. This Alcala guy, right? Gold. With these distant planets. Gives the adventures a real, like, cosmic atmosphere. Like it's a planet lost in time and space, you know. And space comes into it. And in the toys they put, like, planetary bodies and space on the like the screens in Castle Grayskull. "Splifford! Well met. How goes, eh? Welcome to these lands. Here we are." The three sinister beings met in the shadow of Castle Grayskull, that ancient place of wonders that was built by unknown hands sometime before the Great Wars. No one even knows what it's for. But they've got yes, I think the Dark Horse art book is worth owning. Yes. My main complaint is that it doesn't, oddly enough, it doesn't concentrate on the best of the art. It goes in for a lot of like pre-production artwork and concept art, and that's really fascinating stuff. Oh, what's this? Beastman has been given a subscription. That's good.
Good.
Well met, Beastman.
I like the sword better.
Yeah, thank you. Hail, Beastman. Thank you, an anonymous gift master. But, as I was saying, they didn't really display things like this in the highest quality possible that they could in a book. Right? I think it's in there, but I think this is like this image, I would have to look again to know for sure, but this one in particular is like up on one of the pages there, and there's another one here, and maybe one slightly bigger here, and then a caption right next to it, you know. It was one of those where these are the highest quality bits of artwork. Earl Norham stuff got pretty well respected. But I think most of the book should have been a gallery of this stuff. And a little less historicism, maybe less interviews with people, and concentrate on displaying the art in the best way. That's what an art book is for. Like, if you're going to call your book The Art of, you have to concentrate on the art strongly. And I was slightly disappointed. Only slightly, because there's a lot of awesome art in there. Don't get me wrong. And a lot of it is presented very well. I would have liked them to present all of it so well, you know. Not compromise. And if I was behind it, I wouldn't have had any of the more recent art, because you're really throwing more recent artists under the bus, putting them in the same book as like Earl Norham and Rudy Obero and all of the greats, you know, who are copying even greater greats who are slightly before them, like Frazetta, etc. Right? Because the zeitgeist of art style has moved on, and it's not as good, in my opinion. It's not bad, perhaps, but it's not as good, man. Anyway, "We are here to serve you," grunted Beastman. "What you command, we shall do," added Merman. "You will seek out He-Man, and then," Skeletor almost smiled, "before he can use one of his super weapons against you, you will destroy him." That's the big plan. Right? That's here they are. This is the ambush. He-Man cruising in the battle ram there, as it's called. Beastman leaps first. Merman ready to leap, and we've got this beautiful cosmic scenery in the background as well. Yep, you just ambush him. Soon afterwards, a fantastic vehicle sped across the craggy terrain on a cushion of air. Riding the battle ram was He-Man, dressed in the suit that made his already great strength stronger. His thoughts were of Teela, who he was to meet at a place around the next bend. He-Man could not know that two fiendish beings were waiting for him in ambush. When he heard their screams, it was already too late for him to battle back. Oi! Okay. What do you think happens on the very next frame? He-Man battles back. It's never too late. It's never too late. Look at the sorcery that Beastman is doing there, by the way. The text contradicts this a little bit, but it's a little bit mysterious. We don't know what's going on here. With incredible speed and force, Merman kicked He-Man from the battle ram. Then he jumped aside. He-Man recovered quickly, grabbed Merman, and tossed him toward a rock. Then Beastman's weapon blazed. "You two never learn," said He-Man, as he sidestepped some of the blasts from Beastman's weapon. However, He-Man's boast was cut short by another burst from Beastman's powerful weapon. They mentioned the weapon several times, but Alcala saw this and he said, I don't know what weapon he's got. Let's just have him do blasts. Maybe it's his bracelets. Maybe he was given power by Skeletor. I don't know. It's a mystery. There's a little bit of... Because they didn't, explicitly make the weapon part of the story. Skeletor doesn't go, "Take this weapon, Beastman." He just has it. And it blasts like a sort of a lack. There's a lack there. Beastman is a bit of a bro. Oh, meanwhile, here she comes. Look at this. Note the Skeletor's been blown back here. I think that's an artistic error. The sounds of battle were heard beyond the ridge. Teela, riding her galloping horse, arrived on the scene to see Beastman regaining his senses. Beastman regaining his senses. But what concerned her the most was Merman, who had He-Man across his shoulder. He-Man was unconscious, perhaps dead. "There is nothing we can do now," Teela said to her steed. "But wait and hope that He-Man still lives." She held great fear in her heart. This doesn't look like Beastman either. Skeletor's blown back. I wonder what's going on here with these inconsistencies in the artwork. Yeah, maybe Beastman's harness gives him such power. I don't know why. I don't know why it would be so... Because it's been accurate so far. Merman hurled toward a rock. That's Merman. It's a Merman in the... Yeah, it's Merman in the story who's carrying... Sorry, excuse me. But Beastman has been replaced with Skeletor temporarily. Makes me think there was some sort of a rewrite at some point. Maybe after the art was drawn. But the other art's consistent, so I don't know. Look at this. Merman just dumps him into the deep. For many miles, Merman carried his burden. By the way, the sun's come up now. This is like dawn. Maybe the art's barely connected. Well, it's quite connected. That's the only really inconsistent... This is the only wrong, frame so far. And it's still a great image. But it's inconsistent with the text. No, there's nothing she can do. She does nothing. This is kind of a lackluster story so far, actually. It's not as exciting or interesting as the other ones, and it's got these little inconsistencies. For many miles, Merman carried his burden around, and never once did He-Man move. At last, as dawn's light crept over the land, the scaly servant of Skeletor reached his destination. The sea was choppy and angry. "I never looked for it," Merman laughed as he tossed He-Man into the cold water. "But I've heard there is no bottom in this sea. It would be interesting to learn if it is true. But you will not be the one to tell." He-Man thrown into the deep. Instantly on the next frame, Aqua Adventure featuring He-Man. Look at that terrifying octopoidal beast there. A sea fox. Right? If Merman had not run off to report his success to Skeletor, he could have witnessed a miracle taking place below the water. The icy waters quickly revived He-Man, but as his eyes opened, he beheld a new terror. A monster of the depths was swiftly making its way through the water. Holding his breath, He-Man fought his way to the surface for air, as the terrible thing swam after him. Some sea predator. Oh, look at this aqua battle here. Oh, it's savage. Look at Stratos up there. By the way, Stratos, he's supposed to be an aerial guy, but the the artwork, even he can just fly. He doesn't really have wings. He's got like feathers, but he can just fly, no problem. I kind of like that. They had to conform to the toy design. The toy didn't have mega wings, so Stratos can fly. It's like a suggestion of flight via the wings, more of a symbol, something that he can just do. He-Man fought for his life, but despite his superhuman strength, he felt his power leaving him. The monster's tentacles wrapped tighter and tighter, and He-Man's life was being squeezed to an end. Yet, as He-Man struggled, there was another inhabitant of his domain who had vengeance in his blood. It was Stratos, the Winged Lord, and like He-Man and Teela, he fought on the side of good. Stratos, the Winged Lord. Oi, look at this, another mysterious blast from a mystery weapon. Hold on for just a few moments longer, shouted Stratos as he dived into the icy water, following his weapon's path. The weapon had released a stream of flame that not even the sea could put out. He-Man felt the tentacles relax and pull away from his body. Then, weak and in need of breath, He-Man sank in the water. But Stratos dived deeper too and pulled He-Man to the surface and airlifted him to the shore. Look at that, the power of Stratos. Oh, the Alliance on the Rock. Yeah, I like Stratos. I don't know if he has a non-human face exactly. I don't quite remember that. When He-Man regained his breath, he was resting on an island of stone. Those assassins left me for dead. No doubt Skeletor is already laughing over my death. Stratos grinned. Then perhaps it is time for us to show Skeletor just who will enjoy the last laugh, he said, as he offered He-Man his warrior's grip. Teela must be worried, He-Man spoke. If she saw the ambush, she must think I am dead. I don't know why he would think Teela would have seen the ambush, but still. We know this to be true. Meanwhile, oh, look at this. Stratos just hovering there. Thank the universal powers that you're alive, Teela exclaimed. Tell me what happened. After He-Man explained the events of the night, which he was unconscious for, he only knew what was going on during the dawn. He knew about the ambush, I guess. I guess he only missed the journey. So I guess he knows everything important. Oh, I take it back. I take it back. He changed into his suit that generated its own force field. You see, he's got this kind of limitation. He can only wear one of these suits at a time. Eh? We must go after those evil ones, vowed Stratos, if we are to find out who was laughing. Beastman ran off toward Castle Grayskull, said Teela. I am sure Merman went there too. Oh, the notorious Castle Grayskull. Oh, look at the victory here. Beastman still looks completely downtrodden and put upon, despite the general victory of the event. I guess Merman got all the glory. At the castle, Skeletor enjoyed every grisly detail about He-Man's defeat. How sweet is my revenge, he shouted. Now nothing can stop my plans of conquest. At last, the one who threatened me is now cold fish food at the bottom of the sea. Cold? Would you care to feel my temperature, Skeletor? Mocked the familiar voice of He-Man. Turning, Skeletor saw the foe he believed to be dead. Oy, Beastman of many burdens. Yeah, look at him. Poor Beastman. I like Beastman. He's a man-ape of Conan tradition almost, huh? my Skeletor impression is alright. I think it's generally pretty medium. Oh, the battle instantly takes place. Look at Skeletor back there just directing affairs. The Beastman looks awesome in this scene, actually. There's Teela with the mini dress design, which is no longer a thing after a certain point. I don't know how you escaped death, raved Skeletor, but you will not do so again. Slay him and his friends. Now, do it. Skeletor's command was firm. Beastman, Skeletor's #1 underling. See, oh look, it even says he's #1 guy. Leaped with the prowess of a great forest ape. However, his dull-witted mind had forgotten He-Man's force field. And as Beastman fell with a loud thud, Merman was making his own attack. Teela was in grave danger. Oh, excuse me, skip to the what's going on? Oh, look at poor Beastman. He's completely defeated already. This is a disaster. A disaster for Beastman. Before Stratos could complete his defense, Merman yelled defiantly, "This is where the sea conquers the sky!" Merman's weapon shot out a stream of seawater that instantly cooled to ice. Oh, that's what's going on here. Oh, what's this? The Hydralian brigands. Well met. 5 of them. Over the gates! Yeah, Teela's calming her steed after this exciting battle here. Maybe the text will tell us. His wings too heavy to keep him in the air, Stratos aimed his body at Merman. "If I must fall, I'll take you with me," he shouted. He fell fast, hitting the man of the sea with a mighty impact. With a mighty impact. We're going to get lore of the horse here? The horse isn't in this frame. Oh, no! He-Man's outwitted both Beastman and Merman. Beastman was still determined to please Skeletor. Reviving, he arose with a mean growl, beat his chest and raised his weapon towards Stratos. "Now you die," he growled. "Then the rest of you will die too." Merman did not want to be outdone by Beastman, and he aimed his weapon at He-Man, who jumped aside. However, Merman's icy weapon found a target, and Beastman was caught in a barrage of pellets. Poor Beastman. He just wants to do good. Skeletor still has not contributed to this battle, by the way. Oh! Skeletor gets Mega Vengeance here, while He-Man rides on in. After Skeletor saw his 2 most powerful henchmen fall, he turned to the sea being and shouted, "You bungling fools! You should have blasted Stratos! Now you will feel my fire! Both of you!" From Skeletor's weapon came a blast that enveloped Merman's sea-bred body. So intense was the heat that it dried up the moisture in Merman's scaly hide, and the man of the sea felt himself slowly dying. Oh my god, the wrath of Skeletor. Merman. Now, of course, heroic He-Man can't stand for such cruelty. Look at Stratos and Teela. She got the horse under control. That's what's going on. They're just up there observing these events, knowing they are no longer needed. This is some awesome posing on Skeletor here, being blasted back by He-Man. As much as He-Man hated Skeletor, he hated more to see a master do harm to a slave. Mounted on the battle ram, He-Man collided with Skeletor, disarming him, and Merman lost no time, using what strength he had left to turn his own weapon on himself. Bathed in the sea water that would restore his strength, he gloated to himself. "You will regret this favor, He-Man." Teela and Stratos watched in disbelief. No gratitude from Merman at all. They can't believe it. They're like stunned. Look at this. Oh, it's a barbarous world. J52 is a barbarous world with values far different from our own modern ones. Look at... Minutes passed, and finally a battered Skeletor got up to find his henchman looking at him strangely. "Before you think of rising up against me, you foolish underlings, consider this!" Skeletor shouted, pardon me. Whatever thoughts the two might have had were soon forgotten, as a blast of energy from Skeletor's weapon exploded under their feet. "Master! You are the master!" they yelled together. Oh, the slaves of Skeletor. Oh, the spirit of Castle Grayskull has risen up. So what powers does Stratos have? He shoots flame, doesn't he? Look at Teela using sorcery there with her Staff of Mystery. "Thank you, Master," mocked He-Man, "for giving us such a great idea. Then together He-Man, Teela, and Stratos trained their weapons on the villains, sending them fleeing like cowards from Castle Grayskull. No doubt they will invent new plots of evil, said the spirit of the castle, appearing. But you, the masters of the universe, will be ready for them. Indeed we shall be, agreed He-Man, with fervor. Just running away. Not too bad. Oh, that's it. The Battle in the Clouds is the next one. That's the end of the story. What did you think of that one? Not as good. Not as good as the first two. The first two are great. The first two are great and consistent, much more exciting scenarios. Look at Skeletor there. This is when Skeletor got access to Castle Grayskull. He just understood all of the secrets straight away. That's good. Oh yeah, Tricops. If we skip ahead a little bit. Here, look, we're in the comic. The artwork isn't as good. It's still pretty good, actually. But it's not as interesting as Alfredo Alcala's artwork. I want to show you the Tricops story. Because all this time I had no idea that Tricops was secretly this great character. Here we are, the Terror of Tricops. Let's read it. We're skipping ahead a little bit, but that's alright. Like, who cares? We'll read it twice if we have to. I like how... Oh, hey, this is... Castle Grayskull's got, like, the vehicle on it. It's got Point Dread attached to that tower, I think is something you can do. It's got the... What's it called? The plane? I forget what it's called. The Wind Raider, that's it. The Wind Raider. Yeah. It's been quite a journey, like, looking at Masters of the Universe. It's not even anywhere near over. But looking at it, like, seriously, for really the first time, it's been present, and I've been aware of it, and a lot of the old artwork has always sort of fascinated me, but this is like the first time, these recent weeks, like the last month or a couple of months, where I've been looking at it with intent. These old comics actually give me cause not only to lament that the Filmation series became the chief way that Masters of the Universe is seen and thought of, but also that the Bitmap Bureau game is based on that instead of this older, more traditional sword and sorcery influenced fantasy than rather the Filmation series, which I am increasingly seeing as a highly compromised variation of what the toys were really meant to represent in the original design. But we can talk more about that later, I suppose. Tricops. I was very surprised by this. I forget what circumstances led me to read this, but I came across it. That's funny, because I don't think I've read this one. Whatever this one is. I don't know what that one is. I thought, wait a minute, this is the Trap... I have read the Trapjaw. Some of these I haven't read. I haven't read all of these. But I read the Tricops one. The Terror of Tricops. Look at it, it's got full credits here. Gary Conn, Mark Texeria. Of course, I'm never used to this, where American comics have like 3 guys on the art instead of like 1. Because I read British comics mainly. I don't even really read them anymore. But for many years I read 2000 AD, and that always had like 1 artist. There'd be 3 people in the credits of everything. There'd be a writer, an artist, and the letterer. The poor letterer doesn't get anything here. I guess the artist has to do the lettering. In his secret lair, somewhere deep in the caverns that honeycomb Eternia, Skeletor sits lost in grim thought. This is pre-Snake Mountain as well. Actually, I think Snake Mountain was a Filmation invention. I'm not actually sure. Yeah, I do think the Filmation cartoon is inferior. Although, for the record, I do still like it. I've still got a lot of affection for it. Right? Especially as it relates to the transforming superhero thing, which we talked about when we were talking about magical girls, right? Talking about Utena. And I drew parallels between Utena and He-Man, specifically. And Voltus 5, with the drawing of the sword from the chest, this beautiful image. That's a whole other matter.
It's always the same. I devise a plan to conquer Castle Grayskull, to learn its secrets, and so rule Eternia. And then the cursed He-Man foils my plot. Look how happy He-Man is here. Despite my vast power, I am not a match for him in a fight. But somewhere there must be one who can defeat him. Someone who can rid me of this troublesome foe.
Aye, master, perhaps there is. Have ye not heard of Tricops?
Oh, this is such an intro for Tricops, right? He's given all this reverence. I haven't seen this happen for another character. They really put Tricops over in this story.
Excellent, my brutish lackey. Tricops, the hunter. Perhaps we could persuade him to help us.
Aye, he be mighty, master.
Quiet, fool. I must concentrate. Behold. Yes, he is magnificent. Those demons are as nothing to him. I must have Tricops as an ally. And with my magical abilities, I will have him.
It's like Tricops in this is like a great warrior first and foremost, and a guy with like Megavision like as a secondary concern. A He-Man unvanquishable, save for Tricops. That is a terrifying Skeletor face there.
Welcome, noble Tricops.
This is what he's doing, reaching through, and this great mystic claw just plucks Tricops away from his battle. Look at that.
Welcome, noble Tricops, to the humble home of Skeletor, master of evil.
I do not care who you are, Skullface. You have interfered with my mission to vanquish those demons. Send me back, or die. How dare ye threaten the mighty Skeletor?
No, you fool, you ruin everything.
No! Help me, master! How could he have seen my attack?
I have panoramic vision, you subhuman creature. I can see in all directions at once.
What's this? Spawnfracrackle. Well met. I pronounced your name absolutely perfectly there. The feared Spawnfracrackle. How goes? This world has to be full of great warriors. Okay? There's loads of great... Yeah, he's probably a great warrior because of his Megavision. His packet, right? His toy packet. Remember what his toy packet says. It's got 4 words. Evil and sees everything. That's really good. If he sees everything, he must be some great swordsman, right?
I think this creature's stinking pelt would make a handsome wall hanging for my sleeping chamber. Please, great Tricops, I meant no harm.
True, Beastman is a pathetic oaf, but he remains a faithful servant.
Skeletor standing up for Beastman. How about that? Spawnfracrackle. Close enough. Well met. And how goes?
No one may strike me and live, Skull.
I have strength enough to fight you, Tricops, and will, if pressed. But I would rather hire you.
Hire me?
Aye, great warrior. I would have you do a job for me. I want you to destroy my nemesis, He-Man.
He-Man? The one who is called the most powerful man in the universe? To test that boast would be a challenge. But what profit would it bring me?
Great profit. Once He-Man is defeated, I will conquer Castle Grayskull, and then all of Eternia, and you will share that dominion. Oh, that dominion. You will share that dominion.
Very well, Skeletor. I will aid you, but if you betray me...
Elsewhere on Eternia, He-Man enjoys a rare, quiet moment with his friends, Ram-Man, Battle-Cat, and the beautiful Teela. This is great stuff. This artwork is even pretty good, man. This is good quality comic artwork. It were always thus. A beautiful valley, good friends, good food, peace and quiet. Can this be the world's greatest warrior This is a beautiful scene. Sorry, can this be the world's greatest warrior speaking? Look at these like stonework. They're hanging out in this ideal kind of a place. Right? This is really nice. They're just hanging out. And a lot of like action like comics, like tie-in comics, especially like these sort of mini comics, there's no scenes of like respite, even though it's just like one frame. The scene of respite is very important, I feel. Oh, Battle Cat is talking here, by the way. What's Battle Cat sound like? Sparrow. In rare moments, I'll give him a voice like that, eh? He does remember that peace is better than war. I think so too, says Ram Man, who is sitting coquettishly here on the on the stone. Ram Man seems normal. Yeah, he's given normal dimensions in this comic series. I really like Ram Man's design as well. I've said that before, where he's got all his armor mounted up on his shoulders and head, like the dwarfs in Kings of War. I love the Kings of War dwarf miniatures because they're very squat, they're very square, and all their armor is like on top of them because everyone strikes down at them, so they've got all their armor up there. It's really good. It looks visually very rich. A lot of people didn't like them, but I liked them a lot.
Never spoil.
Well met. But the happy moment is not destined to last, as
we must separate them. First the cat. Battle Cat, you are so restless. You wish to explore the caves in yon hills.
Suddenly I am so restless. Perhaps a trek to yon hills and the shelter of a quiet cave will ease me.
But a moment ago you were so relaxed. Look at Teela. This Teela's pose there. To get her into frame, no doubt.
Yes, but now, just a change of mood. I'll return soon. So strange. Something seems to be telling me to enter this cave. I must see what lies within.
Yon hills, yes, of course.
Eh? Something up ahead. My eyes haven't adjusted to the darkness yet. Ha! With my night vision eye, I see even better in the dark than this cat. So falls my first foe.
Look, he just belts Battle Cat out of the darkness. No problem. Meanwhile, at the picnic, something tells me He-Man and Teela want to be alone. Tactful Ram Man, right? Look at this. Something tells me He-Man and Teela want to be alone together. After such a bountiful meal, I need a little walk in the woods. He's so innocent, He-Man. I like him. A bit slow in thought, but this is very cruel. A bit slow in thought, but I like him too. He's tactful enough to get the... Like, I've been in scenarios where I've been third wheel and not known it. Has that ever happened to you? You know, you think you're just hanging out, and the other two are thinking, God, how is he going to get out of here? Doesn't he see what's going on? Ram Man being a bro. You're damn right. Should call him Wingman. Certain nights down at the Eternian... I guess that's Stratos. Never mind. Never mind. It only sucks when you realize, in hindsight, or even, you know, it's like, never mind. But when you're there in all innocence, he's so innocent, He-Man, as you can see. Never mind. It happens to all. Soon, in the woods... Hey, this lumbering dunderhead must be Ram Man. Skeletor sends his regards, numbskull. Skeletor? If you are his friend, then you mean to harm He-Man, but I'll stop you. Not that way, you simpleton. Oof! Tricops strikes down another, instantly. See, Tricops is great. This bounty hunter, this mercenary, professional, methodically taking care of business. It's good stuff. Meanwhile, Teela, fair Teela, you seem especially lovely today with the sunlight playing on your hair. And you, noble He-Man, the finest, bravest man. Ah, such a tender scene. Look at this. The romance. When did the romance ever emerge in the Filmation show? It never did. That show added Prince Adam. They added the superhero element to the ultimate cost of the scenario. Because what really attracted a lot of kids early in Masters of the Universe was the barbarian scenario. And making him a transforming superhero, so to speak, really took a lot of the barbarian flavor away, you know. And I've heard at least one person specifically cite how they thought, as a kid, they thought it ruined He-Man. They thought it was one thing, and then the show came out, and all of a sudden it was another. But that's a whole other matter. Well, this is aimed at kids. Delta T. This came with the toys. This comic came with Triclops' action figure.
Who dares? I dare. I, Triclops, dare to interrupt this moment with the death of He-Man. Whoever threatens He-Man must face the wrath of Teela, the woman warrior. Teela, no, He-Man's already got his axe.
He's already got it. Look at that.
Foolish woman, you cannot match my power. No, you struck her. You'll pay for that blow, villain.
Look at that. He instantly deals with Teela, who is a respected warrior here in this continuity.
She was no more challenged than your other friends. Let's hope this fight with the much-vaunted He-Man proves more sport. Clang! If you've dispatched Ram Man and Battle Cat, well then, may the goddess have mercy upon you, for I will not.
Then there are no more words, no sounds at all, save the clangor of steel against steel. You see what I mean about this? This in particular, above all others, is like a Conan comic. It's very much like something you'd read in Savage Sword or Marvel's normal Conan comic or something like that. It's very much on the measure. But then, let's see how well you fight when you cannot see. That light, my eyes! I'm blinded. Very soon, Triclops will be known throughout Eternia as the mightiest. Chang! Vision is returning. I must use my shield to protect my eyes until I can see. And now, Triclops, it is my might against yours. Thwack! Where are your boasts now, braggart? Where are your tricks and your cunning? What good are they now? I cannot give in. I did not ask you to. This is good dialogue. I did not ask you to. He-Man relying on brute force as normal, overcoming the tricks of and cunning and general good tactics of Triclops. Bravo, He-Man. Well done.
Good fight.
Good fight, says Ram Man. And Battle Cat is there as well. My friends, you are all recovered. Then he did not kill you.
Of course not. I was retained to destroy only you. But I see that the tales of your awesome power are true, and that what's that? My far vision sees. Skeletor hurls a treacherous bolt of destruction. Look out! Triclops will pay for losing this fight.
See, Triclops, he's evil, but he's a man of honor, nonetheless. He's like a blackguard, right? He's a professional warrior, paid only to destroy He-Man, doesn't destroy anyone else. That's pretty good. Maybe they're not compressed. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe they look thicker, Ram Man's legs, when they're compressed for pre-jump action. He is lawful evil. But Skeletor has not reckoned with the awesome speed of He-Man, as... Fear not, Triclops. No bolt from afar will strike you down while I can deflect it. Look at this honorable, warrior pact they immediately have. He-Man and Triclops sort of immediately understand each other, right? But when the attack is over,
he must have had some mystical ability of his own. Mystical ability of his own.
I suspect we have not seen the last of Triclops. Triclops leaves mysteriously, right? He leaves. He knows he cannot really be an ally to He-Man. He just has a different alignment, right? To put it in D&D terms. By nature, they are too different. And, in a hidden lair far, far away...
You have foiled me once again, He-Man, but someday I will find a lackey that even you cannot overcome. And on that day, Skeletor shall emerge triumphant.
The end. See, that was great. This is such a great intro to a character. You know? Yeah, He-Man doesn't use the power sword very much in the old continuity. He's mainly an axe man. This makes Tricops seem absolutely awesome. He's this very appealing professional warrior character who can actually stand up to He-Man. He can actually overcome, like, the good guys. You know, he overcomes most of them and only loses to He-Man. Because He-Man's the hero, of course. You know, and he is shown to get the better of He-Man pretty strongly as well. He comes off from this looking like $1,000,000, and it, like, elevates the toy. You know, you think, wow, this Tricops is a great foil for He-Man. We should have him. I'll have him, you know, as a kid, and he'll fight He-Man, and he'll probably win. Because a lot of kids, when they play, the villains win a lot. The villains win a lot. Especially if you're kids who are weaned on a lot of fantasy art, which is about peril and heroes being in peril. And quite often you get to the phase where the heroes are in big peril, and then you don't resolve it. You don't resolve it. You just stop playing, and you come back to it later, and you start again. And then they're in peril again, you know? He's Tricops. He's got 3 eyes. He's got a ring around his head with 3 eyes on it, in like a triangle formation. And the gimmick of his toy is that you rotate his head around. It's a mystery what that actually is. Is that like his physical eyes? Is this like a strange piece of technology or a magical item that he has? Like there's something going on with Tricops that I don't know that it's ever explained. I guess in like later continuities they settle on it being like technology, because in like the 2002 series they give him like drones and stuff. His design is not improved on in that game, actually, in that show, the 2002 show. The classic design is impossible to improve upon. Well, it hasn't been improved upon yet that I've seen. You know, it might be improved upon at some point. But thereafter, he's just with Skeletor. The Tale of Teela. I haven't read, I don't think. The Tale of Teela. But after reading that, you think, oh, there's Tricops. He-Man's finished. Tricops should almost be the main villain. He's the only guy who has really contested the heroes that I've seen in these comics. You know, maybe it happens again. You could argue that Beastman and Beastman and Merman got the better of what is going on here? Some oafing. This story we're not up to yet. Never mind that. I would have liked to have seen Tricops drawn by Alfredo Alcala, but I guess it wasn't to be. I really loved this artwork that he did for these. These aren't really comics. The first few are storybooks with big picture and text, and that's good enough. But I find originally I was looking at these. I flipped through this like file. This has got like the first set or however many first couple of sets, and I thought this art's amazing. And then I got to the comics, and I thought, the art's gone downhill. But it's actually good art. Manny Faces is another interesting character with an interesting like story, because I've read that one as well. I remember it. Manny Face. That's an interesting. We'll get to that. Never mind that one. I need a little bit of a break, and then we'll get down to the real business. All right. Never mind this. I've got my webcam set up, and that means I'm going over to the table to show you some stuff. All right. Manny Faces is such an interesting character because I don't remember what he's like in the cartoon. Is he even in the cartoon? I don't know. But like the premise of him in this is that he's a like basically an innocent man, but he has these other personalities that Skeletor gave him. He has the monster, which turns him evil, and the robot, which is neither good nor evil. So he's neutral, basically. He encompasses all three alignments. So basically he's an extremely chaotic character who can't really be trusted. Even though he wants to be good, and he hangs out with the good guys, they've always got to be on guard, just in case the monster face takes over. right? Or the robot face takes over and he loses all of his personality. He just vanishes, and then there's this robot in his place. That's a really compelling character, right? That's an interesting character that you can work with. He can be on either side. He's a bit of a ticking time bomb, right? Well, he starts as an actor. Like, his backstory, if we read his comic, which I guess we might as well do since I'm talking about it. The Ordeal of Manny Faces. Here we are. He starts as an actor. Here he is, with all these masks in his... This is some stuff. This scene is incredible. All right, look at this. At the Royal Palace of Eternia. By the way, there's no Prince Adam. Man-at-Arms doesn't have a mustache. I would argue that the mustache is a big improvement. That's like the only... it's not just a chaotic wasteland. There are like villages. And there is some civilization in this world. And there's also... He-Man's tribe, who he never seems to return to, is still out there somewhere. So, I don't know. But I was saying the mustache on Man-at-Arms is an improvement over the original toy design. It actually adds a lot, I think. I'd like to think it adds a lot objectively, but that might just be like because I'm used to seeing Man-at-Arms with the mustache. But whatever, you know. Yeah, they don't show you the wider world in the early ones, in these early stories. It's just the mainly featuring the toys and only the toys. And, like, they show you Castle Grayskull because there's a playset for that, you know? And the rest is just sort of imaginary. There's another parallel there with Warhammer and Games Workshop where they feature the things they've got the kits for, and you sort of have to make your own of other things, which they discourage these days, which I'm very sad about. They either tacitly or explicitly discourage you making your own stuff. I don't know that they talk about making scenery at all anymore. They talk a lot about selling it. Anyway, at the Royal Palace of Eternia, nobility and common folk alike enjoy a festive moment. A performance by the famed actor, Manny Faces. That's just his name. Because he's an actor, right? He can adopt all of these. But among the joyful crowd is one who has come not to be entertained, but to wreak havoc. Look at Skeletor's cunning disguise. "Ho," says He-Man, "ho, but this merry farce is great sport. That actor brings wondrous life to all his roles. Yes, He-Man, but I wonder what his real face is like." Oh, good question.
"This man of many identities does inspire me with a new stratagem."
It's pretty good. Oh, anyone who wears purple, but it's the royal colour. And soon, as the performance ends, "Thank you, good Eternians. It has given me great pleasure to entertain you. Please feel free to make any contributions of coin or jewel." Oh, jewel! Look at this. It's a merry farce. My streams are not a merry farce. I am not a merry man. I guess they are merry farces. Coin or jewel? Who is throwing jewels to this? My, he's very handsome indeed. Perhaps I will be able to meet him. Oh, Teela. She's taken with Manny Faces. She's had enough of He-Man. I guess this is before the one where they were all lovey-dovey with Tricops. Within his wagon, the actor is confronted by an unwelcome visitor. Who are you? What do you want from me?"
"Silence! Silence! Never mind. Silence! Make no other sound, lest you forfeit your life. I am Skeletor, master of evil. I have plans for you."
I like how he's got the full costume because the toy has it. He doesn't have any normal gear. He just has his Manny Faces toy concession towards the marketing there. Never mind.
"Drink deeply of this magical potion, actor, and when it is..."
Oh, hang on. I'll be right back. Sorry, I just realized I actually had secret purpose there with my desire to have a secret... Look, I'll be right back. Excuse me. Hang on, I've got a little bit of an issue. I'll be right back. and then we'll see. Excuse me. Hey, and up. excuse me. I've returned. Plans for you. Where was I?
Drink deeply of this magical potion, actor, and when it is drained, you will be my servant.
Oh, the taste. It makes me feel strange. That's a good image of drinking a potion there, by the way. Manny Faces undergoes a terrible transformation, and when it is completed, I feel strong, evil. Aye, Master Skeletor, let us go forth to smash and destroy.
Be patient, my newest servant, all in due time. But for now, stop. You will become as you were, remembering nothing of this incident until I have need of your monster identity.
Look at that. Several nights later, the ruler of Eternia, unnamed here, incidentally, He-Man champion of the realm at the table there, as he would be. This is something I've thought about recently as well. In this hero, this old lore, let's say, He-Man is just this warrior who's out there, which is accurate. He came from his tribe. He got the blessing of the sorceress and the goddess, or the warrior goddess, all that stuff. And now he's the great warrior of his age. It's really good. He's a much more ordinary sort of hero and not so much a superhero. Although he does have that element to him, which is a whole other discussion. And I wonder, like, in the Filmation continuity, how He-Man is actually seen not from the viewpoint of the viewer. Like, in the general world, is he a barbarian hero who, like, comes down from the north in times of need? Right? In film, who do they think he is in Filmation? He's always just sort of there. So he has that, from that point of view, he's got a pretty strong barbarian hero element where he just appears from out of the chaos, basically, to people who don't know that Adam is He-Man. Which is a detail that I really regret they stuck with, because I like this original configuration much better. But whatever. Several nights later, the ruler of Eternia holds a great feast in honor of Eternia's greatest heroes. I heard how pleased you were with this actor, so I bade him entertain us. I think he pleases the beauteous Teela all the more. Kind of an eternal maybe. Maybe something like an eternal champion configuration. Teela's in love with this actor. I don't know about this acting suit of his, though. Skeletor, how dare you disturb these festivities, fiend?
I'm hurt that I was not invited to this party, old foe. But I've a present for you anyway. A surprise.
Look out! He wields the power sword. Fear not, Highness. We are more than a match for this villain.
But it is not you I aim at, you muscle-bound oaf. It's him.
Ah! Free to serve my master Skeletor.
By the goddess, the evil one works a foul magic.
Oi.
Manny Faces, take the woman.
His grip, so powerful, I cannot break it.
No foul being I will not allow. Your power is nothing compared with mine. Away with you.
Hey, Grad, this is a savage age where women can just be taken, as is recommended by Grace Jones. Grab him and take him. You take him like that. That's what she says of men. The feeling's mutual in worlds such as this. Where was I?
Oh, I will offer Teela as sacrifice to a mighty demon who can grant me the power to breach the gates of Castle Grayskull.
I will find you, Skeletor, and then no force on Eternia will save you from my wrath. This is a great play. He's going to sacrifice her to a demon. He's still obsessed with Grayskull, obviously. But this is his new plan. He's going to sacrifice Teela to a demon. No, he wasn't in the castle. That's a different. This is not Castle Grayskull. This is the royal palace. The Castle Grayskull is a mysterious and ancient place that contains all the secrets, and it's guarded by a mysterious magic. Right? No one can get in there really. Right? It's meant to be only... Here, look, the sorceress. This is the sorceress of old, who looks exactly like Teela. Oh, Grace Jones, man. Such a striking, like, person. This statuesque streak of humanity that's just there. Like when Bob Ross starts drawing a tree. He's drawn this beautiful landscape, right? You're in the world. You're looking at this beautiful landscape, and we'll just put Grace Jones right here. And then suddenly there's this line that just tears the world open. She's not like anybody else, you know? She has this, as Janice says, she has this presence, okay? Kind of a parallel to Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's another person who just has this presence. The evasive charisma that some people simply have. She just has it. You know, she's got one of those auras. Some people just have it. Anyway, you know, that's a whole other matter. If you don't see the appeal of Grace Jones, I can't talk you into it. But she's always been very striking to me, and I think that can be drawn back to Conan the Destroyer and reinforced by A View to a Kill, the Bond movie that she's in, and she's on the she's on the poster of that, even though she's the villain, like back to back with Bond. She's not the villain, she's the henchman. And what a henchman. Anyway, where was I? Henchmaning is like an underrated thing, the heavy. It's like people complain about Darth Maul, but I think he's not a perfect, but he's a very good heavy, right? Oh yeah, she was in Vamp. She was a bit wasted in View to a Kill. A lot of the appeal of her is from the poster. She doesn't live up to the poster. Like, do I even have the poster so I can show you what I'm talking about? I don't even know. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. Oh, God. View to a Kill. There she is, with this flat top, like, haircut, this leotard, the musculature. She's such a striking character, and, like, out of step with the usual Bond girl sort of archetype. In fact, she's not really a Bond girl. She's like the henchman to the... But she's featured on the cover. Nothing beats this, right? Grace Jones has a I think a very clear, like, appeal to her, which, as I said, is like a parallel to Arnold Schwarzenegger. There's sort of an otherworldliness to her. She's not like anyone else. Certainly not any time I've seen her. Not that I've, like, got full panoptic vision of Grace Jones's entire career. I only know her really from the movies. I'm not even that familiar with her music, although I do like Nightclub, and I think that's pretty good. Nonetheless, in the film, she does not live up to this poster image. Nonetheless, she does have good presence in the movie. She's not made the best use of, but she's pretty good. It also features Christopher Walken, another quite charismatic sort of fellow. Whatever kind of bird Grace Jones is. Yeah, man. I also guess I get a lot of affection for Grace Jones from my mum, who liked Grace Jones. She would always call her Gracie Jones. When we watched Conan the Destroyer for the first time, she's like, "Oh, Gracie Jones is in it." And I didn't know who she was. But she made an impression, I'll tell you that. Anyway, far away, the sorceress's aid is beseeched by a message from He-Man. So this goes in for a lot of sword and sorcery. We've got, like, sacrificing a woman to a demon for power, which is like Sorcerer 101. This is the cornerstone of being a sorcerer, almost, right? This is such a sword and sorcery scenario. Super good. Where was I? Far away, the sorceress's aid is beseeched by a message from He-Man. "Falcon, what word do you bring?" "He-Man summons you." The Falcon's voice. "The warrior woman Teela has been captured by the evil Skeletor." "This is hard news. Of course I will help." Hulk just teleports there. "I heed your call, He-Man. Come, we must travel to the evil one's lair with due haste. You must stay here, Man-at-Arms, for if I fail, the protection of Eternia will be your charge." Oh, He-Man. Man-at-Arms has just got this burden. Charisma 18. Charisma does not mean physical attractiveness. All right? It's often hard to quantify, but it's someone who has charisma will just draw your attention even if you don't really intend. I'll give you an example of when I understood charisma. It was when I was little. I only understood it retroactively. I was watching wrestling. I was watching the WWF. And I was watching, I forget what show it was, I forget exactly what was going on, but it was the first time I ever saw Dusty Rhodes. And you might be familiar with Dusty Rhodes. He's a very charismatic man, and he's especially good at promos. This isn't about promos. I didn't see a promo from him. I saw a match. Dusty Rhodes is, by all accounts, a hideous man. He's not a particularly good-looking man, but he's in this match, right? It's a tag match. He's in his polka dot, like, onesie leotard thing. And he's in this match. He's wrestling, and I put wrestling in quotation marks. He doesn't do anything. This is the thing about Dusty Rhodes wrestling. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't do anything. And yet I cannot take my eyes off this man. His every move, his every tiny move that doesn't do anything, I am completely enthralled. That's charisma. He doesn't have to do anything. He just has it. Like Grace Jones, the presence. Someone like that walks into a room and you instantly, like, know that they're there. Your attention is, like, attached to them. And using charisma in games like D&D, when you understand what charisma is, elevates the stat. There's like I don't know if it's just a meme or if it's just sort of a joke, but using charisma as a dump stat, absolute disaster. But the thing is, it's kind of on the DM's shoulders to make charisma work. And I'll give you some advice. When a character has high charisma, even if the guy playing them isn't very charismatic, because virtually no one is, all right? There he was, sitting like a melted sundae. That's Dusty Rhodes, all right. But, like, you have the NPCs pay attention to that character. The player doesn't have to do anything. When they go to town, like they go into the tavern, that's the character the barkeep talks to first, maybe even exclusively. People will assume that they're the leader of the party. They'll say, you and your friends, I'll invite you and your friends maybe, if you wish, to the banquet tonight. Even the bad guys, anyone with any ability to recognize charisma will recognize the charismatic character first. This is actually one of the secret things that make paladins so powerful in old D&D, because a paladin definitionally has 17 charisma. They'll have 17 or they'll have 18. They have high charisma by default. They're that kind of person. And if they don't have that charisma, then they can't be a paladin. It's like a categorical qualifier. It's in the game rules, you have to have that stat to be a paladin. But that implies that all paladins are that kind of person. You know? Ads play perfectly fine. Everything else will be bricked out. Tell me about it. Anyway, that's one of several versions. I'm talking specifically about old D&D. And it's something that's been lost. And when it was lost, was when they started to defocus on the stats like that, and you started getting, charisma's the dump stat, it's useless, you know, and it only gets its value for classes that get specifically a bonus if they have high charisma. It doesn't do anything inherent. And that's not the way of old. Second edition and earlier. So basically, from the year 1999 and earlier, okay, the stats weren't treated so mechanically. They had inherent qualities. Like, they had inherent things that were evident. And charisma is the chief one that I can think of. If you've got one or more high charisma characters in the party, then that's how you should treat them. Even if someone's playing a low charisma character and they're a very high charisma person, and they go into the tavern and they tell you this they tell the barman this speech, and if they do it really ultra in real life, they give this ultra charismatic speech that would sway the hearts of any man. You have to ignore that, and you have to tell them, well, your character doesn't really get their point across. They're like, they're not really paying attention to you. You know, you could give the speech of kings, and if your character has low charisma, no one's even listening in the first place. You know, they're paying attention to the charismatic guy. Right? That's what it is. Charisma is not just looks. Although looks do play into it a little bit. Right? A little bit. But it's because old D&D, generally speaking, was a more abstract thing. It's not meant to be like World Simulator, where all the rules help simulate a something reflected in reality. They sort of abstract it out. You're able to have charisma that works like that, and it's much better. You can have super charismatic characters who aren't pretty, as is the case of Dusty Rhodes, who has very high. Most wrestlers have fairly high charisma rate. They need it because to be a quality wrestler, I think you have to be the kind of person that people want to look at. When you enter the room, people have to look at you. And for some, that's just looks. But for really successful wrestlers, there's like there's a mysterious force that we call charisma that summons the attention of other people. And they don't understand why, really. Like, I didn't understand why I could not stop looking at Dusty Rhodes back when I first saw him. He doesn't do anything. He's hideous. He looks like... What was the line up there? Someone said he looks like a melted ice cream. And yet... That's what it is. Well. But whatever. I bet you can think of many people who are supremely gorgeous. Maybe not many, but I bet you can think of some people. At least one. Who is like supremely gorgeous. Who looks incredible. And yet you probably wouldn't want to spend more than 4 seconds with them in most contexts. Like, you don't really want to talk to them. You don't really want to spend any time with them at all. I can think of some. You've known people like this. Yeah, well, you don't really know models on Instagram, so who knows? You're making an assumption there. You might be right. Yeah, 90% of Hollywood. Like, there's people who look really gorgeous, but as soon as they start talking, you're like, I'm out of here, man. You know, forget it. That's the key. Anyway, that aside, there's more that could be said. But that aside, let's continue this story about Manny Faces. Well, where were we? All right, He-Man has just declared that Man-at-Arms is going to be in charge if He-Man falls in battle. That's important.
Ho ho! The demon! It comes for our helpless captive.
Untie me and give me a sword, ogre, and you'll see how helpless I am.
Hold still, woman.
Suddenly, look at this demon. Skeletor summoned it from this fiery pit, which is very much like the demon in Barbarian 2, remember? Well, she is a strong warrior woman. Teela? Suddenly, unhand Teela, Skeletor, or feel my wrath, and mine as well.
You're too late, He-Man, for the demon has arrived.
And my... That's actually a... Okay. That's one way of reading this. What about unhand Teela, Skeletor, or feel my wrath?
You're too late, He-Man, for the demon has arrived.
And mine as well, sort of implying that He-Man is the sorceress's demon. What do you think of that? That's kind of an interesting reading order. Adds an element. It sort of parallels. You summon demons, wizard? And the wizard says,
yes, if I strike at you, I would summon a demon more ferocious than all in hell.
That's a line I didn't understand when I was younger. Right? I didn't understand that line. It's from Cull. What's the story? The cat and the skull and the cat and the skull. Whatever. The cat and the skull. It means that if the wizard was to strike Cull or Conan, then Conan would be would be so ferocious and take such a vengeance that he would be more ferocious than all in hell. Right? He recognizes the great warrior ability and the fury of the warrior. It's an interesting line, nonetheless. It's interesting that it was adopted from Kull into the Conan film, actually. Nonetheless,
where is my victim?
There is no victim, demon. There is only He-Man, who stands ready to destroy you, and I will battle Skeletor. Oh, calling out Skeletor.
You cannot fight both my new servant Manny Faces and me.
I do not have to fight both of you, not when I can free the actor from your evil spell. Look how awesome the sorceress is. I love Cobra Hood Teela. Like, that is the ultimate version of Teela, a.k.a. the goddess, a.k.a. whatever. Even the early continuity is a little bit inconsistent in matters, but that's all right. I'm human again. No more monster. Forgive me, warrior woman. I meant you no harm. Rest, actor. You were merely the victim of Skeletor. But now I must help my mighty comrade, He-Man, against the demon.
Oh, I cannot withstand the attack of both these great fighters.
Oh, the demon is blown back. He-Man drained 4 levels, though, during the kerfuffle. See, this is proper wizardry. You'll notice the warriors engaging a mega enemy, getting drained levels. That's her game. Yeah, her game? That's their game. Teela as well. While the sorcerers do... Look at the epic, like, contest of magic, sort of... Epic isn't the right word, but the contest of magic in the background there. The sorceress and Skeletor. Cementing Skeletor as a sorcerer first, before he's any kind of warrior. But the sorceress's battle does not fare as well.
Ha! The power sword turned Manny Faces into my servant once again.
Good, master, good. Let me rend and tear.
No, Skeletor. I will not allow you to use this poor fellow for your own wicked ends.
How can you stop me?
Oh, the battle for Manny Faces' soul here. And so the battle rages back and forth, with poor Manny Faces trapped between the two mighty mystics. Neither opponent gains the upper hand, but for the hapless performer, all that matters is the agony of his repeated transformations. Until, finally, look at this.
Stop. Pain must stop.
Too much energy? Kaboom!
The mortal explodes!
Manny Faces is just destroyed. It's done. You ever read The Ballad of Halo Jones? I don't even remember the character, but it's one that has flip-flopped their personality so often that they basically become invisible. No one can even... That's a low charisma character. No one can even pay attention to them anymore. I recommend The Ballad of Halo Jones. It's one of Alan Moore's classics published in 2000 AD. And as for the other battle, that's the end of the demon, warrior woman. Such creatures can never stand against our combined might, He-Man. And now for Skeletor.
Oh, no, beauteous Teela. Even I am not so foolhardy as to try and fight all 3 of you at once. Farewell, accursed heroes.
He's gone. Escaped again. No, he always escapes. This is Skeletor. Manny Faces? He's become a robot. Neither good nor evil. That's what happened to Manny Faces. He flip-flopped so often he lost his personality. He no longer has a true self.
I need instructions. Will someone give me instructions, please?
JJJ3. Well met. Stand back. I will effect a final transformation. Thank the goddess. I'm back to normal at last. Welcome back, Manny Faces. And by the will of the fates, may you never become monster again. I wish that was so. This is the thought. But she doesn't tell this secret, by the way, to anybody. I wish that was so, for the monster and the robot are now parts of Manny Faces forever, and it is only a matter of time before Skeletor tries to use those selves again. You see what I mean by setting up, like, the stage? Salvage bar! Yeah, thank you. Yeah, man. Included with action figures. Good stuff. This top level goings on. I had at least some of them. I wouldn't have had all of them. In fact, I probably would have had barely any. Oh, and then Trapjaw. Trapjaw's intro. We won't read this one, even though it's kind of interesting. Trapjaw's... We'll read this one day, I guess. Trapjaw actually comes from another world in the original continuity. Skeletor accidentally brings him through, where he's an escaped criminal, right? And these are his people. He's one of this race of men. This one looks like a Sontaran. Never mind that. Thank you for the cosmic cord, by the way, Salvage Bar. That's important. The cosmic cord. He doesn't get as good an intro as, oh, there's the king, as Triclops. Triclops has the best intro, in my opinion. He has the best comic, as we read. Those of you who joined after we read the Triclops comic, you missed out. He is established so strongly, right? He, among all the villains, he is the most credible threat to He-Man. That's how they establish him in this. So good. Now he's one of my favorite characters. I liked him before because his design is so good. He gets nothing in any of the cartoons, as far as I've seen. He might get something at some point. But all of a sudden in this comic, he's gold. Yeah, he'll job next week. I bet he does. I bet the very next comic, because he's on the cover, I bet he's just Henchman B and gets blown back.
That's how we do it.
I did it.
True endorsement.
My spear.
35 months of power. Hey, thank you. Very much appreciated. But the point is, he's been established like this so that when you play with your toys, which is what this is all about, you've got this contender who can stand up to He-Man. There's not a lot of that in the toys as far as I've seen. Yeah, he's a boss. If he's the only bad guy toy you have, and you got this comic, he could be your main bad guy toy on his own, no problem. He's not really henchman to anybody. He's a mercenary. He's his own man. And he's super effective and cunning. He batters Ram Man. He batters Battle Cat. Batters Teela. And he batters He-Man. But He-Man gets the upper hand, of course. Because that's the way it is with heroes. No other villain gets that. Except Skeletor. Right. Crom's Mountain. Yeah, thank you. Giving a sub to Grass Purges. Excellent. Very much appreciated. Very generous of you. Very generous. Is that Crom's Mountain in the background there? Is this He-Man of the Tar-An, after all? A bit of a Robert E. Howard. the deep cuts. Robert E. Howard, the He-Man of the Tar-An. Never mind. That's a whole other matter. All right. I think it's time we got down to the real business, which requires the use of my webcam, because we're going to look at another He-Man book. Oh, well, this has kind of gone a bit long, so the light might fade. But that's all right, because this book is so huge, we can't possibly get through it all. It's this one. It's an encyclopedia called The Toys of He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, also featuring She-Ra, Princess of Power. This is just the toys. Okay. It covers... This was released in 2017 or something? Maybe 2019, 2020 something? When was this released? I don't even know. But it's a catalogue of all the toys. You get some lore, you get some nice pictures. They don't concentrate on the box art, so there's none of that. So with this, I kind of want to look at it. I've had a few flip-throughs of this, and it's very interesting. But when I look at toys, I have to adopt a different philosophy that's different from looking at artwork and different from looking at statue-style figures. Because toys aren't an image that you can, critique on terms of composition and things like that. What I'm really interested in is you've sort of got to put yourself in the mindset of your younger self who would play with it. And you've got to ask, does the toy inspire play, basically? Can you does it put a little hook in your imagination and pull you into a fantasy world of your own devising. Because all these comics and the artwork that revolve around the toys are all about that, setting up like a stage for your imagining, which makes these toys appealing in the first place. And that's what, like, the original... Let me show you this. Here, you'll like this. I've got a copy of the first... I think it's the first. It's super early advert for Masters of the Universe. Just let me see if I do have it here. Because this has an animated element, and it's also many times better than the Filmation animation as well. But watch, here, I think this is it. Observe.
This toy comes with something that can really open up a kid's imagination. Its own legend.
He-Man! Skeletor is his enemy.
It's the Masters of the Universe collection. And for my kids, the legend begins here, with Castle Grayskull.
It holds the powers of the universe.
He-Man, Skeletor has captured Castle Grayskull. We must stop his evil power. To Grayskull!
Defeat He-Man's forces, but leave him to me.
Here I am, Skeletor.
He-Man! Skeletor is getting away!
But Castle Grayskull is safe with us. Nothing's safe while Skeletor is out there.
And so the legend continues in this Masters of the Universe collection. And in the imagination of my kids. Look for it. It's new. From Mattel.
Right. So there's been an animation connection from quite... Well, they only had 30 seconds. Yeah, it's interesting to see it in that sense, thank you, the Bard, with like the dad. That's a high quality... That was really actually awesome what, like, Tila did. Here, let me...
This toy...
Where He-Man's falling down. This is all accurate to the toy as well, by the way, with the throne. It looks like the early mini comics where she throws the spear. He-Man catches it and doesn't fall down the trap. That's how you activate. Notice that it's, if you're familiar with the Castle Grayskull toy, the way Skeletor activates it is accurate to how you have to turn the throne.
Here I am, Skeletor.
See, the throne turns, and he's got a lever. That's not in the toy, I don't think.
Skeletor is getting away!
The animation's quite high quality, you know. This is, as far as I know, the only animation that's actually set in the universe of the toys. There's basically, let's say, two major continuities as far as Masters of the Universe goes. There's the Filmation... Oh, the spear is also in Castle Grace. Yeah, there's the Filmation thing, which is completely different. And there's the toys. They have their own continuity, which is likewise completely different. Right? The only thing that's the same is the characters. Not even the origin of He-Man's great strength. You know, his power is the same. Yeah. Observe. That's in the mini-comic as well. It's accurately represented. And if I can find the mini-comics and put them back on screen, I can show you. Has it already happened? Yeah, look, she's captured. So it's happened already. Oh, no, this is the first one. Never mind. It's in the second one. The second one. This is the one where Skeletor tricks her into believing, look at the lordly figure here, that he's the prophesied lord of the castle. There he is, complete with the red robe, and he intrinsically knows, with feelings of triumph and contempt, Skeletor seated himself on the throne, Though it was ancient, the throne moved, and Skeletor recognized its secret devices and controls. He just knows what power he would have. "How may I serve you, Majesty?" asked Teela. "This way," he laughed, wiping off the disgusting clay, that was his disguise, as he turned the throne 90 degrees to face a door, a trap door that opened beneath Teela. Right? A trap door. This is important. I wonder what's causing that. What's causing that? That's not the first time that this has happened today. What's causing this? All right. I don't know what's causing that exactly. It seems to be temporary. That's a cable. Everything is disconnecting. Every USB thing is disconnecting and reconnecting. Does anyone know what causes that as a general thing? If the stream goes down, you know, I guess that's going to be it. Oh, maybe I do know what's wrong. Hold on there. Okay. We'll see if it keeps happening after I've done that. Motherboard power save, possibly. Anyway. Let's see if it keeps going. Oh! Good work, Freeport Docs. Welcome to the club. Oh. Gas dragons and dragonflies, those are a problem. Don't worry. Alright, where was I? I was going to do so. Oh, right. We might as well look at this now. There is another advert I have here. Observe.
What do we have here?
It's Castle Grayskull. And it's mine. Not so fast, Beastman. He-Man!
You can pit He-Man against Beastman playing for the power of Castle Grayskull. You have to put the castle together.
Beastman's escaping.
The throne, Dad. Dad, you saved the castle.
Castle Grayskull from the Masters of the Universe collection. He-Man and Beastman each sold separately from Mattel.
Very interesting. Excuse me. Very interesting in my book. Good job, Dad. There's something that's good acting, I think. There's something quite genuine about the dad. That's a different dad than the first thing as well. He emerges from behind the newspaper at the start and plays He-Man with like his sons, so at least one of his sons. One of them might be a friend. You put it together. You put it together. These are American ads. I don't know if I had different adverts here in Australia. Might have. Not sure. But that's like a stiff, like, businessman dad who nonetheless... They stuck with that music. Bum, bum, bum. But they stuck with it, just simple music for the entire run of He-Man. You know? That's a whole other matter. Anyway, the point I was making is that they show off you turn the castle, just like Skeletor turns the castle, the throne, I mean, here in the castle. Right? Nonetheless, I was going to look at this book, which is the main point of what I was up to here. That's the castle. Well, look at the castle. The book's too big to go through fully, so I wanted to look at some of the interesting parts if we can find them. Mainly like the key figures and like the play sets. Now, I never had any of the playsets. I had some of the vehicles, and I had some of the... Oh, I had the Battle Bones... Excuse me, the Battle Bones vehicle. That was an exciting time. Where'd I put this? Ah, here it is. Bing! Okay. There we go. I like how Beast Man was the main villain there, because they didn't have any other figures. So whatever villain you have is the main villain. Unfortunately, Beast Man is never really shown to... Well, he does take down He-Man in that one mini... Battle Bones was a carry case, but it's also listed as like a vehicle and a monster. You know? So it's technically a... look at this thing here. Hang on, I'll be right back. I've got to move a minor thing slightly to the side, or this isn't going to work properly. Excuse me in a moment or two. Up. Excuse me. Here we are. I hope you can hear me all right. I'm a little further from the microphone than usual, I think. Let's look at this. This is an extraordinarily... Hey, how come the... Oh, I think I know why. Those disconnections have destroyed the... I've destroyed the webcam. Just a second. No, it's still frozen. What's going on? Ugh. This is a grim omen. How do I fix this? Let me see. Everybody panic. Ah. Oh, you can see the chat box. Oh, good, it's moving. Okay, good. I fixed it. There's a little chat box on my tablet there. My ancient tablet on its wooden stand. Now let me just put this down where it belongs. Right yonder. There we go. Okay. Now, we don't need to see this. No! I biffed it. I'll put it over here instead. I'll put it in a different spot. Somebody type something. There we go. Good. Foiled again. Touch screens, bleh. Yeah, I don't like them either. Not reliable, Romhook. This book is far too large. It's many, many pages with many sections, but it's very interesting. Like, I'd much rather browse this book than scroll through some wiki, which may or may not have more information. Wikis tend to have too much information. Oh, look at this. This is Rudy Albero's Castle Grayskull in monotone again. This isn't a book about the art. That's a different one. I actually have the non-special edition version of The Art of He-Man and the Masters of the Universe for reference, so that I don't have to take it out of the fancy slipcase every time. There's nothing wrong with getting the non-special edition of things. In fact, it often works out far more convenient. And also on the back of this version, there's this really awesome picture of Skeletor on his throne, Beastman in the background. There's Evil Lynn, who used to be called Sultra. And well, she is. Which looks really good. Which I don't know if this picture is even in the book. I don't even know if it's in there, but it's on the back. I'm going to have to look through it and see if I can find it, and then find a much better quality version on the internet somewhere if I can. Sultra. Yeah, man. That's how it was. Here we are. This is your man Pixel Dan's book. Now, I don't know anything about this Pixel fellow. Someone said he was a YouTube man? Well, good for him. He's done fine work here on this thing. Pixel Dan. Chapter 1. So this is depicted into... this is separated into eras. The 1982 Masters of the Universe. And it's alphabetized, too. So you get weird stuff like the Meteorbs, which I don't like. I think I had one. Oh, no, I think I had a Rockman. And they suck. Like these... What is going on? They're not my bag. The attack track is actually a famous point of difference. It's like one of the points of difference that people point to anyway, between the toys and the Filmation cartoon. And in the Filmation cartoon, it's completely different. The only common thing is it's got these weird treads. And I get the impression from looking into this deeply now, looking at the artwork and the lore for the toys, that the people at Filmation working on the cartoon and the people who were working on the toys were really not working together. Like they had sort of an arrangement, no doubt. I don't think they were at odds, but they weren't working together. They were going in different directions for different purposes. Right? Oh, it's a Dragon Walker. I learned there's a different Dragon Walker and a different... And I find that the Filmation version, even though I have affection for it, is far inferior to what's actually established in the... Excuse me, the things are skew. Well met, Lead Mountain Widow. 38 months of power. Who thought we'd get to 38 months? Forsooth. Where was I? The Filmation thing is far inferior to what's shown, and far less appealing, and would have been far less appealing to me as a lad. Now, I did notice differences when I was a kid, and how things looked in the toys, and how many of the toys didn't really look like the things in the shows, and all that sort of thing. But I thought about it and I wondered at it, but I didn't have any way to get the knowledge of what was actually going on or anything like that. The 1987 movie is very interesting to me because it's a continuation of the toys and not related to the Filmation show at all. See, people talk about it, they think, oh, where's, Prince Adam? They don't really say this because they don't really want Prince Adam. No one really likes him. Most people anyway. Where's the continuity from the film? Because all they know is the Filmation thing. But the movie is a continuation of the toys, and the scenario is that Skeletor is in the castle, right? And he's going for the power. It's basically another mini comic, almost, that crosses over into the real world for wild reasons. So this is a thing I had. I had the Battle Bones. I'd never had enough figures to fill the Battle Bones, but I had some figures. And I remember the clips broke. Some of them broke, and I couldn't clip my man into the. These I don't think I ever had the ordinary first He-Man. I had Battle Armor He-Man and Battle Armor Skeletor, who had this gimmick of where you'd tap the front of their chest and it would roll to show a wound, right? A bloodless battle wound. It's a dint in the armor. But I seem to remember that there was like a red streak on at least some toy like this, where they had like a wound on the armor. These were very good. It's a great mechanism. It's a great like action feature, I guess they'd call it. I've got to zoom out a little bit here. My zoom is primitive. I lift the camera up higher. How do you like that? Now that's a physical zoom. Is it in focus still? I can't really see. If you can read the text by squinting, it's in focus. Alright. The small text, I mean. You get a little bit of information in this book, not too much. It's just a little. And if you want more, you can Google it. The battle bones I had. I really love the painting of the battle bones where everybody is sort of standing in it. There's even a painting, I think it might be a Rudy Obero one, where like all the good guys are in the battle bones and they're charging at the bad guys who are like in front of it. And the way they're positioned sort of implies that they're running forward, that you motivate the battle bones by running. You know? Transport of the heroic warriors, but you can put anyone in it. Well, there's Battle Cat, right? None of this Cringer business. Back then, we sort of pretended that without armor he was Cringer, but he was never Cringer. As I've explicated with this awesome artwork, which we can see here, the Rudy Obero Battle Cat artwork, which I had up at the start of the stream. Battle Cat is Battle Cat all the time. Armor or no. It's interesting stuff. There's the battle ram. In the comics, the mini comics, it's just this front part that detaches, that He-Man rides. So I think they call it the Sky Sled independently later, like in the Filmation thing. They use that for a. It's a That's what I read here. It's a repurposed Big Jim Tiger, completely non-articulated, and apparently He-Man rides it because they wanted to use the mold again, but it's so huge that they made like a saddle and a mask for him, so He-Man could just ride it. Apparently that wasn't the original intent. So it's kind of interesting. Notice how in that animation we just saw, Teela gets on Battle Cat, and to my mind, like Teela on Battle Cat suits him way more than having He-Man on there, in my opinion. Now it might just be me and my affection for fantasy chicks riding giant cats, which isn't the only reason I like the Night Elves, but you know, I think that was just a great image. There's something about it. Those giant cat riding women, Amazonian, like it's a whole thing. Giant wolves also work, which is why the orcs are pretty good sometimes. Nonetheless, there's some interviews in here which I didn't read. There's Beast. This always baffled me. Beastman's whip that doesn't look like anything. Turns out it's a repurposed thing from a different toy, which was much larger, that could actually grip the whip. For Beastman, they had to add like a little thing. Beastman's a toy that doesn't look much like his Filmation version, right? There's many of those. This whip thing. At least he has the whip. I think Beastman is awesome, right? He looks good. He looks quite different to his little, like, on the back of the box portrait. These are painted, though. They're not photos of the toys. They're painted. Painted, if I remember correctly, to represent what the toys looked like. I wonder who... Oh, the Bionatops. Oh, here's Blade from the movie. Look, the movie... I don't know. I think every new character they made for the movie is actually really great, though. I like Karg and Sarod and Blade and Gwildor. That's like the four. I think they're really good, like character designs that I enjoy. And I like Blade. Blade is almost the Tricops now that I think of it, and that he's a warrior who can hold his own against He-Man somewhat. Who has one eye. I am very fond of Blade. Well, I'm very fond of Anthony DeLongis, because he's in a lot of movies that I like. He's a fight choreographer and sword master, and knows his way around the whip as well. He taught Harrison Ford how to use a whip for one of the Indiana Jones movies. I don't know which. I think it was one of the later ones. And he taught Michelle Pfeiffer how to use a whip for Batman Returns. And he did fight choreography. And I think he was featured in... is that him who's in Sword and the Sorceress? Opposite... I think he plays one of the heavies. I think it's him. Opposite David Carradine. You know, yeah, none of the cartoon characters were allowed to die. If you wanted to kill someone, it had to be a Pressman creation. So only Sarod died. I think Sarod's design is absolutely awesome, and they wasted him by killing. I wish they didn't kill him. They got him out of the way so that they could get Evil Lyn, who was really well portrayed in the movie as well, into the picture. And the Blaster Hawk. Buzz-Off. When I was a kid, I desperately wanted a Buzz-Off, and I don't know why. Because I look at him now and I think this is one of the least appealing of all of the characters. This Buzz-Off. I like how he comes with an axe, though, despite having, like, bee pincer hands that can't possibly grip it properly. I wanted to this day, in my family, we call, like, big moths or anything, we call them a Buzz-Off. Oh, look, there's a Buzz-Off. Here's Castle Grayskull. Now, let's look at this. This is the first and chief of the playsets. That advert that we just showed, the dad talks about how this toy, this line of toys, the Masters of the Universe collection, as he called it, comes with its own legend. And the way it's set up is that this Castle Grayskull is like the center of all of the conflict. Both the bad guys and the good guys want to control it, and they try to control it all the time. And the toy comes with this flag that you can have either way to show who's in control, right? And there's good guys and bad guys, so it's set up. And the way he phrases it is that these toys come with their own legend. And it made me think, because I'm not an expert in toy history or anything, or expert, who is? There's like 3 people who are legitimate experts in this. Relatively speaking, well, there's more. Cyborg is awesome. Ralph Moyler's in it. You can see that a lot of the costumes would have fit right into the sequel they wanted to make, Old Conk, eh? There's a lot of chainmail that's very consistent with Blade's costume. You know? Yeah. I think if I remember correctly, they just used like costumes and I think sets that they'd already built. I don't think there's really anything of the script that was going to be. Nonetheless. Now, what was I talking about? Yeah. I think maybe Masters of the Universe was the first or really one of the early toy lines to have like a storyline built into it, sort of a premise, so when you're playing with it, you've got this context. I don't know if anything that came earlier had that. Like toy line specifically, not like an existing thing that then has a toy line attached, like James Bond toys, or Scooby-Doo, or whatever. Did the toy line... Was this like one of the first ones that had like a premise built in? Because I can imagine many toy lines like, say, Action Man, perhaps, old Action Man, being generally kind of vague in what was actually going on. Like, you've got your hero and you've got some villains, but some extra context didn't exist. That I don't know, and probably requires further research, but it's interesting to think about. Castle Grayskull is an interesting playset. Speaking of playsets, like, looking at these actually made me think about World of Warcraft. I'm reminded by the Chicks on Cats thing earlier. Made me think about World of Warcraft in a new kind of context. And why I enjoy like World of Warcraft and how I enjoy it mainly, like, is not really playing the game. Because a lot of the things in World of Warcraft are very playset-like. Like, you go to Anvilmar, you start in Anvilmar if you're a dwarf, and it's like a playset. It's like scaled up. Everything's scaled up slightly. It doesn't represent the full thing. Like, this is hardly like the full inside of a castle. It's just the impression of a castle. And you move your man around, and there's occasional action features. There's like chairs you can sit in, and there's a fireplace. Because when I played World of Warcraft generally, I'd find myself doing this. I'd move my character, I'd stand him next to the fire and just look at him. And there he is in the tavern, he's next to the fire. Or you'd go to if you're in Dwarven lands, you go to a Dwarven inn and there's the rooms underneath. They're down underneath and they've got cozy fires and beds. And you'd log your character off down there. Well, I would. I'd log my character off down there like he was resting. And I'd treat them like they were play sets. You know, the entire World of Warcraft is set up on playset scale as well, basically. Because the Castle Grayskull is not quite to scale, you know. It's good enough. but it's not quite to scale. And I've never thought of the way World of Warcraft is depicted as sort of in terms of play sets before. But it's very playset-like. A little bit Lego-like, a little bit, but it's very playset-like, which is very interesting to me, to think of it that way. And retroactively, I can see my behavior being kind of similar to how I would play with playsets if I was a kid. Although I never had playsets when I was a kid, really. I had a couple, I guess. I had a couple of, small ones. I never had, big ones. I never had Castle Grayskull. But I can imagine it'd be mainly posing the figures around it and moving them around rather than or certainly not like Hollywood children. You know, in Hollywood movie or TV, whenever children are playing, they have two figures and they just sort of smash them together. My memory of being a child, that's not how play goes, really. You don't just smash them together chaotically. There's a great scene in, I think it's Black Roses, of a kid playing with his toys and he starts hurling them into the fire. Now that's Hollywood. There's Clamp Champ, who I actually had, because I remember this thing being really awesome, and I got a blister on my finger from using that. Till you pull the red thing and the claws come out, see? And he clamps. I got a blister from this toy, I believe. The Power Pincer. The Clamp Champ snatches foes. I thought he was great. That's a great action feature. But Clamp Champ, here's the late period. Any of these toys that come in 1987 are in the failing period, where everything was going downhill. 1982, Castle Grayskull, right? Big success. 1987, things were going downhill. Clawful didn't show up until 84, and he's like a fairly prominent feature in the Filmation show. And he doesn't look like the Filmation character at all. Maybe he was reverse adapted. When did the Filmation show come out? It wasn't right away. It was sometime after. But I would say he was independently developed by the toy people initially. That'd be my guess. He's much more interesting. Cliff Climber Power Gear, featuring Man-at-Arms with no mustache. That's another 87. Like a lot of the... Can he go Magna? Oh, the Magna Claw. Who knows? Anything that's really extravagant like this, like extra power suits and guff like that, that's 87 desperate times. We've got to come up with new ideas, because everything that's really cool has already been done. Comatoid, Crocobite. Look at Eternia, by the way. This playset, I don't think I even knew this existed, but apparently it was around in 1986 with its 3 towers and its monorail and all of this sort of thing. This I never even saw. And I don't think they made any updated versions of this. If I go back to Castle Grayskull... here. Alright, if I go back to car, this is this is massively huge. There's these vehicles that go along the monorail, I understand, and you can hang your men from them or put them inside. It's really extravagant, but it's not that appealing, I don't think. Castle Grayskull is so simple and direct that this is much more appealing. And this isn't even the best version of Castle Grayskull. The pit trap drops down to basically nothing. There's a sticker there, and whoever you dropped isn't actually in prison. They're just down on the lower level. And that sort of thing, so it's not that appealing. But when they updated Castle Grayskull in the, let's look at Castle Grayskull in general, since we're here. All right, let's have a look. What's this? What is this period? This is space. This is the mysterious. I don't know much about it. Space He-Man. So I'm not going to dwell on it. It's kind of interesting though. I'd like to take a look at this period. I'm talking about the classics. I guess there's a Castle Grayskull for 2002 He-Man as well. Maybe we better check that out. Martial Arts He-Man. We're out of ideas. We need a variant. We need to release the main character repeatedly because they're featured in all of the stuff. But we can't just... I think they could have just kept the original figure in print. And I think it would have been successful, but people who already had the original figure wouldn't have kept buying it. I don't think McFarlane Toys has any influence over this. Man-at-Arms looks great in the 2002 series, in my opinion. I like his design. Everything's just a bit more bulky, a bit more exaggerated. And he's got a giant moustache, which really does suit him with that costume. I was going to look at Castle Grayskull. Oh, there's Evil Lynn. There's Faker. Here, Castle Grayskull. This Castle... Oh, God, it's a 4-pager. This Castle Grayskull, in my opinion, is way worse than the original. There's something super sparse about it, right? This one... It's like this one, there's 2 sections. It's like there's 4 rooms. There's the throne feature. There's all this. There's an elevator. There's all this stuff. This one seems so bare to me. I don't know if you agree. And it looks worse. The way the castle looks in this series in the cartoon as well looks bad as also for the record. I think it looks worse aesthetically as well. Although this does have the weird paint job where they spray painted the eyes. And like the postern door that doesn't open, you know, it seems very bare to me. It's got lots of accessories and stuff, but there's very little like potential to play with it. It's a setting, and like there's a little pen here, a fenced off area. Apparently, it had 2 releases according to this. There's a secret compartment where the power sword goes, I guess. Release 2 has got these switches for... Oh! Look at the dungeon door. That's kind of interesting. Where you can have a pair of eyes light up there. There's 8 Rufertian men. That's kind of an interesting feature. So it's got some light feature. With a prison that looks like anyone could escape from it. You know. It's pretty sparse. And not that appealing, I think. Although I think the toys from... Oh, there's the second version of the Dragon Walker where it's actually got legs. Who needs any of that? The true Dragon Walker is the one that... the far less convenient vehicle. To be honest with you. The classics version, however, of Castle Grayskull is like... Oh, the Horde Wraith. Horde Zombie He-Man. By 2019, the ideas were just gone. What have we got? This is like He-Man after he's been in the slime pit, I guess, is what the premise is. Is that what it says here? Yeah, slime pit zombie. That's it. The classics line were pretty out of control. The Grizzlaw, I would never see. This Grizzlaw is no match for original Grizzlaw. Is absolutely awesome. Where is he? G. There's the Fright Zone. We'll look at that in a minute too. The Fright Zone. F. Where's Grizzlaw? It's going to be after the Fright Zone, you idiot. Yeah, Grizzlaw's got to be on this page. There's Gwildor. Where's Grizzlaw? There he is. Look at him. There's something about original original Grizzlaw that is just great. Look at how fluffy they made him. Look at him. There's something adorable about him. I think according to this, he's got like a unique body underneath. He's not on the generic body. He's so fluffy, looks nothing like the cartoon version, of course, because Filmation weren't working together. They had like a mutual arrangement, but one hand did not consider what the other hand was doing. And I think like this Grizzlaw, probably in trying to look more consistent with the cartoon, actually loses a lot of Grizzlaw's charm. Though he's still pretty good. Right, the Grizzlaw. There's something more adorable. You don't want to attach like adorable to Grizzlaw, but he looks more. He's more like a Krite. If you've seen Critters, he looks more like one of the Krites, in that he's like this ugly, cute thing. There's Captain Pantsman for 30 months of power. Oh, thank you. And this thing has no appeal to me whatsoever. Gorilla. I don't get it. It's not even a proper transformation. It's just an egg shape that legs, arms, and a head pop out of, and it just retains the egg shape. It's no good. It's very limited appeal. I think the Meteorbs were a bad idea. I was looking for Castle Grayskull. That's D. I don't know what that thing is. I don't know what any of these things are. There's the Demo Man. The original concept for what Skeletor would become was a demon. Demons which exist in the the Masters. So there's an updated Clamp Champ. No doubt you'd get a Mega Blister from his giant grabber as well. There's Caster Speller. There's something that amuses me about that name. Yeah, Castle Grayskull. The classics remodeling of Castle Grayskull is like the fulfillment of the promise that the original sort of possessed. All right, if you look at it this way, and it's kind of a shame that it's in the classics line, because I don't know if kids were playing with these. This deserved to be played with by children who were having their imaginations, unlocked by the mysteries of Castle Grayskull. Because look at the back of it. It's got all the features, and all of the features are like updated. There's a prison that you fall into. The throne is still there. The suit on the wall, the robot suit or whatever it is like a 3D model. It's a much more robust edition that probably couldn't have been done in the ancient age. But it looks good. And it's far superior to the 2002 version. You get a lot of mileage out of this playset. Castle Grayskull is the central and most important, I think. It's got like a piece here in the center that it's got like land. I guess that you can put it there to fill it out instead of just having it folded out with just the carpet underneath it, I suppose. And the paint job is much better. It looks nice. The postern door actually works in this one, as they demonstrate here. You can actually get in the postern door. And I think the secret door, when the dad says Beastman is escaping, there is actually like a secret door here on the side in the throne room. So he was actually escaping. The dad wasn't making it up. I find that interesting. So the Classics line did some pretty good work here by like fulfilling the potential, to a degree at least, of the ancient Castle Grayskull. Your dad wouldn't. No, of course he wouldn't have. No doubt your dad is given to great heroics. Fascinating. There's Dragon Blaster Skeletor. All right, 1985, despite the high gimmick, where he has like a dragon wrapped around his body that sprays water. Right, that's interesting to me. It's an interesting gimmick, but he's sort of stuck with the gimmick. When I was a kid, I didn't really want these gimmick toys that had like a big variation or attached thing. I had the Battle Armor versions, and that was the limit of where I wanted to go with it. I really just wanted the original toy, like the normal version. Like if I had Evil Lyn, I would have wanted the Evil Lyn. Evil Lyn is Evil Warrior Goddess in the original version. Member of the Evil Warriors. Very plain toy. I guess she's got like the spring-loaded... most of these have a spring-loaded waist thing. I guess that's what she's got going on here. She's pictured with this orb in the back there spying on He-Man. The context she's pictured in is fascinating. I must look at like proper scans of these boxes that have these images on the back. Because she's like kneeling next to a swamp, conjuring up a vision of He-Man. That's kind of an interesting and compelling character. Extendar, 1986. I think 86 was the most profitable year for the... Sultra forever? Hey, man. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I agree with you. 1986 was a super profitable year from what I read at one point. And then 1987 was just 1/10 of 86. I don't know what happened. I guess it was all over. What picture? This one? The one on the back of... That's Sultra. Yeah, there she is. There's Panther, which is the same as Battle Cat's figure, but it's got Flock on it, which is kind of nice. I like that. There's Beastman in the back. Skeletor's got half of the power sword. That's a great image. I'd like to... That would be a pretty good poster to put on your wall, actually. It's got all the things. It's all the bad guys, who are generally the more appealing in toy lines. But I don't know if that's true for Masters of the Universe, because I kind of like the good guys as well. Fisto. The Fright Zone. This, during the age, would have been like the least appealing of the playsets. They try to sell you that it's where the Horde hang out. There's like 5 factions in He-Man. There's like the good guys, the bad guys, which is Skeletor, the Horde, the Snake Men, and She-Ra's gang, the Rebellion. Right? There's these 5 factions. There's all these factions. Like you don't realize that, but there's all these factions when you actually look at it. But to me today, this is like one of the most appealing things. It's I hope it didn't cost as much as Snake Mountain because it's quite small, but it's got this sock puppet that you wear on your hand and you put through the hole here, and you animate it yourself to fight the heroes. But what I like about it is that it's sort of advertised as a stronghold. It's not. This is just like a scenario scene, like a diorama kind of thing, where you put your characters and you have them adventure. Snake Mountain is just the same. Like Snake Mountain isn't really a headquarters for anybody as far as it looks. It looks like a scene, some scenery that you have for your figures. Like in the parallel with Warhammer, you get the scenery and you lay out the table where you get this bit of scenery, and it's part of an, and you can. The way it works out is that, especially when you look at the artwork, which I don't have a good version of, but there's He-Man facing off against the giant serpent that lives in the Fright Zone there. It's like you can pose the figures in these Frazetta-like scenarios, you know, which was the original goal, as per the memo. This tree up here is haunted. It can grab, like, the figures, I think it demonstrates here. So it's an interesting setting. Like, to me, this is way more appealing now for its like diorama potential than it would have been when I was a lad, because there's not much to it. There's like a prison, there's a sock puppet that comes out of the thing, and the tree grabs you, and it's kind of small. So it's as the Fright Zone, like the headquarters of the bad guys. It's not that. It's very different. Snake Mountain, was that a disappointing Christmas present for you, Razor? Because I find Snake Mountain kind of intriguing. Let me find Snake Mountain so we can look at it. There's a Rudy Obro interview in here. Oh, S comes after R. There's the Sorceress. There's Snake Face. Snake Mountain. Yeah, here it is. Snake Mountain. Yeah, man. Disappointing back in the day. I wonder how it compares with the later version. Snake Mountain has the voice changer. It's got that going for it. It's kind of sparse in back there. There's nothing there. There's a net. All the action is in the front. Like, this is not headquarters of Skeletor as far as I'm concerned. It's more like an adventure scene. If this is Snake Mountain, this is like the top, like less than 0.1%, and the rest of Snake Mountain is below it. And your heroes have adventured all the way up here to confront somebody. You know, whatever scenario you've got going on. It might be Skeletor. You might not have Skeletor. Maybe Tricops is up here. But what I find interesting about the design is how it's very evocative of the demonic. Like, this is always consistently called a demon face. And you've got this other demonic face. This is the voice-changing microphone that gives... I don't know what it does exactly, but it changes your voice. There's a fascinating, like, evangelical video that people used to watch and laugh at, where these evangelists... decrying these toys as the influences of Satan, that they have Snake Mountain there, and one of them gets the voice changer and he starts, I am Skeletor, and he looks like he's having a great time, to be honest with you. It's fascinating. I should have found that and shown it to you. But it's bad. I had a good laugh at that. They cited like... They watch the intro of Thundercats and they're trying to grasp onto anything. They're like, oh, there's a gymnastic element, which is evocative of Eastern mysticism. And it's like, guys, come on. I don't think they even mentioned Mum-Ra and like tying it into like the Egyptian. That's a whole other thing. Suffice it to say, I don't think they rehearsed ahead of time. Nonetheless. So Snake Mountain, Skeletor in the toys doesn't really have this headquarters. He's only after Castle Grayskull. I don't think he lives here. This is more of a setting for a scenario that you'd play out. And in that sense, it's kind of interesting. But it does look, there's nothing really behind it. Like, I don't get it. There's some stickers and very little else. You know? I probably would have liked it. But it's like a front only unless you're going behind it. Let's look at Rise and Shine. What is going on here? Reflections in red. This is like the Princess of Power costumes. When you're a boy, you get the power loader accessories and stuff like that. Look at Rotar. This always mystified me about like girls' toys, is that they were always getting these like costumes for the characters, because as I understand it, the girls' toys are going for a completely different like play objective. There's like what they call, I guess, doll play. It's not same as action figures, but it's the dress up aspect is very appealing to girls, and during that period at the very least. That was Catra. Catra's a whole other thing. Never mind She-Ra. It's a whole other matter. I was going to look at this. Did they even make a Snake Mountain for the Classics line? Scorpia. Did she even have an old toy? Was Scorpia a thing? I don't even know. Where's Snake Mountain? There's Sorod. See, Sorod looks great. He's completely wasted in the movie because they kill him off. But he looks good. He's got this great feature where his neck expands when he breathes. And the original toy, you'd manipulate something on his back, and sparks would come out of his mouth. You know. All the girls' toys come with combs, and they've got real hair, which is something that stopped happening when they started doing like She-Ra. She-Ra, actually, while we're on a She-Ra page, She-Ra is one of the clearest examples of the disconnect between the filmation and the toys, which are each their own thing. And I think the toys are the primary thing, because She-Ra, the toy, looks nothing like She-Ra, the action, the cartoon character, which is quite heavily tied in. Where am I? I mean, this is classic still. Go back. This is 2002. I've got to go all the way back. Where's the She-Ra stuff? Here it is. If I can find She-Ra, she looks nothing like it. Toy was designed completely independently of like the cartoon. So she has no resemblance whatsoever to this, which we would recognize as what She-Ra primarily looks like. And I don't know the relationship between them. I don't know if there was any enmity. I don't think there was, but I think they mainly ignored each other. I think I think Filmation and whoever was, because I think Filmation licensed the thing and they did their own thing with it, so they benefited from each other, but they weren't working together. She-Ra, there she is. Shower Power Catra. Jealous Beauty. I think I find Catra more appealing than She-Ra. What is going on? What is that thing? Shower Power Catra, the third and final incarnation. Oh, it's a pump. Oh! Can be filled with water and squeezed through the squirter. This attack is intended to put a dampener on She-Ra's festivities. They're never fighting. Like the girls' figures, they're never fighting. They're always doing some mild mischief. There's never any, like, battle conflict. It's always just general. I was looking for Snake Mountain. If they have a Snake Mountain. Oh. Should go this way. Skelcon, that's a whole other thing. I don't know what that is. Well, actually, maybe I do. I think this is when Skeletor, because Skeletor comes from another dimension, right? And he wants to take over Eternia so he can bring his people over. I think this might be a representative of Skeletor's people. I don't actually know. I didn't read the article. There's Skeletor. Look at normal Skeletor there. That's the classics version. So he's a bit more proportionate. He's standing upright instead of being in the slightly hunched battle pose. Oh, there's a picture of Snake Mountain. Yeah, look at that. I've gone past Snake Mountain. I've gone way past Snake Mountain. Shadow Beast. Look at that thing. I don't know if that has like an ancestor. I think that might just be a Filmation adaptation, actually. Shield Maiden Sherilyn. Who on earth? Based on the Larry Elmore. Based on the vehicle driver created by Larry Elmore for the artwork for the vintage monogram Attack Track model. Well. Larry Elmore. That confirms. I know I read it somewhere. I don't think I read it here, because I don't recognize Shield Maiden Sherilyn. Oh, the driver in the artwork was actually a male. But his appearance was also mostly obscured by the canopy. What are we talking about? Gem and the holograms? Hey, the Misfits, their songs are better. Where the devil is Snake Mountain? I guess Snake Mountain does not feature in this. Scorpion's a mystery. Snake Mountain. Snout spout. Source. Snake Mountain, here it is. I must have gone past it 8 times. This looks way more robust. The lava falls, the serpent coiling around the peak, much more evocative of what they would show in the cartoon, which was a great image. There's serpent carved into the mountain. I don't know if it's meant to be like an actual serpent in this, or if it's a... I guess not, because on the reverse it's like gone. It's like completely flat. Yeah, this Snake Mountain is gorgeous. Like, as with Castle Grayskull, they're sort of fulfilling the promise that that the original toy... So, the original toy is sort of a compromised version of this, it seems, in retrospect, you know. This is what they would have done if they could, perhaps. Only the adult collector market can bear this. There is a backside. It's on the back. It's on the next page. Skeletor's throne is here. Still a little bit sparse. Or there's some sort of altar of evil. Ghouly tentacles. Yeah, it's expanded a fair bit. It's obviously very large as well, because the figures are far. These figures, the classic figures, are larger than the old figures, and they are like smaller in scale next to the playsets as well. I don't think this got a fright zone though. Above Mortar's lair? Oi, maybe. I'd have Above Mortar's lair playset. Would there be a swamp out the front with Meg Mucklebones out the front? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this Snake Mountain looks really good. It's very like text. Look at these demon faces in the middle. It's very like textured, and like I said, it's not so much a lair, although they did put a throne in it, as it is like an adventure location. I think that of the Fright Zone as well. And Castle Grayskull isn't really anyone's lair either, except for the sorceress, according to the ancient lore and the Filmation lore as well. Yeah, I'd have a swamp. Yeah, that's right. What of it? I'd have a swamp with a hag in it guarding my realm. I don't think he... Was that outside Bavmortar's headquarters? I don't even know. It's been a while since I've seen Legend. Not Legend. I've seen Willow. Was there a swamp outside of Bavmortar's headquarters? Meg Mucklebones is in Legend. Is there a swamp there, or am I imagining it? What did she have? She turns the army into pigs, so I'm probably thinking of that. Like in terms of a swamp being at the front of a castle. Oh, there's Megator. I have him. I have him for some reason. It's Mechanic. Let's get back to the classic. Snake Mountain, anyway. Very interesting. I can see, like, how Snake Mountain would be a pretty disappointing thing to have in the old days. Because there's not much to it. It's kind of an empty place. Even though it appeals to me, I'd like it more now because of its scenic quality. Much like the Fright Zone, which is kind of a nice little scene. There's Grizzlor. Look how good he looks. There's like more modern Grizzlors that have no fur. He's like all just molded. And I think he looks worse. This is a terrible figure, the original Gwildor. I don't know if they did a Gwildor that's more accurate to Billy Barty's costume. But I tell you what, I could not fathom having this as a kid. Like, this is more of a present you'd receive without asking. Like Auntie So-and-so would get you a Gwildor, you know, for Christmas. When it was on special. I don't think you'd ask for Gwildor. It's not that appealing a figure when you could have any of these other figures for probably the same price. Grizzlor should come with a comb at the very least. I I think that's true. It's always an auntie, yeah. Grandparents tend to know better. Grandparents are extremely... Well, mine were pretty sharp. They knew what was up. Here's the original He-Man. Now that is basically a timeless sort of toy there. And in its period, it was inherently appealing to any lad who would have wanted an action figure. There it is. There's the fantasy artwork in figure form, which is unprecedented at the time. That wasn't a thing that happened until this. Right? You didn't have the muscle-bound barbarian hero figure that you could play with that was meant for you. It was on, like, your Big Brother's book jackets and album covers. Well, maybe album, I don't know what was going on in 82 specifically. And in his Conan comics, things that you would see and think were awesome but weren't meant for you. And when you're a lad, something that is of that genre that's meant for you would be resonant and instantly appealing. And that's the tone of 70s hair that's timeless. That's timeless, high-quality hair. I'll have you know, that's the hair of a normal man, out in the town, experiencing it all. Hurricane Hordak, what's his gimmick? 86, that's a late-era gimmick, Hordak. Horde Trooper. Few kids I knew had these. I think the He-Man sisters had these, actually. Or at least one of them. I don't know if you'd have multiple of a Horde Trooper. But this is a good feature where you hit him on the button and he pops apart. Jet Sled, 86, late period, big gimmick. There's King... now, King Randor is a low gimmick character. But look how kingly he is. He's a 1987. I wonder how many lads had King Randor. I wonder how many girls played with, like, the He-Man Masters of the Universe toys as opposed to the She-Ra ones. Because there were those sisters that I knew. So if I know one example personally, there must be thousands and thousands of others. Well, thousands at least. The Land Shark I had, Evil Monster / if there's one thing that that I think this was lacking in, like, the classic line was monsters. There's a lot of vehicles, right, / monster. There's a lot of techno vehicles thing. There's, like, the Roton and the Monstroid and the Dragon Walker. What this needed was some large monsters like the Demon. Remember the Demon on in the comic from just before? The Manny Faces episode? There was a big demon. Just needed a big demon. Or at least some sort of large monster that you could fight. Now, the Fright Zone gave you that with the sock puppet snake. That's great. That's a step in the right direction. A little more of that would have been big appreciated. I guess, you'd use your unrelated dinosaur figures. Here's the original Man-at-Arms with no mustache, as is the canon. I don't think he looks pretty good, but I think the design is strengthened by the mustache, Man-at-Arms. Very strong coloration, very simple, clear, great design. Right? Super good. There's a lot to be said for Man-at-Arms. Master of Weapons, but apparently he only comes with the mace. He doesn't come with a weapon rack as his... The Mantisaur. That'd be a great, monster. It is just a mount, though. See, he'd be good. This is the original Megator, which is, like, larger than the Classics line Megator as well. I think he's even bigger. He'd be good because he's a huge threatening monster. Evil Giant Destroyer. Oh, the Mega Laser. Ooh, which you buy on its own. See, this is the boy equivalent of the costumes, a gun. We don't have some flowery, dress. We buy a gun for our men. Then we can have real battle. Merman, so good. Look at him. That's an intrinsically appealing character. I didn't like Merman back in the day. I wouldn't have had his figure. I would have said no. I had Mechaneck, who was also pretty damn good, actually. When I was a lad. Well met, Amiga Cami. Look at this stuff here. There's an interview which I haven't read. Look at the Monstroid. This is what I'm talking about. A bit more of this. The Monstroid. You can have him clamp. It's even in the artwork. You can have him clamp figures. And he's got this rounded bottom and he rocks around and the top spins. And he's a chaotic monster. That's the kind of thing you want. Moduloc arguably qualifies as well. More monsters. But when you're a lad, you've probably got some other monster things, some dinosaurs and stuff. You might even have a few dino riders, dinos you can... Moss Man is awesome. I love Moss Man for some reason. I don't know why. There's something about this original figure, right? The way they've painted his face. Because this is Beast Man's head. I think it's all Beast Man. But it's flocked. And they painted over his fangs. You might be able to just make out that his fangs are still there. But they gave him more ordinary teeth. He was scented. He had like a pine scent or something. And he was flocked. And he had no other feature. But he's Moss Man. And that's great. I had Mosquito. You'd push the pump on the back and blood would flow through the window in his chest. To make it clear that he was drinking blood. Yeah, he had a mossy texture. That's right. He was textured. So you were specifically cautioned against putting him in the slime pit. Anything that was flocked or had fur, Grislaw would count to. You don't put him in the slime pit. Night Stalker. This is a boy's horse. None of those glittery, pristine, winged things from the girls' selection. No, sir. Night Stalker. The evil armored battle steed. There was a gift set released that included a Jitsu figure. Because of this, many fans consider Jitsu to be Night Stalker's regular rider. That might be true. Or Bear. No, never mind Owlbear. There's Ninja, 1987, so that's in the dying days. Yeah. They were trying to get the ninja market in 87. There's Panther. See, Panther was just Battle Cat with no helmet, and he was flocked, so he had fur. He looks good. Savage Cat. Again, I'd put Evil Lyn on top of him rather than Skeletor, but I don't know if like the girl toys fit on the riding beasts because they don't have like the leg bows. I'm not sure. There's Orko showing up in 84. I think Orko might be it just says here. Due to the success of the show, Mattel decided to bring Orko into the toy line. That's why he's so ill-fitting with the rest of the toys. Right? He's not native to it. He comes from the cartoon. He's not the real... Oh, his mini-comic is Slave City. We can probably get some answers about slavery in He-Man's world by reading that. Slave City. Point Dread. This bolts... there's even a picture. This bolts on top of Castle Grayskull. It's like an expansion set. And this you can put your figures in it. I think you fit 2 or 3. It'll say in the text. And it's got like a little pistol grip on the back so you can fly it around. And that's good. That's a good action feature. There's Ram Man. Ram Man completely unlike every other figure. He's just like a solid body mold with arms that don't match anyone else. He reuses no parts. You can see like some parts reused, quite a lot actually. Here's Prince Adam. 84 must have been the hot period for the cartoon, because this is when Adam shows up, who was a reworking of He-Man with a flocked vest. Pretty good. You think Orko might have inspired the Black Mage design from Square? When was Final Fantasy? He might have. I'm not willing to rule that out. Could have done. Hard to say. Yeah, he's hard. His arms are rubber though, aren't they? His arms are rubbery. They're solid, but they're not the same plastic as the rest of his body, if I remember correctly. I know this because my Ram Man got a cut, and it was like a flexi rubber stuff. I'm not sure. There's Ratlaw. I had Ratlaw, actually. He's one of the Snake Men. The Road Ripper. So this could have been a big serpent monster that we could have battled. There's the notorious Rio Blast. What is his game? He's the Gun Master. In my Masters of the Universe game, Rio Blast has blasting left and right, but he does not contribute to the hand-to-hand combat. You give that up for the advanced blasting abilities of Rio Blast. Well, what an oaf. Rio Blast. Roboto I had. He was great. Somehow I got sand in Roboto and his gears stopped working. I don't know what adventures he went on to get sand in his torso, but he did somehow. And it clogged up his gears. When you twist his torso, like in the picture here, the internal gears would work. And that went downhill. I had no idea how sand got in there. I think he was pretty well sealed. No idea what happened to him. There's Rotar. There's Roton. This also should have been a monster. You can get lots of action features on a monster, man. Come on. Saurod. This I had. I had the Saurod. He's from 87 to tie in with the movie. And I forget what the thing on his back even looks like. I can't even make out exactly what it is. Is it a little lever that you push up? What are you doing with him? But sparks would emit from his mouth. Oh. Spark features not found on toys any longer for their power to cause fire. I don't know, I thought the sparks were great. His torso is hollowed out, and he does not have the ability to turn his waist or head. And he does have a tail. Ah, yes. You repeatedly push the lever on Saurod's back. I'd have to look up a video of that so I can remember what he was like. Just exactly how he worked. He's also very unlike the rest of the figures. He's got unique arms and everything, a unique body. Screech. The barbarian bird, Screech. He's a beast of the evil warriors. I've no memory of him. The evil counterpart to Zor, I guess, the falcon. Now, this I actually had. I remember my mum got me Scuba Tack bloody Skeletor here. I had Skeletor in his scuba gear, and you could put him underwater, and because you'd put a battery in him, and this had a motor. And you put him in the bathtub or wherever, and he'd motor around. It's kind of interesting. Pretty good. I don't know if it came with Skeletor or if I had Skeletor separately of this, and it's just like equipment that you put on top of him. Motorized underwater battle pack. I guess it only comes with the gear. I must have had a Skeletor. Or maybe whenever I had it, he came with it. I'm not sure. This is the original Skeletor. Amiga Kami, did you get him? He's good. Classic design, everything's so clear. I always wanted the basic toys, you know. I always wanted the basic ones. I had like battle armor versions of Skeletor and He-Man because I think when I was actually like got my first Masters of the Universe toys, I don't know if the original versions were quite so common anymore. I was a few years older because this was in 82 and I didn't have them then. I didn't get in on the first wave, I don't think. There's the slime pit, notorious, which according to the art book cost Mattel a lot of money in replacing people's carpets. 80th anniversary. 40th, surely. Yeah, I'm also 80. Slime. I never wanted any of these slime. I didn't understand this. Like your slime, you put it in the thing and you use it once, and then what? Do you put the slime back in the jar, or do you wash it off and then you've used your slime? Or I feel the same way about like that He-Man who came with the caps, where you'd use his punch function, and it's probably in here somewhere. He's like Mega Punch He-Man or something. Thunder Punch, I think. Thunder Punch He-Man. Does it go back in the jar? Are you going to lose some every time you... It's like a toy that you can't keep. It's like it sucks. The Sorceress didn't get a toy until 87 because she was irrelevant to the toy line. She was like a Filmation thing. This form of the Sorceress, this design, even though I like it. I do like that design. As time goes on, the gap between Masters of the Universe and its cartoon closed a little bit, but it never fully closed. I think even up until the end, the toy line wasn't heeding. I think I had Spikor, or someone I knew had Spikor. Oh, look out, there's some variation. An uncommon variant of Spikor features rows of 4 spikes on each side of his torso instead of 3. How interesting. Some manufacturing change went down. Spider. See, that's a monster. That's you can respect, even though it's mechanical and not as interesting as a giant spider would be. Now, yeah, but you got to buy all the replacement cans. Like, you can't keep it. You use it and it's gone. I don't know. I wasn't one of the slime toy kids, so I don't know the secret slime lore. Squeeze, what is his game? Stilt Stalkers, Heroic Battle Stilts. I don't know about that for a... Battle Stilts? It's got a radar dish? Come on, man. Oh, the Imperial Guard were inspired by this, however. So were the Eldar. The Eldar Walker, basically the same. Yeah, I suppose. You treated it like pop caps. Okay. See, I never had those either. There's Stratos. The Winged Warrior, it says there. So there's Tila. Warrior Goddess. With this awesome cowl, which as we see in the mini-comics is represents the sorceress in the oldest version. Tila's usually blonde in those comics as well, which contradicts the toys. So I'm not sure what or who Tila is exactly in those comics. She's someone different from the sorceress in those, at least in those later ones we were looking at. And the Cyclone, look at him. I never had him, but he's got an awesome action feature because he spins round and round, which is pretty good. My mum was always concerned with the action features. He couldn't do nothing. Here's Thunder Punch He-Man, where you put these caps in him, and I guess you spring him back and forth, and it sets off the caps. The Thunder Punch. He looks pretty good. I like the red harness design, actually. It looks good on him. Terraclaw Skeletor. Another classic, which I have like the classics version of that. Look at him. This is his new plan. I don't understand this thing, though. It's like reminiscent of the Battle Bones. It's like a handheld Battle Bone mimic that he swings forth. It's kind of interesting, I guess. 85. This was 85. This was still in the hot period. Well, I guess the hot period is from the start until like 86. Oh, Tower Tools Power Gear. Finally, a toy for the working man. Look at it. This was 87, the Desperate Era. Desperate Era, I mean. This must be companion with that scuba gear, actually. Tower Tools Power Gear. Oh, you can hang perilously off the edge of Castle Grayskull. I never understood the appeal of caps. I never got it. I'd always just make noises. I'd go, patoo, patoo. You don't run out of that. What does it matter? You don't need the caps. A lot of kids were into the caps, though, I guess. I guess they weren't that expensive to buy. This is a working man's toy. The Power Gear. Oh, the strip. Oh, yes, the strips. I remember those as well. Yeah, I bet they don't make that. They don't make realistic toys either. There's Tricops, my new like favorite character, Tricops. Evil and sees everything. There's no indication how awesome he is on this toy box at all. It's all in the comic. Right? The Terror of Tricops. It's there right behind him in the packet. So you don't even know. When you're a kid and you get Tricops, you have no idea how great he is. You don't know until you read the comic and you're like, holy smokes, this character rules. And he basically takes over instantly from Skeletor as main bad guy. In my house, he would have. He would have been the man. Tricops. Mini-comics. He-Man and the Insect People. The Obelisk. The Secret Liquid of Life. And the Terror of Tricops. Is this comics he came with over time, or is this like comics he appears in? I don't know. That's a mystery I'm not sure of. What is this thing? Warrior's Ring. That must be the Warrior's Ring. Oh, there's a Warrior's Ring. I see. All right. There's Trapjaw, companion to Tricops. They always hang out for some reason. They're like the mercenary faction of Skeletor's minions. I don't remember the rings at all. I didn't have Trapjaw or Triclops. I think Triclops is one of the best like designs though. He's instantly intriguing. He's just elevated by his mini comic. Because that's what you want when you get like a villain figure. You don't want someone who is a buffoon. Like you read the comic, and he is fully capable of defeating He-Man. He's just clever. He's clever and he's strong. And if it wasn't for He-Man's great strength and battle wisdom, Triclops would have won the day. It's pretty good. Very impressive. Oh, Tongue Lasher. I don't remember him at all. Turbodactyl? Tuskor. I don't understand the Meteorbs. I can't imagine wanting one when I was a kid, I guess. Yeah, he realized that the legends about He-Man were true. But he seems like the kind of guy who'd have another go at some point with an even more cunning plan. There's Too Bad. The variant. Ah, yeah, I saw this when I was flipping through this at some point. Where later variants of Too Bad have this flat back. They don't have like the full... They don't have the full body as it's listed here. Let me shove the book over. I remember seeing some lads had this where it was flat on the back. It didn't have like the full... That's kind of weird. Just to cut down on materials. You give him a jewel. You give him a jewel in the game. That beats him. That's good enough. He detains you. That's his power. See, look at his detention fists. It's just what he does. Oh, see, this is a respectable monster, a Tyrannosaur. That you can have your heroic characters fight without fear. There's Titus as well. I don't know who Titus is. He's 1988. That is beyond the late period. Member of the Heroic Warriors? Web Store, complete mystery. I don't know that I saw Web Store ever. Might have done. Oh, the weapons pack. Look at this. There's the notorious black Zodak armor that people would put on Wanda. On the Savage He-Man. Another text adventure Tiro DVD. I'm missing a lot of chat going on because I'm mainly looking at the book. Whiplash. So they were wise to not have like Whiplash and Clawful in the movie. Like, yeah, get rid of them. Make up these new characters who are way better. Have Blade, have Karg, and Sorod, and Gwildor. All the new characters they made for the movie are good. There's Zor, Fighting Falcon, which Filmation decided the Sorcerer should turn into, instead of just being like an ally. You know. I think that represents the Falcon that comes and warns the Sorceress about, there's Zodak. I don't understand Zodak very well either. I never saw him. Like, I don't know exactly what he is, or who he is, or what he does. Meg Foster. She could have carried that costume as it was originally intended. And by that I mean, I think the costume... And I think Skeletor's costume was intended to show more skin. Like, you can see where there's like a mesh bodysuit under it. And if you ignore that, you can kind of see the original design of the costume, and it's very Sorceress-like. And Skeletor's is a little bit more Skeletor-like. I think Frank Langella could have probably carried the physical demands. Here's the Princess of Power. Like, none of the bad guys of She-Ra are in the Princess of Power line. They're all in the boys' line, like Hordak and Leech and all these gross monsters. That's boy stuff. Forget about it. I think there's only like... What? I think there's only like Catra. There's... Oh, and Entraptor, I guess. Wound up in... And this is the only dude, Bo, the special friend, who helps She-Ra. Arrow. It must be Bo's horse. The true blue horse flies Bo to victory. That's pretty good. Is there a Scorpia toy? There's like a classic Scorpia toy. There's Bubble Power She-Ra with a comb. They all have to have a comb because they've got like... What's the technical toy term for like the hair? It's like It's not real hair, but they've got hair. They don't have molded hair. Maybe it'll say. All the horses have, like, hair. Blue lightning! What is this? Oh, it's a costume. Fancy gown. Shield hides lightning bolt. How interesting. Does the box tell you what characters can even wear it? Because, like, they don't all have the same body. See, I don't know about fashion toys. That's what these are called, like fashion toys, like aside from Barbie, which Mattel also makes. This was like a fashion toy variant that belonged to the He-Man universe. They don't have Masters of the Universe on the boxes. They have Princess of Power. And it's coloured correctly to fit in the girls' aisle as well, which was 99% completely pink. When's Fashion Padme? I still haven't looked at that link, Rufus. Fashion Padme. What else have we got here? Oh, Bubble Power She-Ra. Here we are. Says these are quite rare. I wonder if you were encouraged to use the official She-Ra bubble mix. I wonder if it had like glitter in it or something unique. That can't be right, because bubbles are they're shiny enough. Butterflyer? What on earth is this? Is this the bone thing equivalent? They're all in there. You can only fit 8. How many could you fit in the bone dragon? That's Eternia. That's Clamp Champ. Don't worry about him. He gave me a blister. With his contraption. Because the trigger. I used it so much. There's Blade. Ugh. What was the thing called? Battle Bones. There it is. Battle Bones. Look at how many dudes you can fit in there. You can get 12 in there. In 1985. This is the year after. Although this has got like a ship's figurehead. That's kind of a nice design. Does it have a wheel? Oh no, maybe that's a handle. I guess it's supposed to fly. Like you... Yeah. I see. That's kind of nice. You know, that's probably better than the Battle Bones. Actually. It's a little more interesting. What are you moaning about, Rufus? You got Calder Gump? That seems about right to me. Caster Speller. There she is. She's got a hypnotic wheel. A comb, a collar, and a skirt. Those are her accessories. The hypnotic wheel. Caster Speller. She's an enchantress. So what better accessory than a magic hypnotic wheel? The wheel also fits into her back using a single peg, and you can spin the disc to enchant her enemies. How interesting. The sticker on the wheel is a yellow prism with orange and yellow spirals. Caster Speller. What kind of a name is this? Catra. Now, this is a true character. This is like one of the only 2 or 3 bad guys in the whole thing. It'll probably even say. Catra was made to be the primary villain in the toy line. In fact, in the first wave of characters, she was the only villain. She looks nothing like the Filmation character. Those Filmation yahoos were cowboys. Coming up with probably designs that are easier to animate, maybe. And Catra's Filmation design is pretty good in general. But this is like original Catra, hey? The Filmation cartoon reveals Catra's ability to transform into a cat. The transformation in the toy form occurs as follows. Put on mask. She's a cat. Scratching action waist. Put on mask. Oh, she has a mask. Oh, she's got a hissing cat shield as well. It's going... That's because she's jealous. Right? But she's alone. She's the only villain. It's like, what's going on? Is it her problem, or is she being, like, kicked out by all the popular girls? I think you can get a lot of sympathy for poor Catra here. She's allegedly a member of the evil horde, but she's alone in this toy line. They all come with combs and brush. You bet they do. All the horses are going to have brushes as well as combs. Claudine. She's not alone. Glamorous cat carries Catra to adventure. I didn't know about this. Claudine. And it's not the same mold as Panther and Battle Cat either. See, she comes with a brush and a comb, because you've got to brush the Boys Flocked cat toy didn't come with a brush or a comb or anything. We got ripped off. And we didn't get no dainty saddle to accommodate Tila neither. This doesn't look like anything... Well, I guess these don't look anything like the Masters of the Universe toys, which are all warrior figures, even the women. They ain't no Evil Lynn and Tila worked into the Princess of Power business. They're their own thing. I want the dirt on Claudine. Claudine is the one and only cat produced for the Princess of Power toy line. She is flopped with pink and has curly pink rooted hair. Rooted hair. That must be the term for... because it's rooted in the plastic, I guess. Using a different mold from the He-Man cats. She has a closed mouth and a more slender frame. The box for Claudine lets us know that, at least in Mattel's version of the story, she is responsible for teaching Catra how to transform into a cat. Wow. Her most notable feature is her eyes. They are clear jewels, are they? We don't really get a good look. This picture's very small. Clear jewels. Oh, it would have been good to get a close-up there, bloody Pixel Dan. It's Dan Haggerty or whatever his name is. This Pixel Dan guy. Just get a close-up, man. There's plenty of space. Claudine's harness and saddle are two pieces that fit together to make up her complete gear. Okay. It attaches securely under her belly and around her neck. The saddle part fits a figure securely as well. Much more so than the other steeds. Oh, really? The figure kind of snaps into place. Claudine's features are accented with green eyeshadow and black nose, mouth, and whiskers. Claudine is pretty uniform in production, but some countries give her a much brighter green paint around her eyes and slightly darker pink flocking. It's a mystery. So Catra has a giant beast to ride around, at least. She's not completely alone in the world. Colourful secret. There's another fashion costume. Like, what do you say about this? Another gown-style fashion. Sparkling collar. The packaging reveals the secret surprise. A sword can be hidden behind the figure's back to be pulled out on a moment's notice. How about that? She-Ra is always ready to stand up to Catra, even in fancy dress. Due to its variety of colour, this fashion displays nicely on nearly all figures, even Catra herself. They could fight it. What? Crystal Castle, right. This is the She-Ra playset thing. Has this got 4 pages, or are we only on 2 pages? There's a whole other thing. Crystal Fall, we'll get to that. And what is this? There's a fluffy, blanket or rug or something here. See, the girl's fortress is more like... the whole thing is boudoir. It doesn't seem to have any battle function. It's just a 2-level boudoir. There's a bed in there. See, look, in my later years, I can appreciate this stuff. You have a bed and a fireplace. It's really cozy. There's a chest. There's a map of the world on a little table. I think even as a lad, I would have appreciated my figures having a bed. I don't know if they fit fully in there, though. She-Ra sort of has to sit in it. I don't know if these were big sellers. I don't think the Princess of Power was meant to be a big seller. Just sort of to hold its own enough, I guess. Well, it's kind of interesting. Fluffy blanket is for the bed, of course. The battle boudoir. It seems like entirely a boudoir to me. Entirely, because there's like a mirror here, there's a bed. I don't know what's going on up there. What is that? The castle can be closed and latched. Alright. Hang on, let me have a scan through the... The throne has a place to fit She-Ra's shield. The throne? Oh, this. That must be the throne. Alright. Oh, it's got an elevator as well. Ah! Yeah. They advertised this on the Macy's Thanksgiving thing that had that big float. Like it was, and She-Ra can be pulled up to the top. She emerges from the top on like the elevator or something like that. When you pull the thing. It's this thing, I think. This round thing. It's attached to a line or a string or something that pulls like a... I guess it's the throne that goes up. Goes up to the top. And down to the bottom as well. Alright. That's kind of good. I like the castle in the clouds sort of thing. Or it's like it's on a peak. that's so high up that there's clouds. The clouds are molded into the thing, by the way, which is kind of interesting. It looks pretty good just from the front. Like, not too bad. This is a mystery. Crystal Falls. Refreshing water wonderland for She-Ra and her friends. Ah, it's got goblets. What are these? Cushions? This is just for lounging. It's not even a battle station. The second and final playset. The Crystal Falls is a relaxing retreat for She-Ra and her friends. This is typical fashion doll stuff. Where you have your dolls posed around like in relaxing locations, in luxury. You put them in luxury. That's what you do. So what is it? Oh, it's got a pump. Ah, is it battery powered? When assembled properly, the Crystal Falls will pump water out of the top orchid when the pump is pressed, spilling water over the small shell to the largest shell, at the bottom, which drains back into the system, to be pumped through all over again. Do you have to pump it manually, or does it have battery power? Surely you don't have to go yourself. That'd be too much. Is this the pump, this big button here? You'd want it like running all the time, wouldn't you? You'd want it going brrr. Oh, so you've got to do it yourself. That's not as exciting. There are 3 levels for figures to occupy. This is like the Fright Zone equivalent, where it's not that huge, but it's like a scenery thing. Many can fit on this playset at once. You're damn right. Comes with several small pieces, all made from the same golden plastics. Goblets. And combs for some reason. Perfume bottle, is it? The box indicates that the waters of the Crystal Falls are magical, but it doesn't tell us all this water can do, other than to refresh visitors, leaving the creative play up to the child, where it belongs. Ye gods. Look at Catra. See, this is what I'm talking about. Catra's just sort of sneaking round the back here, looking like, oh, what are they up to? She's probably not allowed to visit the Crystal Falls. Poor Catra. She has to wait until they leave before she can be refreshed by this magic. Oh yeah, it shows you everything. I'm sitting on this page speculating and not looking over here where it just shows me what does. It's kind of an interesting thing, I guess. Crystal Moonbeam. Crystal Sundancer. What are these? I thought there was only 1 horse, but there's apparently 50. Winged Stallion protects Crystal Castle at night. Ah, no wonder it doesn't need guns on it. It's got these magic horses. Lovely winged protector of Crystal Castle by day. Aha. All right, it's all making sense. Transparent horses, eh? How strange. Yeah, you think it's because she's got black hair? Is she the only one with black hair? She's got so much hair. Like, look at the length of it. Look at this is a cattail, is it? She's got like an extra... I don't know if that's attached to her head or part of her hair, or maybe it's part of the skirt. I don't know. It's a mystery. Catra. Yeah. If there's a Crystal Swift. There's another horse. Crystal Swiftwind? There's another costume. I'm suddenly intrigued by all these, like... When I was a lad, I would have glossed over all the... I wouldn't even looked, probably. I would have looked at it and thought, that's girl toy business. And ignored in favour of whatever... Was this, like... Manny Faces equivalent... like, girl... Double Trouble. What's the other face? What's going on? She can switch from friend to foe. She just gets a different expression. That's kind of interesting. She just gets angrier. She turns from friend to foe. It's alright. She's got this big magician helmet on. It's kind of an interesting helmet, I suppose. Enchanter. See, a swan. That's not too bad. This is not another horse. She has 2 emotions. Oh, she's a good guy? Oh, I guess she can turn to foe, but... I wonder if she's chaotic like like Manny Faces is. There's Entraptor with a massive, long double braid. Fit to be tied. Glamorous gown with life-saving scarf. What on earth does that mean? The golden vest is adorned with a large pink prisoner, special flaps, headdress and choker. The packaging gives instructions for dressing the figure and states that the secret surprise as gently pull scarf from vest and used to make rescues. Oh, I see. Sounds like a secret long rope for advanced scenarios. That's kind of interesting. Fit to be tied. It's a costume. Look at Entraptor's like body. She's got like chromed legs and stuff. Tricky golden. Oh, she's evil as well. That's right. She hangs out with Catra. She's also evil. Can she wear these costumes? Or do they normally have leg articulation? I have no idea. Flight of Fancy. This is 90% good guys. Yeah, we know what happens in the battle boudoir now. We figured it out. Flight of Fancy. Flower Power. Flight of Fancy. What is it? Pantaloons. A magical sword. Swords keep coming up, but there's not a lot of battle context here. Flutterina. Froster. They gave her a fan. Look at it. Snowflake wand, they call it. That is a fan. This Froster, keeping cool in summer with like a pedestal fan that she carries around. What's that all about? Ice Empress of Etheria. It's just some fan. What's her gimmick? Oh, you blow on it and it spins. Ah, I see the little picture here. That's a fan. The Snowflake wand is a liberal... I think we should like call our pedestal fans all snowflake wands and stuff now. And my air conditioning can be an impermanent enchantment cast upon the chamber. I like that. Whoa, look at this! Giant bloomin' Snow Queen costume. Golden coat. Fluffy, furry disguise. I find myself amused by this. What is going on here? Gorgeous golden white fashion suitable for chilly climates. To moist heat? Yeah. That's what we should call it. Steam. It's moist heat. Glimmer. What's she got? A staff. It doesn't detail what the staff is. It's a robe, though, with a crystal in it, looks like. And a crown. Right? Hidden gold. This has got a giant mask on it. That's like a full-face knight's helmet. Helmet with chiffon veil. All right. Oh, yeah, it's got like a horsehair plume and stuff like that. Hidden gold makes the wearer ready for anything. It is a dressy gown and armor all in one. It features flowing yellow chiffon fabric and a shiny golden helmet and skirt. Hopefully the focus is... I don't know if we're starting to lose light, everybody. Cowl. What's he doing here? Hold on to your hat. This is another costume. This one is nearly bloody a coloured version of when Lily gets charmed by darkness and she gets that plunging neckline costume, because that under there is like inherent to the figure. It's got like a mega collar and a plunging neckline. Hold on to your hat. Pretty hat? Where's the hat? Becomes a secret shield. What part is the hat? It's got a parasol cover, sword, and a hat/shield. I would have been very underwhelmed, though. Yeah, didn't hold on to it, I guess. Where's the hat? What is this contraption on the back? Is that part of the figure? It's not part of the... Is that... That might be like the angel character. Does she have those wings? The mystery of Wonder Bread He-Man, just... Look at this. Savage He-Man, that's been sold since. Remarkably, I think. And yeah, this is the wing girl here. She's got those wings, the wing accessory. That's a respectable look. Action. It's got an action feature. Hold on to your hat. Cowl, I don't think we need any of him. Member of the Great Rebellion, not in my house. Oh, the Janice Varney Hamlin. Wonder who this is. No. Director of worldwide marketing for fashion dolls at Mattel. Okay, so she was boss of this line, basically. Who is this? Hides and sees all in Etheria. He ain't no Tricops, I can tell you that. Even he comes with a brush and a comb. With zero articulation. What is this? He's one of those rolling figures. You pull him back. Yeah, one of those... I don't remember him at all. I don't think he was in any of the cartoons. He might be... Oh, Lukey. I read his name wrong. Lukey. I have no memory of him at all. He was in? He looks very Filmation looking. He's from 1987, so I'm not surprised. That was like the last moments. Mermister. Here's a real character. I've got memory of Mermister. Like she's got this... It's like a sarong you wrap around, and it's her mermaid tail. It sort of hides the lower half of her body there. It's kind of interesting. I remember that. I think the He-Man sisters might have had a Mermister, because I remember this. She also has a shield. No sword, though. She has a comb. Mini-comic. A fishy business. I better get into these Princess of Power mini-comics, too, to get the true lore. None of that Filmation business. Netossa. She has a giant net. The same... Oh, she's netting Catra here in the example frames. Oh, bloody book's gone off the... It's just a troll doll? Oh, my God. Well, I'm not surprised. Netossa. Peekaboo. Ready and Red. Perfumer. Oh, she's got a thing that blasts sound. They all seem to have these shields. Not a lot of swords. There's a few swords. Furry winter outfit hides a powerful suit of armor. Powerful is in quotes. Look at the giant cape this one has. Powerful suit of armor? Where? Gently pull off the cape. Remove furry dress and reverse to reveal a suit of armor. Alright. It also indicates that She-Ra is able to use her cape as a net to trap entraptor. Or save someone in trouble. That sounds like she's hoarding in on Netossa's gimmick there, actually. Where was Netossa? She was like one back. She's like a fully dedicated net user, and here's She-Ra showing up, or whoever this is. Who's this with the black hair? Is this Catra? I think that's a Catra wearing it, actually. Only evil girls have black hair, remember, everybody. That's what we're learning from this. Reflections in red. Oh, the mirrored shield. How interesting. Or at least it looks mirrored. It better be. It's called Reflection. Oh, shield. Ruby red crown. Shield becomes mirror. Rise and shine. Lacy lounging gown hides a sparkly suit of armor. These are all very boudoir sort of costumes. All the evil ones might be blonde, yeah. What about Scratch and Sound? Is it another bloomin' horse? What about Scratch and Sound Catra? What's her game? Scratch and Sound Catra. She's got a new she's got a different tail. Utilizes an updated sculpt to feature swivel head articulation. Yeah, you heard the man. Using the lever on her back will raise and lower her arm with the curled fin. Her arm has... Ah. Hang on. Where's that? Oh, that's why she has scratch action. One of her hands is going like that. She hisses and scratches at She-Ra, apparently. It's my kind of girl. Well, where were we? This results in a scratching sound, hence her name. The sculpt is reused identically in the final series, except for the scratching motion. Oh, come on. Her furry tail is fixed to her figure and is not intended to be removed. Scratch and Sound, Catra, Entraptor, and Sweet Bee come with the same comic. Who the hell is Sweet Bee? Sea harp. Look at this thing. This is a bloody lounging seahorse you can ride around in. There's no battle vehicles. It's all luxury and lounging and reclining and hanging out in the boudoir and getting on the mermaid thing, the winged transport, hanging out in the castle where there's a bed, changing clothes, changing into other clothes, revealing secret clothes. There's another Catra. That shower power Catra that we looked at before. Elegant riding gear. Hidden treasure map. It's kind of intriguing. This one has a sword. Sash with cape. Oh, that's the map. This actually is a map. Gently pull sash to the side to reveal hidden pocket with map. Fashion features. Never mind action features. There's She-Ra. There's original She-Ra. Now remember I read in the Art of He-Man that when they were testing this toy, like they'd give it to kids to play with, they didn't like the mask version. Like all the girls who were playing with it turned the mask upside down so it would look like this. So that became the default look. They didn't like covering a face. That's like a villain move, apparently, or something like that. They had some rationale, I guess, these kids. Look at Catra. She's got this hissing cat shield's back, I see. Jealous beauty. That's always her. She never gets over this. She's always in the throes of jealousy, Catra. Silver Storm. Silver Storm flies Catra to mischievous adventures. No kidding. She has a horse and a cat. I mean, Catra's got all the stuff. You don't need no swan. You've got the horse and a cat. And you get to lurk and drench them with your water pump when they're hanging out at the fountain anyway, just to show them. Spinderella, what's her game? Oh, she spins. Oh, of course. Oh, she's got a platform she spins on. I was going to say, does she have like the cyclone thing where her waist goes round? No wonder she's got these long tassels. Starburst She-Ra, what is this? Oh, it's not a costume. That's a She-Ra variant with an extravagant cape. Another storm flies Catra to exciting adventures. Wait a minute. Silver Storm flies Catra to mischievous adventures. She has a separate horse for the kind of adventures she's going on. This one's got like a mask, so it's in disguise. Does the cape have a brush? There's a comb. There's a comb in there. Storm. You see, Catra, typical loner, is off having her own adventures and fun. She leaves these social butterfly types to their own devices. Even her horse is like raven-haired. I wonder if they put that Claudine. I wonder if they put Claudine in the cartoon. I don't remember her. Like she's some cat though. Sweet Bee, honey of a guide. A guide? Guide to what? Oh, here's Swiftwind, original Swiftwind. Beautiful horse, Spirit. Becomes magical flying unicorn. Spirit? Oh no, Storm. That one's Storm. Excuse me. I was going to say, I thought Catra's horse was turning into... That can't be right. Because how are you supposed to have exotic air jousts? You know, She-Ra on one side, Catra on the other, and they come together. Lances. You can't have lances, though. I guess they're going to joust with brushes. Veils of mystery. Layers of veils hide a secret sword. Isn't it just in a scabbard? It's kind of got an exotic curved scabbard there. Veils of mystery. I wonder if there was any kids who had like all of these and had like all these separate scenarios and deep lore that they made up with that like corresponds to all of the costumes and who's wearing them and why and what they do. Oh, here we are. It's Claudine. I see. Catra comes with a Claudine there. These are the gift sets. Spirit is the civilian form. I don't know why. Like, there's apparently like not unicorn, but winged horses are just a general thing around here in Etheria, apparently. Well, Catra's got 2 of them. Catra's got like a stable of horses. Oh, look out, Venezuelan variants, eh? Oh, Brazilian variants. Oh, God. That's too deep lore for me. That flick, it's kind of an... I didn't think I'd find these interesting at all, like the girl toys, because I didn't play with them, but it's kind of interesting. There's some funny things in here. There is only two, like, villains. There's assorted animals, I guess, but there's only Catra and there's only Entraptor. They're just the bad girls who are out on their own. I really know next to nothing about this He-Man thing here. 1989's He-Man revival. Oh, is Caster Speller a villain? I thought she was one of the good guys. I'm going back to make sure. Can she be trusted? She's an enchantress, after all. There she is. No, she's a member of the Great Rebellion, it says here. And she doesn't have, like, a black border. She looks suspicious. I'm going to put Caster Speller on suspicious notice. When they remade figures, they didn't... When they, like, for the classics, did they do many of these? And did they have real hair? I don't think they did. So you're not going to get, like, Catra with a giant mane of hair. Which I think is a step down, frankly. You know. I think that's a step down. I bet they didn't remake all their costumes. I bet they didn't remake Enchanted Castle. I'm going to have to figure this out. I remember this came out and I had no interest because it was like, hey, what is this? That's not He-Man. When I saw the figures, I didn't see the cartoon, I don't think, that went with this. Like, I saw this and this is like, this isn't He-Man. There might be good toys, though, I guess. If you approach it from the toy point of view. Hydron! Is he a merman equivalent? No, he's a good guy. What's going on? Did all the characters get... No, it's got a bunch of new characters by the looks of it. Lizor. Optic. Who has an eyeball for a head. Member of the Space Mutants. The Space Mutants are the bad guy in this continuity. Nocturna. What? Known as the martial arts master of the Galactic Guardians, Nocturna has the ability to deliver a power sidekick to his foe. Nocturna really seems like a girl's name. This is a muscle man figure. Sidekicks, eh? Alright. The martial artist. With a name like Nocturna, I think we thought we were going into, like, Sultra territory. Oh, hello, I've never seen this before, at least I don't think. No, it's a comet, it closes up completely. That's kind of interesting. Right? Well, look. Spawn of Urkel. She-Ra caught on, because, look, the toy line didn't vanish instantly. It was active from, like, 85 to 87, at least. 86, this was 87. The castle was 85. It wouldn't have been super popular, I guess, but I think it would have held its own. Like, I don't think the toys are unappealing. His Catra at 85, so she would have been the first rank character coming out because she's a villain. She's the villain. And I think the latest date I saw in here was 87. And I think that was it. 3 years. There's like a 3-year bracket there we can talk about. They're a different... They're not an action figure, they're like fashion dolls. Which is okay. Like, I didn't really have toys like... I didn't, like, play with toys in a fashion doll sense, but I knew a lot of girls who did. And I knew at least some girls who had, like, some of these figures. I couldn't tell you which ones, except maybe Mermister, which the He-Man sisters had. They had Mermister and they had some He-Mans... Yeah, like He-Man stuff. And I'm pretty sure they had Hordak. And I'm pretty sure they had Leech. I think they had Leech. And I'm pretty sure they had Mermister at least. But they definitely had some of these others as well. And like I said once before, I find it kind of interesting. Like, you could have brothers and sisters playing with different toys that are nonetheless in the same continuum. Right? These characters exist in the same sort of universe. Which is kind of interesting. Right? If I were a girl, I think I would have preferred these to Barbies, although I can't really speak speculatively on that. Who knows what would have happened if I was a girl? I still would have got stuck into the hero quest, I can tell you that. That was inevitable. That's one of those points in time that are fixed and immutable, like Pompeii, right? You can't do anything about it. It's just, if you're a time traveler, you can't change these events. I might have had like Silver Storm and 8 Catras and all the variants, and I would have got Hero Quest in 1990 or whenever it was. I would have preferred these over Barbie. They got like a fantasy element. If I had any of my current personality, I would not have been too intrigued by like real world figures and things like that. I would have been intrigued by like the fantasy and magic of these, you know, rather than going to the salon or stuff like that. Like when I was a lad, I had like Lego that was based in the real world, and I had like some trucks and things, but they were never like the toys I really favoured. I like the fantasy and science fiction toys that were in this sort of continuum. And if I were a girl, I would have preferred these. Because this one's got a pedestal fan, and that's what you need in Australia. It's a bit hot round here. Oh! Pedestal fan without the pedestal. Skeletor's gone rogue. He's using unorthodox fan techniques. Man, if Froster was in this continuity, she'd be like his main enemy. They'd clash over orthodox fan use. Now, what is this? This is kind of an intriguing toy. Nordor. So this is where the space mutants hang out, eh? That's kind of good. I think I'd prefer this to the Technodrome, which I always thought was kind of rubbish. When I was into Ninja Turtles when I was a lad, I always thought the Technodrome kind of sucked. It didn't have anything in it. Like I thought it was a bit sparse, and maybe this is sparse. But it's got this big feature where it curls up into a complete orb, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, Jim Boomba Survival Guide, man, watch out. David Wolf. I think I want to read a little bit more about Nordor here. Because like Mordor, right? The evil asteroid fortress and battle base for Skeletor known as Nordor is an incredibly well-designed and very fun playset. So the author had this Pixel Dan guy. He had this. He knows how fun... Well, he just played with it. Because like I said, the way I play in World of Warcraft is very toy-like. It's very playset-like, where I would do this. You know, I'd set up figures in Tableau. And like in World of Warcraft, I'll take my character to the tavern and put him next to the fire, and that'll be satisfying to me. I'll just stand him there and look at him. And it's like, yep, this is proper. There's parts of the world in World of Warcraft that are very nice as well. Isolated little places that nonetheless have this detail comparable to playsets, where you can pose your characters that don't have anything else going on, but you can put your characters there and they just stand there, and some other people there, and you hang out. Places where guilds would like to meet and things like that. And they'd arrange themselves. Like, they wouldn't just be higgledy-piggledy. They'd always... Well, from guilds, as far as I've seen, they sort of naturally start arranging themselves in ways consistent with the environment that they're in, which is kind of like a playset move. So maybe the instinct of play never leaves us. I suppose instincts never do. Now, where was I? Open and close. 2 different methods of play. When folded up, Nordor looks like a round purple asteroid with a skull face at the center. You bet it does. The paint deco looks particularly effective. Yeah, it looks nice. Easily folds open by lifting the skull-shaped piece upwards. Lifting the 2 sides outward, the inside looks like the command bridge of a space station. Yeah, it looks good. Not too bad. I wonder if there's like... I wonder if Castle Grayskull is represented in this version of He-Man, because I don't know anything about it. Or if it's got like something else. I'm just going to the sea. Bowler Jet. Butthead. What could he possibly be all about? Is he like the Ram Man equivalent? He was from 91, late period. Discs of Doom Skeletor. With his like Judge Fear head opening function here to reveal his face. That's interesting. That's an interesting version. Flip shot. No, there's no castle Grayskull. There might be something else, though. Or maybe that is the Grayskull thing, the asteroid of Nordor. Power sword. Oh, it's a full-size power sword. Quack. I guess it could be Red Quake. I don't know. There's 2 Ks there. What do you do about that? He's got a flail. Oh, no, he's got a rock on a stick. That's not as good. Still pretty good, though. That's a club. Starship Eternia. Is that what's going on? Well, the S section is coming up. Skeletor. There he is. Shuttle pod. Oh, okay. This had some life in it. Like, this went for a few years. This sort of passed me by, though. I wonder what it was like. I wonder if any lads were in it. And I wonder, especially... Hey, here's the Sontaran again. Is this based on a Sontaran? It looks like one. Didn't say anything. What was I... Oh, yeah. I wonder if, like, the toy department and the whoever was running the cartoon, I wonder if they were not cooperating like they weren't in the old series as well. Yeah, that's right. We were in Wench period. I don't know if I was in Wench period. I was in, like, video game period more, though. In, like, 1990. Wenches were not yet a concern, old conch. Terror Punch? What is this? What do you do with it? You put it on your arm? What does it do? Oh, it goes kaboom? How does it work? Equivalent to the Thunder Punch roleplay item. A strap on the bottom allows you to attach this electronic device to your wrist. And it features both motion-activated and button-activated sound effects. Okay. This is for Space Mutant Loyalist kids. That's what that's all about. Oh, here you go. Starship Eternia. Look at it. Dad, I've never seen something like that before, where it sort of telescopes up. Now, what does it do? What is it doing? I can't really decode. I guess you pull the top off, the 2 parts extend, and then you cap the pillar. These nacelles here, these warp nacelles, turn into the tower. Well, that's kind of interesting. It's a little sparse as far as playset goes. Like, this is way more sparse than Mordor or Nordor or whatever it was. That had like the command bridge, and there's a big throne in the middle. I guess that's a throne. I don't know if it's a throne. You know, but this is it looks like empty platforms. It's got a gun turret. There we are. Yeah, Ninja Turtles would have dominated this at the time, wouldn't they? That's right. During this period, when was this? This is 89. Yeah, 89 I would have been into the Ninja Turtles. And I wouldn't have gone in for this. Because you only have like a limited budget of asking for stuff. You know, when you're a kid. Which is harder to manage than money. You think you've got it easy as a kid because you don't have to pay for it. You have to pay. You've got a secret currency known as parental tolerance. And you don't... The trick of it is you don't know how much you have, but you have very little. And not everybody has the same amount. Some kids seem to have loads. Some kids have got all the toys. Right? They just get them. I don't know how they get them. But when you're otherwise, you've got parental tolerance and you've got to build it up. You've got to spend it wisely. Parental tolerance and grandparental luck. You get like grandparents and aunties and uncles were like gachas. Because you'd get something, but you don't know what it would be. It could be awesome or it could be ill. You don't know. They were the earliest gachas. We called them grandpa back in the day. Grandpas. And that word got mutated into gacha later. It was originally called grandpas. I got a tennis racket from grandpa once. It wasn't what I wanted, but I won that match. So it was fine. My one game of tennis. Actually, I think we lost the match, but we won several games. Me and Slogo. Neither of us athletic, but for some reason we both got it into our heads that we were going to enter this tennis tournament. Neither of us had played tennis ever. Right? We're not the athletic kids. We're oafs. We don't know the rules of the game. We enter the tennis tournament. Somehow we nearly draw these other kids who had played tennis before a couple of times at least. They weren't that far ahead of us. So we got wiped out in the early bracket. But that's okay. We were out there. We had a go. And we'd never played tennis again, and that's good enough. Oh, here's the normal Thunder Punch. Okay. This is the good guy version of the Terraclaw punch accessory. Oh, Thunder Punch He-Man, excuse me. Does he have caps this time? Sword of Power and Shield. This was the final variation of the main hero release. This was 92, late era. Gatchance. Yeah, Gatchance. That's it. That's what it would have been. Bloody tennis match. What's the Thunder Punch? Oh, it's just because of the accessory. That must be part of the story. The Thunder Punch, like, gauntlet thing. That's this. Shaped like a bird. He doesn't have the pop caps. Maybe pop caps by 92 were finished. Yeah, I wouldn't have been interested in these. I might have been if my age was different. Or Turbo Tormentor. What is this? It's got a giant fan. It's another fan. Is it? 2 propeller discs. They spin forward when they are fired off. Oh, they launch. This is a launching pedestal fan, where the man is the pedestal, and the fans are the projectiles. Oh, it's just the item. I see. This is the equivalent of Fit to be Tied, basically, where it's a costume with a function, but it's got an action function. Ninja Turtles was ruling the roost there for a long time. One day, I must go out of my way to have a look at the Ninja Turtles toys. And like, because I'll remember some of them, because I was into the Ninja Turtles during the hot period. I never had that many of the toys, though. I had very, very little tolerance points. Right? Very little of that. I got 1 or 2 of them. But I remember them. I remember kids having them. And I think my mum took issue with the fact that the ordinary toys didn't have any action function, and all of the turtles are the same, except for what plastic weapon they come with and what colour their bandana is. They all look basically the same. That's true. See, it's not like you buy He-Man and you buy Skeletor, and they're different men. It's 4 of the same man with different weapons. From my mum's perspective, anyway. Commemorative in 2000. What is this? Oh, yeah. If I knew about this, I forgot. These are remakes of the old toys, huh? So they're not like the classics versions. The classics versions marketed to adult collectors. Masters of the Universe 2002. 2002. What is this all about? Look at Battle Armor He-Man. We're running out of gas here. We're running out of light. The image is probably getting harder and harder to look at. Right. Oh, yeah, they had a slime function as well. They had they had a slime toy as well, the mutagen. There was a mutagen at the time. Hey, the Battle Bones. Oh, he looks different. He's transparently technological here. It looks like you can fit less figures on him. He's only got 4 hooks to a side. You can only fit 8 men. How are you supposed to respect that? Battle Armor Skeletor. Look at this. This is the Terraclaw variant. He's back. Did the other Battle Armor have the flying fists? Did we pass it already? No, not really. Looks like He-Man's got shovels. And a trident. For some reason. Only 8. How are you supposed to respect that? You do still put the accessories in his mouth, though. It's got the mysterious side. I thought the dudes who made up the game made that up. Battle Cat's got the cannons on these way out there, like Star Trek nacelles they look like, sticking out from his body to vent like radiation into space. This, I thought they made that up. This Battle Cat doesn't look very good, though. This looks less good than original Battle Cat. Look at his slippers. What's that all about? He's got little Battle Cat slippers on. I don't know about this. I see Fisto is still here under a new name. Because of copyright issues, it says in the first line, had to release the character Fisto under the name Battle Fist. The rumor at the time was it was due to Lucasfilm having a character named Kit Fisto in the Star Wars films. I don't know about that. What are you talking about? That didn't stop Lucas, Crunkman. Are you saying George Lucas was ignorant of your concerns? I'm going to take the word of Pixel Dan here and agree that it was a copyright move. Kit Fisto. I mean, Fisto, full stop. The original Fisto. He looks worse. I don't like this toy as much as the original. I guess it's pretty good. I don't know what it is about it, though. I'd have to look at it extensively and study. Oh, Battle Glove Man-at-Arms, now we're talking. What weapon is this? He's bolted axes and stuff onto his mace. What a wild man. I like Man-at-Arms. He looks good. I like most of the redesigns for 2002. Whoa, look at this chariot. What is it? Battle Ram Chariot. Most of the redesigns came off pretty good, I think. Right, 2002 He-Man. They overproduced He-Man figures and underproduced everyone else. Whoa. Quite possible. Quite possible trio DVD. I'm tempted to... Hey, look, you can get like an extra character on the back of your Battle Ram cart. Chariot. Also known as a chariot. The Rams, though, what are they? Are they wheels? Oh, they've got a wheel between them, right. And the Ram figures go ka-dunk. They're grey on the box, though. They look better on the box. Why'd they make them red? I guess so that you'd know they weren't real rams. As you know, figures of wildlife have had to have like plastic red noses on the end so that people wouldn't accidentally mistake them for real animals when you hold up a bank or something. Battle Sound Skeletor. Oh, his sword splits in two. I forget the lore about this. Sword splitting in two business. What is this? A battle station? Oh, it's like a little outpost. Reminds me very strongly of the Lego figures, the Lego castle figures where it was just a gate. Remember, they'd have a gate and you'd have like a ghost and a knight, or a couple of knights. And that was it. The small Lego figures. I remember one time I thought, I'll just buy a small Lego figure. I don't know what I wanted it for. And I was blown back by how shockingly expensive Lego had gotten by that point, and probably always was. Look at Beast Man. This is a good Beast Man. Look how big and hulking he is. That's in keeping with the original comic designs they had for him. I think I read in Beast Man's entry here on one of my flip-throughs that he was intended to be a very large hulking figure originally, but they made him ordinary size. Let me just duck back and see if I can confirm this. There's Blade. There's Beastman. The evil underling of Skeletor. First figure, bright orange. Oh, yeah. The completely unique body shape. What's this? Cybertrucker Alpha. Well met. We're looking at Masters of the Universe stuff. Maybe I didn't read it in here. Plastic handle, whip, knuckle duster. Oh no, here we are. Beastman himself was almost the result of more Mattel recycling. Early designs for the character show potential reuse of the 1974 Big Jim Jungle Adventure Gorilla. This would have made Beastman a much larger action figure. Ultimately, the decision was made to make Beastman a figure that fit the size of the rest of the basic Masters of the Universe figures. So there was some idea that he would be a big beast man, which he looks like. I have no idea what Big Jim even is. I better look into that. The battle tank. I don't know, man. Buzz off. Another beast man. Oh, he's a repaint. He's got a whip he can hold this time. Oops. What's the repaint? Darker green? Darker in general. I like the original. The brighter colours are better. What were they thinking? Repaints and reissues. Tried to keep constant flow. All new paint deco. Dingier orange. I know. He has joints at his neck, shoulders, wrist, waist, and hips. Beastman's classic with... I think he's worse. This was a poor decision. The original one looks better. It's not like he's a new figure. Like, he's the same. I don't think this is going to have someone buying 2 Beastmen. Now there's the lackluster Castle Grayskull of the 2002. It's not as good as the fountain or the crystal castle that She-Ra had. Big Jim was an 8-inch toy line, huh? Oh boy, Cammy. I've looked into the Mega Block version of like the Castle Grayskull. Looks great. That's actually worth mentioning. The Castle Grayskull, the Mega Blocks made, has all the features of the good Castle Grayskull they made for the late period classics line, where it's like the culmination. I may even get it and build it on stream. Right? I might do that. They don't have that stuff in here. I think that came about after. But this is like the ultimate Castle Grayskull. Because it's got all the features that they probably would have wanted to put in Castle Grayskull in the first place. With a proper prison and everything. And Snake Mountain. Cammy, you're right. And one of the things I like about the Mega Blocks is that it's got... it comes with a lot of characters, and they're all like in a better scale than these toys are. Like a more pleasing scale when you actually put them next to the thing. Because the figures, when you put them next to Castle Grayskull, are like this tall, you know. And it's fine as an abstraction, but I think the small figures look good. I'm intrigued. I may have ordered it already. All right. And I've got to tell you, I really prefer what I've seen of the Mega Bloks figures. Like, I'm glad it's not a Lego set, because they wouldn't have been able to retain much of the character of the character designs, the classic character designs, in like Lego. I don't like Lego figures because everything they license has to be adapted to this form that's so heavily branded, the Lego figure form, and I don't like it. I think it's too limiting. You know what I mean? And I thought the Mega Bloks ones, at least what I've seen, looked better in that they're allowed at least to have like a unique, I don't know if it's unique, but a more expansive posture. They don't have the little Lego arms, they got arms. They look normal, right? So it'll be an experience building such a thing on a stream. I've never done that before. And I've never even built a... I've never built like a big Lego set of any kind. And the Mega Bloks one looks like better than equivalent stuff that Lego... I looked at like a reasonably recent, I think, Lego Death Star, and it looked bad. I didn't like the look of it. You know, it didn't look like something, even if I was right into Star Wars, that I would want to build. You know, whereas some of the Mega Block stuff looked better. I don't know, man. It was a cross-section one, Apathy Jesus. I don't know if it's if it's the one I saw. But it was like a cross-section. It wasn't even a complete Death Star. And I didn't like the interior, but whatever. I don't follow Lego or think about Lego generally. You know. It was extremely expensive. Yeah, it was like $1,500 in Ozbucks or whatever it was. You know. But whatever. I thought, gee, I'm not interested in that. I'll have Castle Grayskull. And I'll build that on my stream, potentially. It'll probably take multiple streams, because it looks like it's got many parts, Castle Grayskull. So, anyway, I know some people are really into Lego, but I don't get it. I think the minifigures, as they're called, I think, really ruin it, because to me they're very unappealing. And you've got to, even if you've got something interesting like Batman potentially, it's got to squeeze down into the trademark format. It's got to be. To me, they are just like Funko Pops in that they have that really unappealing shape that whatever you've licensed has to squeeze into. It has to fit this, with only occasional variant. If it's like a Lord of the Rings troll or something, that was allowed to look different. But everybody else had to be a little Lego figure. And then they made the Lego video games, and you have to play as all these terrible figures. Never mind. Look, it's not my bag. I'm saying the Mega Block thing look better. Here's Evil Lyn adapted. Leotard gone. Now it's exotic skirt. Right? What do you call this? What is this called? What kind of skirt is this? I don't know. She's got one of those veils, the pelvic veil. Right? That's kind of what it's like. It's very sorceress-like and exotic. Right? A little unworldly, like it belongs in a different world. A fantasy world, let's say. That's good stuff. I like Evil Lyn's most of the redesigns for the 2002 version of the show are to me at least good. Acceptable, and some are quite good. You can tell from these that whoever was in charge of the toys and whoever was in charge of the show, like that, were in sync. Right? They were working together, unlike the original, where Filmation went off on their own bracket and made a bunch of stuff which did not make the best use of the source material. So what Filmation were doing were adapting the toys, which had their own context, into a show, which tragically, now I say tragically, became the primary way everyone knew Masters of the Universe. Tragically. And I think it's double tragic because Bitmap Bureau's game is based on that and not the original material, which is a disaster, in my opinion. Right? Yeah, that's what I think, Jiggy. When's more Prince of Persia, Jiggy? I've been keeping up with your Prince of Persia streams. Good stuff. Very interesting. The Game Boy version was a disaster, as predicted. I very much enjoyed it. I haven't finished watching the Mega CD version yet, though. I'm going to watch the rest of the VOD in my dinner. When I have dinner today. A bit of Prince of Persia. It's a real game. I divide I've been thinking about this. I kind of divide the Prince of Persia games into two camps. The orthodox and the unorthodox games. The orthodox games and the unorthodox. And exactly where all the versions fall is a matter for debate. But that's a different topic. That's a topic for Jiggy. He's a Prince of Persia Grandmaster at this point. Now, what was I doing? I think we're running out of light. What, Keldor? What's he doing here? Get back to Skeletor form, you fraud. Just have a separate head that comes with Skeletor. Oh, I guess this is like a later variant. Came out in 2000. There really does seem to be an awful lot of He-Man variants. Like, someone said earlier, I don't remember who it was, I apologize, that this line was killed by there being too many He-Mans and not enough anyone else. I'm thinking this is accurate. Man-at-Arms looks pretty good. Alright, Jiggy. I hope you feel better soon, man. All the best to you. My advice is don't stream if you don't feel up to it. Here's martial arts He-Man. This was 1 year after this line started, and they're already on the bottom of the barrel. Right? This is Kung Fu Action He-Man. Ice Armor He-Man was the same year. I mean, like, oh, it was you? Yeah, you were right. I'm seeing it manifest. My mum would be pretty strongly against me having two of the same guy. Right? She would be against me having He-Man and wanting a martial arts He-Man. You've already got He-Man, she'd say. You have someone else. And she'd want me to have a Mechanic or a Manny Faces because they had some feature. What is this? Mechabyte Battle Cat? What on earth? Ah, it's got this giant collar that closes around its head. Mecha bite, indeed. It looks silly. Hey, I don't like it. It's all wrong. It's all wrong. And they gave him lame slippers again. My mum is wise. I agree. Oh, Panther comes out $1 million ahead of Battle Cat. Like, look at Panther, Mechabite Panther. Way better. And he's flocked. This line's Panther was flocked as well, apparently. Way better. Still rubbish, though. Like, I'd still only want the original version. Can Evil Lynn ride Panther in this one, or does she have, like, a weirdo sculpt that can't mount the... I don't know. That's a question for people who actually played with these, I suppose. Mega Punch He-Man, oi. You see, I would never want Mega Punch He-Man because he's got the wrong sword. Right? If I was into this... If I was a young lad and deep into this, I would have been, Mega Punch He-Man, forget about it. Right? I want normal with the sword and the axe. These days, especially the axe. See, look, they keep repainting them and they look worse. 2 years later, they make the colours worse. I don't understand it. Several figures had a brand new release with a new paint job in an attempt to keep the pegs filled with figures to buy while saving Mattel on tooling costs. It's an economical move. But they made it worse and less appealing. The original colour scheme is so good. They're wrong. Disco repaints. Look, even Merman, even Noble Merman has suffered this. Come on, man. His isn't too bad of a repaint, though. At least the colours are right. Like, it's the right colour scheme. Mechaneck got blown back. Minifigures, too? Oh, yeah. Stratos. Oh, they gave Stratos, like, wrist wings in this variant, which is kind of interesting. Mossman. Again, as was of old, he uses Beastman's, like, parts. But he's Mossman. He was a promotional figure. He's still flocked as well. But his joints, like, aren't flocked because it'd wear off, I guess. But it stands out and would have counted against him when I was a lad. Oh, hello, 2003, and we're still doing the slime. That's a little less interesting than the old slime pit. Is that Otto Raynar? Yeah, that's a figure that could drink a swamp. Look at him. Well, what an oaf. Kid Lightning remembers him smelling awful. Thank you for 38 months of power, Otto Raynar. Well met. There's Orko. In his slightly more ghoulish design, Orko. Look at him. It's a little on the ghoulish side. Prince Adam. Hey, here's normal Panther, is it? What's he got all these guns on him for? Panther doesn't need any guns. He's a savage beast. At least he doesn't have slippers. I guess he had to keep up with Battle Cat's bloody warp nacelle guns. Prince Adam. Ugh. Ram Man has been brought into disrepute with a embarrassing repaint. Well, it's not as bad, I guess. He looks pretty good. I like his rotund figure. Right? Ram Man I like. I like Ram Man's design in general. Right? And this redesign doesn't redesign much. It just puts him in line with the rest of this toy line, I guess. Look, we can't keep doing this forever. Oh, Samurai Battle Raptor? What? Oh, it's just the Raptor. I see. I thought it was Skeletor with the Raptor. I think my point would apply to this line as well, that there should be more monsters. Less men. More monsters for the men to fight. Where's the giant serpent? Where's the towering ape man? Oh, I guess that's Beast Man, but whatever. She-Ra. This She-Ra doesn't look very good. I gotta say, like, even among, like, the Masters of the Universe... Who is this? He's got a flail. Bowler. Oh, it's called a bowler. Even in, like, these... Like, does this have a Catra? Does the... Let's see if I like Masters of the Universe Classics line from, like, the 2010s. Better than... Oh, it's got Madame Raz. We don't need no Madame Raz. Lord Grasp. Oh, look at Lord Mask. He looks pretty good. Who is he? Evil servant of Shakoti? Who is that? This Frogmaster here looks menacing. I guess he's not a frogman. He's more of a gator man. Oh, there's Lukey again. So if there's a Lukey, there's got to be a Catra. The question is like... Oh, there's Karg, one of my selected characters. Jewel Star. Hidden Beauty. This is some... I don't remember a Jewel Star from the first line. I would have glossed over it. I suspect I'd prefer the original Princess of Power because they've got the giant hair. And the exotic costumes with the hidden sword that's just sitting in a sheath. There's Grislaw. Never mind Grislaw. I'm miles away from... Who are these people? I think this Classics line got a little out of hand. Like, they're adapting a bunch of people who were, like, probably in one comic in the background at one point. Oh, he is the Classics line. Oh, no wonder I went to the wrong place. Oh, there she is. Ah, see, look. She doesn't have rooted hair. And her hair is way less voluminous than it was. One-shot comic characters, probably that they made up. Like here, look at Seratus here. Who is he? Heroic leader of Subternia? What on earth? This is some expanded He-Man lore that I don't care for. She's still got a... she still has like a brush feature in her whip. She's got the hissing cat shield. Filmation mask and vintage toy mask. She definitely tilts more toward Filmation, this Catra. I guess that's what people expect. That's the problem. Right? They make the classic line that's supposed to evoke the old toys. They make Catra. Jealous Beauty without the exclamation mark this time. And it's nothing like original Catra, who has captured my heart. There she is. It's nothing like original Catra with this giant hair and fluffy tail than all of this business. It evokes her not at all, even though it's got the shield and the mask and a gesture toward the brush. It's all Filmation, because that'd sell more, because more people know it, I guess. So it's nostalgic not for the toys, but for the popular image of the character that was spun from the toys, which is tragic for original Catra. The ultimate spurning has happened. She's banished so far out of the social circle that she can't even get near the fountain. It's finished, right? This is what it's like. Fully exiled. And she's been replaced with this clone. This clone of Catra. It's no good. What did they do with Entraptor then? With her giant twin tails. Who is this? An evil mutant? Who are these people? Psychop? Oh, bloody Frank Langella's Skeletor here. I didn't know about this. Once thought to be impossible for legal reasons, Super 7 was... Who the hell is Super 7? Was finally able to release a Skeletor action figure based on the portrayal of the character by Frank Langella. I like it. Did they do an Evil Lyn as well? That's the real question. The 1987 movie, as I said before, is more of a continuation of the toys than it is. It's not a continuation of the Filmation series. It continues... Yeah, this is Pixel Dan's book, the encyclopedia of the toys. Really interesting. I'm a lot less interested in these made-up characters that I don't know of, like nobody. This has, like, Demo Man, he has historical connection. Maybe some of these other ones do too that I don't know. I'm being unfair, maybe, and spurning them unwarrantedly. Anyway, the 1987 movie is a continuation of the original toys and the context they were made for and their storylines, and not so much the and not at all actually the Filmation show. Justice for Gwildor, you're damn right. Is there a Gwildor here? Despara, who is this? One of Hordak's women. Subscription exclusive figure. Based on a storyline from the DC Comics. Ah, see. Just what do we got? Have we got anything? We'll make a figure out of it, depicting Force Captain Adora in a much darker, grittier role. I don't know, man. Seems a nice figure, I guess. Well, there's Double Mischief? That wasn't her name. She was called Double Trouble before. Double Mischief is a worse name. What's wrong with Double Trouble? Why'd they change her name? Did George Lucas have some Star Wars character called Kit Trouble? I don't know, man. I was looking for something specific here. There's Dragstore. A few kids I knew had Dragstore, right? His action feature of rum across the ground must have been pretty appealing. I was looking for something. Was it Entrapta? Oh, there's Evil Lyn, but that's not Evil Lyn that I'm... There's Entrapta. See, look, she sucks. She's got long double hair, but it's not as interesting as the original... Double Trouble might have been taken by then. They should have kept the trademark up. Right? They should have kept it up. Entrapta, ruined. She doesn't have a chrome body or anything. Right? And they didn't remake the fountain or the boudoir. The boudoir playset warranted a classics treatment to the level of Snake Mountain and Castle Grayskull, in my opinion. I would like the promise of the boudoir castle to be fully fulfilled. It would be glorious. Maybe Mega Bloks is going to make a boudoir castle. Who knows? There's Evil Lyn, Evil Warrior Goddess from 2010. Like the early ones are the ones that are good. That have the classic designs with a new figure, a new sculpt. You know, that transcends to a degree the original ones. Puts them in a pose that isn't the hunched over battle ready pose with the bowed legs and everything. They're more appealing figure-wise. But are they more appealing as toys? Oh, Palace Guards. They came in a 2-pack, just like the Golden Axe skeletons from the Golden Axe toys they made. They have various, faces for different men. You can have Beast Men. Are they vulnerable to Beast Man? Does he have command of the Beast Men? Evil Seed. That's a Filmation monster, I think. Extendar. Faker. We're running out of gas. There she is. Look at Froster with a pedestal fan. She's still got it. I like that she still has it. They still calling it a wand here. It's a pedestal fan, man. Look at this. This guy, Pixel Dan. He's telling me it's a wand accessory with a spinning wheel at the top. He's not going up for the pedestal. It is obviously a pedestal fan without a pedestal, without a feet, I guess. It's apparent. I like the idea of Froster having a pedestal fan as a... It's just very funny. It had to be deliberate. It is transparently a pedestal fan. It's not a snowflake wand. They could have made it look like a snowflake if they wanted in the original figure. Glimmer. See, these She-Ra ones, at least they're not as interesting. I guess historically they're not as interesting, and they've been converted into action figures and they're not fashion doll figures anymore. So, the entire objective of the figure is different. That's kind of, that makes them... gives the classic versions a new level of intrigue because they're so far removed intentionally from the original ones. By intentionally, I mean the intended purpose of the figure, where it was a fashion doll before that played into basically a whole other genre of play to what action figures go into. It's a whole other thing. Oh, God, Skeletor! This is technically an Anthony DeLongis figure again. This Joker, Goat Man. Who the devil is he? Because he was in the trailer for the movie, isn't he? Goat Man, he's there. I thought, who is this? And look here, this is him. Who is Goat Man? Only appearance was the Masters of the Universe Kids storybook titled Secret of the Dragon Egg from Golden Books. Okay, Goat Man. Alright, I'm into that. I don't mind a bit of Goat Man. Yeah, fine. That's alright. Goat Man approved. God Skeletor, a technical Anthony DeLongis figure, because when Skeletor was in this costume fighting with He-Man, there was Frank Langella had left the set. He was gone. His job was over. But Anthony DeLongis was still there, so they had a sword fight with the Swordmaster Anthony DeLongis. Pretty good. That's a good figure. That's what he looks like. Of course, I'm still looking at it in terms of statue. Like with these classic line figures, are they built in terms of being a toy, or are they hiding under that stupid adult collector umbrella? Like they printed adult collect. That is so condescending to me. They manufacture all these toys. They put adult collector on the thing instead of having an age range. Just make toys. You know, just make them and intend them for kids, and your adult collectors will buy them. I think it's really condescending. I think it's like we need our egos to be specially assuaged. I'm not buying toys. This is for adult collectors. I'm a collector. You know? I think they should have designed toys that, even if they weren't intended for children exactly, would still work as toys, because that's the appeal in the first place. That's a whole other thing. Oh, I thought for a second she had rooted hair, but no, Granita sculpted hair. The rock people are completely unappealing to me. A griffin? Evil flying beasts. What? Oh, yes. Featured in the 2002 era He-Man cartoon. Pricing and Jiggy's probably got a point there. Pricing and distribution, okay. There's a cynical edge to this. This is not a realm. It's funny that the toys are no longer a realm for the pure of heart. It's for cynical businessmen and investment guys, you know. So that's kind of what I mean, Cures X, is that they make toys that don't work well as toys. And I think that's a mistake when you're making what is basically like you want authentic toys that would stand up to play. There's two categories so far when thinking about toys. And I'll add more, but number one is like, will it stand up to being played with? And number two, does it inspire the imagination in some way? And these two categories have got nothing to do so far with like sculpt, quality, or posing. The usual things I look at when I'm looking at a statue or a piece of art or anything like that. That's all out. I'm trying to develop a paradigm through which I can evaluate toys. And it's very difficult because you have to... It'd be easier for some than it is for others. And I guess I don't have that hard a time with it, really. But it's an unusual move to try and make contact with the inner child that naturally feels that inspiration and follows the instinct to immediately play with toys that inspire, like, play with them. Right? That inspire the urge to get them and manipulate them and start imagining the scenario and the world around it. I think there's a trick to that, and doing it authentically might be very difficult. Or if not difficult, it might be very difficult to know if you're doing it authentically. But something like that would be the paradigm where I evaluate a toy. And I got to say, when they've got flimsy parts, or they're secretly like not made to be played with exactly, then I have to say, I don't know about that. Well, there's figures and then there's toys. There's like really very highly articulated like figures that you can buy that aren't meant to be played with exactly. Right, like there's a lot of Conan ones, but you're meant to like be able to pose them, and they've got like 8 sets of hands and 3 heads and all of that stuff. Those aren't toys, really, you know. I'm trying to, and I guess that's what a lot of these classic ones are more in that mold than they are in the toy mold. So I might have to refine my my approach in general. But yeah, I find articulated figures and pre-posed figures or statues that are like the Bishojo statues that I've reviewed on YouTube and things like that are like 2 different categories of thing. They're not even the same thing. Like the most common thing I can find with them are that they're made of plastic. You know, basically they're made of plastic and that they're figures. But when the intent behind them, what they're going for and what their purpose is, Because one is, like I said, one is an image. The sculpted figure or statue is an image that is meant to be enjoyed as an image, and a toy is meant to be played with. Both, actually, I should take some of that back, because they are both meant to hit the imagination in a certain way and sort of elevate your enjoyment, of these things, and sort of allow you access to the imaginative realm, to some degree, which is what I like about statues and figures like that. That's one of the things I've appreciated across time. So it's really only now recently that I've been looking at toys, and I don't have the categories all like solid in my head, and I'm not experienced at looking at these things in general, but like the articulated figures and toys that are meant to be toys and things like that. I'm not veteran at looking at them, so I'm trying to come up with a paradigm that helps me analyze them in a way that I find useful. He-Man. Good, classic, good old, good, solid, normal He-Man. Here we are. Look at this. Well, you can barely see it now, surely. Like, the lights have been destroyed. Things that are meant to be handled, at least, in some way. That's probably a category unto itself, like something that's meant to be handled, like the posable figures that aren't really meant to be played with, but they're meant to be handled. Thank you, Zepparog, for 2 months of power. Thank you very much, my friend. Much appreciated. Zepparog made our Dragon Walker emote, which you can use at will if you're a subscriber. The animated Dragon Walker. Yeah, like that's true, Jiggy. That's why I'm trying to look at it from a toy point of view, like trying to somewhat channel the me of the past who would play with them, right? Who probably like invested with the values of his mother, who really wanted the action features to be good and not for it just to be a plain toy. Like, my mum would have not bought me a normal He-Man if there was an action feature He-Man next to it that she would have got me. One that does something. It's got to do something, she said. Now, statues don't do that. You know what I mean? Statues don't do anything. And yet I have spent hours upon hours sitting there and staring at some of these statues. The Medusa one in particular. And it's not even a particularly good statue. Like, its quality is quite low. But it must have been dozens of hours looking at it. And, like, looking at it in the context of other Medusa images. If I remade that video, it'd be like 3 hours long. Right? There is much more. Like, that video went for 20-something minutes, I think. But there's much more, in my view. But anyway, whatever. Oh, Vampirella. There's been a few Vampirella statues out there. I don't know about no Vampirella toys, though. You know what? I'd love a playset of the boat that turns into a vampire. From the first Vampirella comic. Look at Mantenna. Original Mantenna had... he had 4 legs, but each pair of legs were combined into a single leg. I had Mantenna, right? I think I had Mantenna, or the He-Man sisters had him. They might have had him, actually. If I didn't have him, they would have had him, because he's, like, related to She-Ra. And I think they leaned on the Horde stuff, but I'm not sure. No, yeah. 6-inch Vampirella action figures. How interesting. No, none of these give you any help in that adventure game. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to play that adventure game, actually. Today, I can't really summon... I don't know what to do. I need a new clue or something before I can play it, or just be sitting at it, baffling why on earth the bead on the abacus turns into 1,000 other beads, which is Merman's particular weakness. There's Megator, Mechanic, Peekaboo. Oh, she's got a very vast peacock array. That's pretty good for Peekaboo. Her original Peacock array was, like, way more modest. Perfuma doesn't seem like she came out too badly from the update either. There's a lot of miscellaneous characters. Oh, there's Rio Blast, who somehow looks less impressive. Does he not have a chest cavity? That looks like you just attached the... Looks like he's not hollow in the chest. It looks like it flips down and you're supposed to attach this blaster to it. That sucks. Right? That's no good. That's worse. That's a step back. As intriguing as Rio Blast is, I'm afraid that just doesn't do it for me. I like his secret knee guns. Original Rio Blast was better as an action. Who is this? Evil Witch of Eternia? How many of those do we need? Alright, tell me who this is. Based on the Filmation character that appears mainly in the House of Shokoti Part 2 episode of the 80s He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. I don't know this character at all. She looks kind of good. Like, I like her. How many more witches do we need? It might be worth checking out. That's worth mentioning, that Masters of the Universe and He-Man and the Masters of the Universe are two separate things. He-Man and the Masters of the Universe is the Filmation series, which you should treat with some skepticism, I feel. Even though I like it and I have very fond... You have a point, Jiggy. All the evil warrior. She's not even a warrior. She's a sorceress. Ah, it's good enough. Sorcerer. She ain't no evil Lyn, though. Like, she... Oh, excuse me. She ain't no Sultra. She... It's like evil... It's... I feel like sometimes they should have gone with the name Sultra if they were going to have like artwork such as this. I don't know when this was drawn. This might be late period artwork. I'm not sure. The Sultra. Sultra's a great name. I don't know. Maybe that's like one of her cover names that she uses for other business. It might be her PayPal name or so. Oh, here's that Sontaran again. I'm looking at the text. He looks like a Sontaran to me. His head inflates. Okay. He looks more like the Sontaran when his head is inflated. That's kind of interesting. Oh, Snake Armor He-Man. Did they convert all the 2002 He-Man into classics lines here? Come on, man. They're still making... Ah, Sorceress. I quite liked... Oh! What is this? Oh, this is Snake Mountain. There's even more to Snake Mountain. There's close-ups of the gripping tentacles, which are like here. Because original Snake Mountain is very bare. There's not a lot in the reverse side. It looks great from the front. This looks better because it's got like this lava feature. The details are stronger. They've gone fully into the Snake Mountain motif of the coiled serpent. Super good. Snake Mountain stands, eh? I don't know about that. Snout spout. It's I still don't buy this as a lair. Like, even putting the throne, Skeletor's throne, on the reverse side, I don't buy it, man. I don't see it as a lair. It's like a adventure location where Skeletor is taken like Teela to sacrifice her to the demon that haunts this place to complete some ritual, like he did in the mini comic with Manny Faces, right? We summoned a demon and was gonna feed Teela to him in order to get power. Typical sorcerer move. What kind of line are we in here? What are all these? We're still at... Tuscador? What's his game? Well, what an oaf. He was from the Space Guys. Oh, yeah, Galactic Protectors. There's Buzz Off. Whoa, we're back in ordinary-looking figures here. Teela Ultimate Edition. Whoa. All right, this covers all of the versions of Teela. Blonde, flowing locks, redhead, cobra hood, spear, Serpent, Staff, and Sword. That is Ultimate Edition. Yeah. That's like all the variants. The only variant you could possibly do is have like leotard and mini dress. And the mini dress was like showing up in early mini comics. And then she converts to leotard. And then she becomes a different person to the sorceress. Her and the goddess is someone different. I like how they swear by the goddess in those early comics as well. By the goddess! That's good. Right? There's some good material in there. Ugh. Long pants. The film's doing it wrong. There's nothing wrong with a leotard. It doesn't have to be like some sexy leotard. Just a normal leotard that you'd wear. I actually enjoyed Teela's performance in the 1987 movie, because I don't know, I didn't really notice like beforehand how aggressive she is. Like every time anything happens, she's drawing a gun and wanting to go into battle immediately. So they've got the warrior woman part, like it's there, it's in the performance. She's not swinging a sword around or anything like that. She does look pretty good in that movie. I haven't seen enough of new movie to tell whether she looks good or not, but I'll tell you what, like 87 and the new movie Teela are low fidelity costume designs. They don't really evoke, you don't look at them and think, hey, it's Teela. If you just saw them in a vacuum, you wouldn't think, hey, there she is. I know her. You know, it's that character I've liked for so long. You know. Sometimes low, you could argue, like, look, I say low fidelity, that's not strictly a bad thing, because you've got Skeletor from the movie who doesn't look like the classic Skeletor design, and yet he looks awesome. Right? I think he's got a great costume. Evil Lyn, great costume. And sometimes low fidelity adaptations can completely take over and become the dominant thing. Case in point, the Filmation cartoon could be considered a low fidelity adaptation of the original toy line. And I think it is. And it's going to be hard for me to ever see it in a different light, since I've had like that this classic Grizzlor with his fur. I do not see how Grizzlor. All right. Did they do a Grizzlor, or did they make him furry in the classics line, or not even the classics line even? There's Teela, but not Ultimate Edition. Although she has helmet mode here. What's that all about? She's got these weirdo helmets. These are not Ultimate Teela, though. This one's got a bird. See, even if you get Ultimate Edition, they've got all these little variants for completionists to get them. You know? Oh, Temple of Darkness Sorceress. The Sorcerer... Why? Now that, I like that. That is a highly Conan-esque. Vicor, He-Man of the North. Mm-hmm. If I had the wisdom, and if I was aware of it, in 2011, and not... Where was I? Not at the university at the time. I would have... Not at the university writing thousands and thousands of words about barbarian heroes. I would have had this barbarian hero toy, probably. Vicron, unrelated to Vicor. Different... This one is the ultimate Eternian champion. What was I looking for? Wall display system? I'm looking for Grizzlor. Robot He-Man. Shadow Weaver. There's an interesting character. I don't think Shadow Weaver ever had a toy either in the old version, did she? She might have. It might say here. But she's kind of an interesting character as this mysterious, like... almost phantasmal sort of witch character. There's another witch. Whether she's a sexy witch or not is like open to debate, I suppose. She's not uncurved, right? Oh, Thunderslug. Even the robe can't hide it. Yeah, like, sorceresses do tend to have a heightened degree of sexuality about them. It's one of their cunning moves. You've got to watch out, right? What was I looking for? I was looking for Grizzlor. See, even this She-Ra is less appealing to me than the original She-Ra, which is like this strange riot of cloth and hair. So it has a a point of entry. Grizzlor I was looking for. Look at this Skeletor. This is a redesign with none of the green accents they used to give him on the thing. See, these I hate. These clear statues. I remember reading some long-winded story about some guy who ordered like it was like Obi-Wan's ghost, Force Ghost Obi-Wan or something, exclusive figure, and it took months and months to come. And when he got it, it was a transparent Obi-Wan. And I don't know if he liked it, but I would have been, well, I wouldn't have put in for it because I would have known. But I wouldn't want this. I want the actual figure. I'm quite thankful that I'm not a completionist sort of collector of things. I sort of get things that I like, and I have them around. I don't see no Grizzlor in here. Maybe I saw it on the internet, like this more recent Grizzlor where he isn't fluffy. You've got to have fluffy Grizzlor. Look at him. There's something about this damn Grizzlor. He's meant to be so menacing, but they made him so fluffy. Look at how he fills out the blister on his packet. This guy Grizzlor. What an oaf. And he's got his harness in that's being completely overtaken by his fur. Poor Grizzlor. I don't know what actual kids play with these days. I still think Masters of the Universe, these toys are strong enough that if you like put them in front of a kid today, they'd still appeal to them enough for them to play with them. Like they'd get it. They'd be able to play with them pretty easily. Yeah, this era, that era. I mean this era. A plastic Grizzlor from more recent, I don't know. I get my eras confused. When I say this era, I might be talking about today, or I might be talking about what I'm looking at. It's tough trying to present things cohesively. I think this book is over. Or did I want to look at something else? Like, is there anything else in here that... Oh, there's the boudoir castle. It's back. Is there anything else in here that that anyone can think might be worth looking at? Because we can't flip through every page. The book is far too long. It's a comprehensive encyclopedia of Masters of the Universe up to its publication date. I liked Teela's redesign, actually, in 2002, where she has like a battle dress. It's not quite a mini dress. It's not quite the 70s model mini dress, but I liked it. Her and the Sorceress both got pretty strong redesigns. There's Tricops, the man of the hour, who does not come off, at least as far as I've seen, nearly as well. Oh, sorry, Jiggy. Pardon me. I've missed huge chunks of the chat box. That's my fault. I was a fool. Tricops doesn't come off nearly as well in the 2002 cartoon as he did in this original mini-comic. We looked at it earlier, but if you didn't see that, you might not be aware that Tricops is secretly an awesome character. His intro in the mini-comic is just gold. He's so good and compelling. He's a villain who can actually compete with He-Man. He gets the better of He-Man and his friends basically instantly. He's a cunning and dangerous opponent. And he's got a sense of honor. He's a mercenary who does what he's contracted to do and no more. He's good. He's sort of what Blade is implied to be in the film. I was very surprised. All of a sudden, Tricops is like my number one guy. The repaint's not bad here for Tricops. I still like the original better. He's wearing an undershirt, though, which takes away from the techno-barbarian aesthetic that Masters of the Universe do like to lean into. But this version isn't as strong as his original design anyway. Like, the figure might look better than the old figure, but the old art for Tricops, like, trumps this figure and arguably a bunch of... Any new art based on this design, I'd argue, would be at a disadvantage against original Cyclops. Original Cyclops' artwork in the comic also is not completely full fidelity with the figure either, because he's got like a scabbard and stuff on the back of his costume. But he's mainly in keeping. Yeah. I don't know if he... At least in his first appearance, he puts in a really strong... He stands up to Skeletor and doesn't get blasted back. He's able to clobber Battle Cat and Ram Man and Teela and almost defeats He-Man. And his characterization is very strong. Like, he would fit right into Savage Sword of Conan, as I said earlier. The story is basically a Savage Sword of Conan story, which just happens to have this weirdo with 3 eyes in it, who has panoramic vision, evil, and sees everything. Like, nothing beats that. It's good. Too Bad is also awesome, just visually. Too Bad's great. I think he's a good character. He looks good and is appealing. I'd have a Too Bad toy if I could get one. What if I get some Masters of the Universe toys and, like, look at them? We could unbox them on the stream when there's some light, and we could look at them and think, you know, what is this? 7-inch line, huh? I'll have a look, Jiggy. We shall see. I kind of wanted a Tricops figure just to put him on my desk to remind me that not all hope is lost. Not all hope is lost, Tricops will say to me. What is this thing? Leech. That is Leech. Oh, yeah. He doesn't have his suction cup mouth. That's why I didn't recognize him. He looks too good. Right? The original figure was compromised somewhat by his action feature, which made him have a suction cup in his mouth. And he sort of had details on the side of it to suggest a mouth. What am I doing in this section? I was going to look at Teela's redesign. Am I in the right spot? Saw Triclops and was completely distracted. I wonder if she has a terrible repaint. Oh, there she is. Does she have a terrible repaint? No! You can't really see her design, actually, but she's got like a skirt. And it matches quite what I would have done if I was making a Masters of the Universe movie today. I'd give her a costume that's evocative, a little bit more of the skirt version of Wonder Woman. Because I think Wonder Woman's costume looks pretty good when it's has that sort of greasy and armor feel to it. You know? Yeah, I quite like Teela's readers and her characterization in the 2002 show. Now, I haven't seen much of the 2002 show. I watch it here and there, and I like the characterization, but I don't think I can sustain with it. I don't really watch complete series of animation shows very much, if ever. They're certainly not like long ones. But I've enjoyed like Teela's design and her there's something about it though, at least when I'm watching it, it's on Amazon. But it's very dark, and I don't know if it was always dark in the original version, but the colors are very dim, and sometimes the quality, it looks like it goes from like a pan and scan version that was like, I don't know if you call it pan and scan, when something's 4:3 and then they stretch it to fit widescreen. It looks like it's in that mode sometimes, and sometimes it's clearly made for widescreen, as I think it was originally made in widescreen. And sometimes it's got like the telltale artifacts of digital animation all over the place, like the, not striation, the aliasing things that early era digital animation sometimes would have, especially coming out of Japan when they didn't have the budget to animate anything anymore and it was all digital. Like the latest series of Saber Marionette J. It looked real bad, man. But nonetheless, the show doesn't look its best. I think it might have always been dull of color. That might have been the style at the time. I don't know, but it doesn't look as bright as it needs to be. We might see the sorceress as well. If they made oh, Snake Teela, what the hell is this? She's a serpent woman. How interesting. Oh well. They did 2 Teelas, at least 2 plus Teelas. I don't know if the sorceress is going to appear in this. Or maybe they put it under the. She should be here somewhere. I guess not. But I enjoyed the sorceress's redesign as well. I guess she didn't get a figure. Why would they not do a figure of the sorceress? That I don't know. She had a nice redesign as well, where she had like Egyptian style costuming, which I thought was pretty good. Oh, we're back to Castle Grayskull. I seem to open to this page pretty reliably. The Eternia playset, which they didn't remake. Flying Fists He-Man, the classic. Normal He-Man, the most powerful man in the universe. The Land Shark, which I had, which was great. You'd roll it along the ground and the jaws would go k-k-k-k. That was a great vehicle. There's Leech. See how he's got this suction cup mouth, and to the side of it, it's like pretending the suction cup isn't there. It puts this detail like he's got an open mouth. Ooh, girls? In 2002? I don't know, man. Hey, maybe. They never made a sorceress figure in the ancient age. Even, actually, that's not true. It depends what you're looking at, because Teela was the warrior goddess, aka also kind of the sorceress in the original continuity. And it wasn't until the ultra late period of 1989, not 89, 88, 87 or 88, where they actually put a Filmation model sorceress in. And I like original sorceress's design a lot. Here she is, from 1987, yeah, the very dying day. The dying day of the original line. More and more Filmation stuff leaked in, because people knew the Filmation stuff first by that period, and they came to the toys and they expected to see something congruous with the cartoon. But the two halves, Filmation and Mattel's toy division, were not working together very much. Even by that period, stuff was leaking in, Orko for example, but the toy division was really doing their own thing, and they weren't concerned with the animated show, which had been gone by this point. I don't know when its run ended exactly, but it wasn't that long lasting a show anyway. It was gone by then. But it was prominent enough to enter the imagination. The real Snake Mountain. Oh, Triclops statue. Triclops is super good. I also enjoy Trapjaw a lot. Clawful and Lashor, not as interesting. They're made out to be such buffoons in the Filmation show. They get nothing. Like, if Triclops had at least like 1/10, here's Teela, warrior goddess. There she is. If Triclops had 1/10 of the characterization he had in the mini comic, then he may have carried the Filmation series. Yeah, the Filmation series was quite brief, right, but prominent. Went into syndication and was on reruns for all time, basically. Even until this day. Yeah, female figures don't sell that well. Well, it depends what you mean. I mean, there's entire lines of Bishojo figures that sell just fine. but to lads, right, who are into this stuff, you would not very often get a Teela. You might get a Teela from Auntie, from the Auntie Gacha. What was it called? I made a joke about people's aunts and grandparents being like the Gacha of being a kid, because I'll give you something, but you don't know what it's going to be. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Batman, well, Batman's a more prominent character in general. Wonder Woman being female might not be the driving force behind her lack of figure popularity compared to Batman. Putting anyone up against Batman is basically a Sisyphean like matchup. Batman is a evergreen, timeless character who will always be popular. Nonetheless, but whatever. All of that aside, this was an exciting Oh, there's Mister again, and Lukey, and Hold On to Your Hat, which was that's the plunging neckline costume. I don't think they've made any figures that are compatible with a plunging neckline. They gave it such a plunging neckline, but I don't think any of these figures actually can work with a plunging neckline. They've all got like no, you maybe get away with it a little bit on some of them. Those Double Trouble, the original name. Entraptor. Fit to be Tied. There it is. the life-saving scarf. Some of these costumes are highly mysterious. The fashion doll industry. Who knows its mysteries? None of us boys did back in the day. Yeah, you're right. Green Lantern and the Flash are more apt battle. Crystal Falls. That you have to manually... I guess putting a battery and an actual pump in there would have been too expensive. Would have made it a prohibitive set. Bloody Catra hanging out the back there. The Boudoir Castle. I was very interested to look at these. Because, like, when I was a lad, all of these, like Princess of Power and, like, the dresses and things would basically just white noise when you're in the toy department. It's all white noise. You don't even see it. The girls' aisle was just this pink void that you would go through. There's Catra. She was the best figure in this line. Any of the Catras beats any of these other ones. With a bit of Froster thrown in with her pedestal fan, frankly. So it's been interesting to actually look at these and see what they are, and have a bit more understanding of the context of them and all that sort of thing. There's the one dude, Bo. What an oaf. With his heartbeat action feature. The He-Man sisters definitely had Bo. For those who don't know, the He-Man sisters were two girls that I knew when I was little. And they were into Masters of the Universe as well. They had He-Man stuff. They also had some of these Princess of Power toys. They had Bo and several of the... They had Barbie. They had all the girl stuff. But they also had, like, some members of the Evil Horde who were in the She-Ra cartoon. And they had some He-Man stuff. That's who I'm referring to. So I have personal experience of girls being into the Masters of the Universe as a general thing, alongside, like, more conventional girl stuff. But whatever. Yeah, the girls' aisle was this mysterious pink vortex that you just walk past on your way to the real toys. The ones with guns and muscles and action features. Ones that implied a certain amount of violence and aggression. That your young boy heart desired. You needed to express this inner need to affect your will upon the world. And you can't do that with fashion toys. You need action figures, damn it. You need spring-loaded this. You need choke hazard that. That's what you need. All right, I'm putting a stop. Oh, back in Cat... All right, enough of this. Just flipping idly, and I just returned to Catra like some sort of oaf. Here's the Art of He-Man as well, which I had the deluxe version of, but now I've got this one for reference, so I don't have to take it out of the 8-stage slipcase just to look at it. Now, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, and when I come back, we'll play some games or something. I don't know what we're going to do. It's already pretty late in the day, man. We'll play something. Have a good night, Delta T. I'll be back, though. I'm not completely finished yet. I'll go for a little while longer. I don't know what we'll play. I'm not really in the mood for the He-Man text adventure. I'll come up with something. I shan't be too long. I'll see you all shortly. Sorry, Kotiganute. We're about to step away. I'll see you all in a few moments. And hey, and up.
From a dark, primitive time of a barbaric empire comes the epic battle for the throne of fire. A time when the power of evil triumphed across the land. A time of uncontrollable demonic forces. A time of the sword and sorcery. A towering spectacle of merciless warlords, fearless warriors, lusting women, and awesome conflicts. The Throne of Fire.
After you drop me off at Felicia's, round up the boys and meet me there.
Good idea.
Now let's get going. I'll give him one of these, and I'll give him one of those, and one of these, and I'll give him one of those, and I'll choke him like this.
All right,
I'll choke him like this, and I'll give him...
Oh, yeah. I believe you, but we gotta know, who are you? Who are you, actually? Who are you? What's your name? Okay, I understand. Right. Hey, Sinister, come on in here.
Easy, Big Daddy.
Well,
Easy, Big Daddy.
Hey, I think we need a little interpretation. Who or what is it? All right.
I'll give you interpretation, because that's what they do. He gives them one of these, and he gives them one of those. And you know who he gives it to? He gives it to Bruiser. Give him one, Daddy. Give him one. That's right. That's it. Vance, look at this guy.
Hey, what?
Look at this monster.
Don't you think I can take care of my own?
Yeah!
お兄ちゃん、小学生なんだから新聞読みながらご飯食べないで。ママ、30過ぎたピンクのでんぶご飯にかけて食べないで。お姉ちゃん、高校生なんだから居眠りしながらご飯食べないで。
静かに。
Taking a big chance charging at a man with a drawn longbow. Must have heard about my reputation for fair play. Can't believe everything you hear.
Don't you just love being in the spotlight? I don't remember having such a big audience in a long time, do you?
You haven't forgotten the routine?
You bet I haven't.
Ator, they were Hagen's men, soldiers from the Kingdom of the East.
心に詰めてたみたいに目覚めた色のついた夢の中を歩いてた息が止まるよ同じ一匹不思議な時間見えないと尋ねばあなたが現れたのよ
What's with this guy?
I'm gonna tell you what
Who is he?
I'm gonna tell you who he is.
All right, who is
He gives them one of those, and he gives them one of these. That's all the people need to know.
Who is he? What's his name?
His name is Monster Number 2, and he gives them one of these, and he gives them one of those.
But I thought it was Monster Number 1.
He's Monster Number 1, and he gives them one of these.
Well, is he the
and
Super Destroyer or what?
Don't worry about who he is. Just watch what he does.
We don't even know who he is.
To the Beast Boy.
From a dark, primitive time of a barbaric empire comes the epic battle for the throne of fire. A time when the power of evil triumphed across the land. A a time of uncontrollable demonic forces, a time of the sword and sorcery. A towering spectacle of
Excuse me. Oh, black screen? Come on, man. Ding! Ah, there we go. It's a good thing that worked, because I made the noise. I said ka-ting, like it was going to have some effect. I'm basically in cooldown phase. Somehow looking at all that stuff has been very tiring. Alright? Somehow I've wound up in my cooldown phase. Let's play a game of something, eh? I can think of a good game, because I was reminded of Whips and Anthony DeLongis, and things that would easily turn into a Conan thing, like Tricops especially, turn into a Conan character instantly. I'm reminded of a game I play sometimes, and it's a nice casual game. It's one of those roguelikes. You may know it, it's called City of Brass. Have you heard of City of Brass before? I've been on... How long have I been on? Nearly 6 hours. Let me run it and I'll see if I can capture it. I'm powering down. But it'll be a long power down. That's very interesting. Right? In reference to Wonder Woman not selling much, I wonder if Bo sold like a comparable low amount. So this is probably going to be a bit loud. In the Princess of Power line. They didn't make clothes for him, I notice. There's no rad going out jacket for Bo. Oh! You crackpot game. I have to set up a special capture thing for this. It's playing the intro. I haven't got it captured yet. Stand by. Oh, here we are. Alright. Look, it's working. Get ready for an Arabian adventure. Oh, speaking of Prince of Persia that I was talking about before. This is, Thief and Rank 21. I play this occasionally, it's good. It's about being a thief, going into the mythical city of Brass, the city of where the Jinn live, the city of the genies. That's Jiggy's job, Thunderslug. He's doing the Prince of Persia retrospective. And he's doing a cracking job of it, too. Very interesting material coming out of there. The dead on the spikes emote. Oy. They added, originally you were only the fool. They added various characters, right? The Traveller is the same, except a girl. The Soldier has a spear that she can throw. The Brigand has throwing knives. They all have whips as well, because the whip is the key component of this game. The hair, ignore, no interest. Genie, no interest. A Revenant, undead, boring. The character's got to be human in this context for me to enjoy it. I don't want to be a genie. Why would I be a genie in the... like a human character getting into the Forbidden City of Brass and getting out with as much gold as possible is way more interesting than being a Bone Master, as we see over here, or a genie. Because who knows? I like the classics, man. I'm playing as the Fool. Because what fool would... Oh, did I ever? I was playing that recently, actually. Very recently. And I thought it was pretty good. Because I saw Ex Mortis playing it, and it was running pretty well on his emulator. So I decided to try it, and I got it running pretty well, and I was playing it, and I'm into it, except I got up to a certain boss, and it crashes. The problem Ex Mortis was actually having was that he put the game on easy, so the game basically wasn't happening for him. All of the combat was hold forward and just push the attack button repeatedly and do nothing and win. So it was basically sightseeing, so it was a bit boring in that respect. But disregard that potion. But I put the difficulty up when I played it, and it's very good. Like, I've been enjoying it. It locks the hardest difficulty. The king difficulty, it locks it stupidly. So this game, right, you're the thief, you have a scimitar and I've got a problem. Hang on. My cursor's wandering off. I can fix that. I found a program called Dual Monitor Tools, which lets me lock the... Yeah, the enemies don't challenge you enough. They don't need you to use all these abilities that you're getting, and if you're on low difficulty. They don't block. You could argue that they block too much. In some of the shield end, they always block. It's like, oh, it's a big grind. You got to get through them. But the game's very good, and the best thing about it is that it's quite authentic to the classic atmosphere of Conan. Anyway, in this game, you've got a scimitar and you've got a whip, and the whip is key to all things. Even with the whip, you can grab objects from the distance with the whip. See, this is a vase, and all you can do with that is throw it. It doesn't even matter. Usually when I want to play this game, it's in October, and for some stupid reason, the developers of this game change all of the gold and pickups and everything into like Halloween-themed candy objects, which destroys the atmosphere, and you can't turn it off. So you cannot play this game in October if you're someone like me who enjoys atmosphere. You activate the trap and you can walk through it. Oh, there's one of the ghouls. You can whip them and knock them over. And your objective is to get through the levels before the time runs out. That's before the genies really know you're there. And they send their, like, killers after you. All the potions do various things. This gives me an AoE effect and a really ugly screen filter, which is no good. It'll wear off in a second. But you want to get as much money as you can. So you've got to balance speed with safety. This'll sell you things. This is a traitor genie. He'll sell you objects if you've got the money. The Horn of Warning, like, what is it? Always know where your nearest enemies stand. That's pretty good, but I'd rather keep my... Oh, Gauntlet of Hurling is better. There's a crack in this wall. So what you got to do is you got to find something that'll blast it open. When you're facing enemies, you can use your whip. If you hit them in the head, you can stun them. Alright? You can also... Oh, I used to be able to... Maybe I bound that to a different key. Hang on. You can also pull them forward. Whip their feet to knock them over. If they have a weapon, you can disarm them with the whip. Oh, that's a lost soul there. Never mind that. So the safest way of dealing with enemies is almost... Oh, I didn't realise that was going to blow up on me. It's almost always to whip them. It's like... It's the crowd control thing. Because they can be quite dangerous in hand-to-hand combat. Whip those, and they fall out of the air. This is a good relaxing game that I play sometimes. They take a couple of hits. You've got to leverage your advantages. I've got to find something that blows up. They blow up, but they don't... I can't carry it with me. See that? I can pay money to disable all the traps in the level. But why would you? Surely a true brave man would just leave all the traps on. I should change the category while I'm thinking of it, because I don't think Lion's here. He's not going to do it for me. Edit. City of Brass. 2.4 thousand followers. Ooh, popular. I know. These things, you can set them off remotely with your... So I like the default character the best. The other characters have different weapons, like the soldier can throw the spear, and the brigand can throw knives, and I don't know what the other two do, because I don't want to be them. But this default setup with the whip and the sword is the most appealing. Oh, there's a bomb. That black vase there. That's the ticket. Now we can get in here to this secret cache. Yeah, this is a fun game. There's not that much to it. It maybe won't hold up after, like, dozens of hours or whatever, but it's fun enough. And I'm not a grandmaster at it. You get. I've only played it occasionally. I tend to lose my skills in between games. You also have a push move to push enemies into traps. That becomes more important in the later levels, where the enemies are very cunning and the traps are more dangerous. You're moving them into traps by, like, using the pull function and stuff like that. By then you've got more special objects, and like a typical roguelike, it's got the rules of the game, and you pick up a lot of objects that let you break those rules in certain ways. Now this is a healy man, eh? I've learned to, like, get health when I can. It's very easy to biff it. Being aware of the spikes is a key skill. Being aware of the enemies in a room. Opening chests with caution. Get everything made of gold and then you get out. I'm running out of time. Ah, see, he got trapped. What a fool. And that's the end of the level in front of me. You'll see these rings as well. You can whip onto them and give yourself a boost. Those sprayers, they hurl sand. Think of them as sand blasters. They do damage.
They do damage.
I like how confident our hero is. No horror game, this. This is a game of heroic adventure, which is why it really appealed. Insurance, bah! Oh, excuse me, I nearly needed the insurance immediately there. I don't even know what the insurance does. I never buy it. If I ever knew, I forgot. Always look for the gold. And watch out for the enemies. Oh, God. I got them both in one swing. And if gold is far away, you can use your whip to pick it up. As Anthony DeLongis can no doubt do in real life, treasure chests don't always have gold. They usually have gold. Sometimes they've got an item, and sometimes they've got, like, poison. So you have to beware. What's in here? Oh, a tonic of healing. Most would leave that there and come back to it. But I almost always take healing items whether I need them or not. I find it a good omen. See, that's an evil genie there. Shoots fireballs at you. You also start the game with 3 wishes, right? And if I use a wish here, I can turn this genie, who throws fireballs, against the enemies. He'll keep coming back as long as I'm in this area. Leap of stumbling. Links of propulsion. What the devil does that mean? Oh, I've got a chain whip now, but what does it mean? It's got a robust journal full of all the lore, so you can see what you've got. Wherever this whip strikes, your enemies shall be flung back. Alright, I like that. I've had it before, apparently, according to this. Because it tells you how many times you've had it. I've just forgotten what it is. I've equipped it 4 times. Uh-oh, look. Genie's still hurling fire at me. Your little radar there tells you the direction of the exit, but it doesn't tell you where the treasure is. So you've always got to be flung back. It should, yeah, it doesn't fling them back if you hit them in the legs. That just trips them. I like this chain whip, it's quite attractive. You know what a chain whip is called? That's called a flail. Well, almost. Lanterns set things on fire. That's some glod. It's to your advantage. Oh, transients. What does that do? What does that do? Oh, it doesn't show me what potions I'm using? Oh, what do we got here? Light of following. Plate of porcelain. Iron constitution. I'll have a light of following as well. I'm assuming it's going to have a little light that'll follow me around. Tricked. Oh, spikes are there, gee. Sometimes these little sand cascades have secreties behind them. Annoyingly, objects can have gold hidden in them as well. And the bad thing about that is that when you break one, the gold object doesn't just stay where the thing was. It gets flung all over creation. It just flies off. So you're not always going to know straight away. You have to sort of look for it. And if you see it or if you don't see it, it's very annoying. I think the object should just be where the thing was. Let the particle, the bits of the... These are traps as well. And sometimes up high, there's... sometimes these pits are bottomless as well. Up high, there's sort of treasure hidden on little nooks and the like. Pass through walls and obstacles. Oh, I see. If I ever knew, I forgot. Oh, there's a guy there. Ooh, he's not dead. When you get to the later levels, this becomes much more difficult, of course. Oh, we saved him from the... I was trying to push him in. In you go. That's the bit. There, good. This whip of propulsion paying off. Up. There it is, the City of Brass, out of focus. It's just there. There's desert all around it, and then there's just the city. It's kind of like the City of Naboo in Star Wars, where there's rolling plains around it, no farms or anything. All this wasted farmland. And then the city's just there. Right? And that's where they have the Battle of Naboo, or whatever it was called. We cannot use our powers to help her. Heels of Rising. There's that plate of porcelain again. Can I look at the... Flower of... When you approach the line between life and death, the terrible flower blooms. What on earth could that mean? I buy it. Oh, I can't buy it. Oh, I did purchase it. Good, good, good. What about healed? Let's buy all the stuff. Let's look at it. What's the plate of porcelain? More decoration than defense. Shields you from a single... I've had it 12 times. You'd think I'd know. And the Heels of Rising no doubt give me a big jump. And that's true. They do. Alright, nobody better be ambushing me in here. You, wizard! Get a load of this. Yeah, dealt with. The wizards are a big problem because they can push you back. They have a repulsion function. And they shoot homing bolts, which you can whip out of the air and send back to them, which is satisfying. Whoa. I understand that more recent Indiana Jones game had some whip combat. Whoa, that's... See, they put just rotting meat into these things. And it bursts out when you open it. If you see bones, you back away. This is a bomb. I wonder if the Indiana Jones combat is as satisfying as this. Whip-wise, that is. Oh, that's a trap. Holding onto my bomb a little bit. Nah, the hell with it. Prevents me from doing real combat. Oh, didn't realize you were there. Anyway, I haven't seen many games that have like first-person whipping that's satisfying. There's only this one, and potentially Indiana Jones, which I did not play wisely. Hey, get in the pit. There we go. Oh, that's a bottomless pit. That. Oh no, it looks like there is a bottom. Oh, it's just down very far. See that up there? That treasure you can't get by whipping because there's a corpse hanging onto it. It's his dearest possession. There he is. Those you actually have to get to. Gamble? What do you mean? Nah. Oh god, the spike's there. And I've still got plenty of time left. I'm not getting plenty of gold per minute though. We're getting like low profit margins here. Go back. Go back into the sand blaster. There we go. Oh yeah, the Castlevania Doom mod does have a good whip. And of course, Kiss Psycho Circus game, where the whip is the sniper rifle, is amazing. That feels super good. I don't know about the rest of the game. I played it and liked it back in the day. I don't know if I'd like it so much now. Although I do like Kiss, so it's got that advantage. Get out of here, wizard. You summon demons, wizard? Oh god. You can stun them. My knockback is actually in my disfavor at the moment against those. You don't have a way to block with your sword. The only way to play is to like crowd control the enemy with the whip. I find it quite fun. Oh, here's the Guardian of the Land. It's very simple. You just have to deflect all three of the balls. Oh well, as many of the balls as you can. Like that. Alright, now we can leave. You have to defeat the boss to leave. That's what the lock means, of course. We get this satisfying money that the boss drops in coin form, featuring a genie face on one side and a starburst on the other. Wow, what do you want? Oh, a secret sidestep out of him. Hey. Look at that gap. No, I don't want to turn off the traps. If I do that, it's not as exciting and adventurous. And I can't use the traps against my enemies either. Oh, big money. Look at the fortune we've amassed so far. What's this potion? Essence of the Glacier. A potent frost. All you need for that is a pedestal fan. Pedestal fan potion. Froster. Oh, we froze him. We can still pull him around. Come here. There. Now he's in the blast. There we go. Oh, the flame block. How do I get out of here? I might have... Oh, God. I might have missed something over here, actually. My radar is telling me that this is the way to get out. Because I'm nearly out of time. I've squandered my moments. I heard something. I think there's an enemy there somewhere. When you run out of time, they send a spirit after you, which causes no end of trouble. Ah, this way. Alright, so what can I pass through with this? Not doors. I'm not really game to try it on a trap, but I'm having a pretty good run. There we go. The Garden of Reflection. Cast ice speller. The Garden of Reflection. So we're in a different, like, style of area now. We're in a garden, and it's got all new traps and different enemies. Alright, what have we got here? The Blade of Cleaving. This hefty blade increases your reach. Yeah, look at it. Vest of Alliance. I mean, I don't know what that is yet. The Horn of Warning might be good. That lets me know that there's enemies. I'm going to buy this Vest of Alliance and see what it even is. Vest of Alliance. Turn adversary into ally. Although it cost you... I've equipped it 3 times according to this. I don't know why it wasn't in the journal. Cost you some small measure of life. I don't like the sound of that. This is one of the Arabian ancestors of the Belmonts. This is the most annoying trap because you can't really jump all the way over it. Oh, I guess I can with my Heels of Rising, actually. Never mind. Oh, this blade is slow. Increases your range, but at what cost? Come here. Oh, this aggressive enemy. That's a poison thing. Notice how this game interestingly uses the Japanese color coding for poison, where it's purple instead of green, which is more familiar in these lands. I think the Japanese and... who else uses purple for poison? I don't think it's that uncommon. It's not just the Japanese. These things, they shoot you as you go by. Oh god. One of the box masters. Hello? Ah, bloody thing. Summon companion. Now I've got a ghost with me to do battle. In my place. Look at these bloody things. Like most ancient traps, they're annoyingly accurate. He'll summon skeletons until I leave. Was this a dead end? Attacking my own man there. Never mind that. That's normal treasure hunter behavior. Oh, I didn't grab on the edge. I thought I would. Yikes. Oh god, I'm lucky. Oh, look at all these warriors. Be gone, wizard. Oh, there's another wizard over there. Right next to an exploding thing, I see. There, got it. Oh, I got knocked back. Be happier with a swifter weapon. There's my companion there doing some work. Good, let him. Did I plunder this place? I guess I didn't. Oh, glods. Got Healy Wheelie over there by the looks of it. Ah, good. Satisfying potion. In the second area, and we've already got a lot more time to deal with the levels and try to get as much treasure as we can. Hit the thing? Yep, good. I thought someone was after me there. We disarmed him of his helm there, that fella. Oh. I'd like a different sword, I think. The problem I have with my sword isn't range exactly, it's speed usually. And this has got worse speed than my first sword. Whoa. Alright, steady on now, men. I think only the first swing is slow, because afterwards you get repeated swings at normal speed, I think. It's like the inverse of the Wolfrup tiring rule. That didn't do too much to him. Watch out for those. Watch out for those heads. You can't trip the wizards because they float, you see. Ah, damn it. Ah, salesman. Genie reveal. Strap of impact. Hang on. Woven into the lash. Well, I've already got a knockback whip. I'll keep my chain. Tongue of silver. Oh, bloom of frost. What are you talking about? For every strike your body takes... Yes, that sounds good. Tongue of silver. Even genies are not immune to the power of this. You buy it to change their prices. Not necessarily for the upwards. I'm going to leave it. Never mind that. Tongue of silver. There's one of those heads. Did gold come out of that? Might have been that. Oh, bloody thing. I gotta get out of here. Actually, I'm running out of time. Follow the radar. I'm already at optimum life. Good. Ah, look at this. Starts with a nice pool of water to relax you before the challenges that are to come. Look at these rotating spike traps. Is there anything else in here? I don't think that there's ever anything in the earliest corridor of a level. See, I think that came out of the thing I just broke. So it's nowhere near it. It moves too fast for you to track. I just ignore breaking things most of the time. Whoa, there's dudes. Those monsters with the cage on their heads, they can't be stunned by the whip. There. The treasure. Oh god. takes so long to Hello. Oh my god, it's a giant beast. Look at this thing. Ah! Forgotten about those. I lost a bit of health there. Be gone, wizard. The orthodox way to deal with wizards is to whip their spells back at them. And then they ragdoll amusingly into the corner, as is tradition. I'll keep pressing this way, past this fountain. I like a nice fountain. I should get a fountain for my house. If I stun him... Get in front of it. Just try to manipulate him into the thing. There you go. Oh, what an oath. It's the hardest trap to make you... It doesn't even destroy him in one blow, of course. Trip, stun, and disarm the enemy at the same time. Well met! Anuki. How goes? Look at City of Brass. These big men might be a bit of a... Oh, go! Oh, they've got their own whip. Gotta watch out for these jokers. What am I... Oh, he's on my side now. That's what that enchantment does. I want to get in here. There'll be big treasure in this room. Oh, God. Oh, that blast didn't even finish him off. That is a Healy potion. We need that. Some treasure up there. I saw the glint of gold. There it is. I don't know if I got it or if I just sent it to the four corners. There we go. Watch out for traps. I'm at the end of the area. Still plenty of time left, but whatever. Oasis of Death. This is a Guardian level. That should be no match. Oh. They would put a thing there, wouldn't they? Oh, not in range. Hit the thing. What is this? That blade of cleaving. I think I locked that away in him with one previous run. Yea, long ago. This is a bit rough. Bloody hell, I couldn't jump over him. These genies are the worst thing. The ones that keep sending the fireballs and firemen after you. What do you got, genie? Rope of the fakir. I wanted to knock him into the thing. Souls of Abrasion. Another black... can I not get rid of... Oh, what do you want? Yeah, get you go. Hang on, there was some... I don't want to get caught in his weirdo blast. I think I converted him then, but I'd rather him dead than working for me. Yeah, no Rastan even mentioned. What does it mean? No, there's no map. You only have the compass to guide you. And frankly, that's enough. It tells you where the exit is. But what you want is the treasure. Oh god, what was that from? Is there another one of those Yahoo... Oh, it's a magician. Souls of a... Stunned. They knock you back when you hit them, these. Fighting mages such as those are a big problem when there's lots of enemies around. It becomes very difficult. And this game's not shy of putting lots of enemies around when it wishes either. Now what? Oh god. It's the Phantom Archer. Oh god. Oh. Look at my life. The icons coming up and getting in the way. Oh, and I got stabbed in the final moment because he was slightly too far away. Yeah, you fine. Rank up rewards? Don't tell me that. That was good. Randomly generated levels this has. Or procedurally generated, as is a trendy term. No, you're pretty good. Well, you want a round of Rastan? I can handle that, assuming my controller's still connected to Mame, which isn't guaranteed after all the USB-related Yahooing that's been going on during these rounds. There we go. All right. I've been on for 6.5 hours. What do you think? What do you think? What would be the wisest move to round out the stream? We can turn Mame on. City of Brass is pretty good. I think I will have a round of Rastan and just see what happens. And then I might end my stream. It's been a heavy day of action figure viewing. 24-hour stream? Oh, I don't know about that. I think 12 is even beyond the pale. Lord BBH had a long stream recently for his birthday. As is warranted, the birthday stream warrants special attention. Now a bit of Rastan. Rastan Classic. Got to keep in practice here. Now we want Rastan volume down about that far. I'd be out of commission. Hang on, sorry. I paused it so I could move the frame over. Dual monitor tools deactivate so that I can... Not like that. Oh, God. Boomba. Now you see in the background there, right in the center of the screen, how the peak of that mountain, and the one next to it, looks like there's like a city, like an ancient city or citadel or some sort of fortress back there. It's a mysterious detail, which is repeated in Rastan 3. Yeah, the true Rastan. No romanticizing of Rastan's character here, sir. This is the real deal. Get the jewel. Oh, what a game. Hey, watch out. Weapons of steel or murder. I should host a Rastan Tournament of Kings that all men can enter. The game would be all 3 Rastan games. Whoever gets the highest score across all 3 games will be champion. However, in order for your score to count, you have to finish the game. It has to be a 1cc. No matter what else kind of stupid leeching you can do. We'll have to review the leeching. I don't know if we need leeching rules. But you're not allowed to die in the leeching spot. It has to finish. There might be a time limit. Never mind leeching. You've got to get as much score within the time limit and finish the game. Across all 3 Rastan titles. Whoever wins gets a trophy. I'm not allowed to enter my own tournament, of course. There's a fairly low number of people who can actually 1c all 3 games, though. McCaw can do it. Lord BBH can do all 3, I'll wager. Dwayne Richard can probably do it. I don't know. I think he mainly plays older games, though, doesn't he? Him and the other classic arcade gang. A bit of Joust. Oh, they probably play Rastan. No, what do I know? There'd be Grandmasters. Murphigator can probably do all 3. Who knows? I guess there'd be quite a few. Host a grand tournament. I'll have to have a trophy made. Yes, it has a scoring tech. This game also has scoring tech in the penultimate stages, although you can't stay there forever. I don't think. Well, I don't know. Maybe you can. I think it's in the Hydra stage where you farm a lot of points in this game. That's not quite so interesting to me. I am adamant about having to clear the game. What's the point? If victory is not attained, what does the score matter? You know? Who cares what score you got if you didn't accomplish your quest, Rastan? Score might as well be 0. The Rastanian. The Masters of Steel tournament. All players are banned, right? Everyone's banned at the start. And when you enter, you get unbanned. That's how it works. The official nomenclature is that everyone's banned. That's a stupid idea. Anyone who enters is unbanned from the tournament. That makes it more exclusive. I think it's the Hydra Cave where you get lots of score. You're descending in the Hydra Cave in this game. And you hang out in one of the spots where the enemies respawn and you kill them infinitely. It might not be infinitely though. I don't think the game lets you go on forever. But there's big scores that have been put up for this game. That might not be the right position. No, it was too far forward. Spindly killerfish. Third place will be a jar of mud with a label on it that says the worst prize in the tournament. I'll get some, cosplay girl to portray the Princess of Kayam to hand out the treasures of the kingdom to the winners. In the Great Hall, which is where this will be held, by the way. A Great Hall somewhere. Rastan 3 will have to be on all misfortune settings as well. We have to figure out all the settings. Well, there'll be Great Hall somewhere. The church we could occupy, I don't know. A church hall. Look at that fleece tantalizingly beyond the gate there. A fleece, that'd be like, that should be the trophy, a golden fleece. How would I get it? It'd be real sheepskin, but how would I reflect the golden quality? Would I spray paint the wool? Like, wouldn't that make it worse? Yeah, you think it should be a speed contest? Yeah, maybe. But the thing about score is that it's like universal and everyone understands it. There's very little grounds for disputing. it's what the number says, man. You know. I could dye the wool. Can you dye the wool gold exactly? That should be first place, the fleece. We'll have to think about it. The Rastan tournament. Second place will be an iron rod, unadorned with any decorations. It's just an iron rod to represent your great skill. Actually, I'd like a laurel. A fleece, a laurel, and a potion. Yeah, maybe an exotic bottle with some sort of potion in it. All entries have to be filmed on VHS with 1987 consumer grade equipment down the fish and chip shop. It all has to be authentic like that. Or at a swimming pool, like I saw a Rastan cabinet down the swimming pool one time. I'll also accept this. Bison. I think there's something to this idea, you know. I might have to think about this seriously. I like the idea of declaring a champion of Rastan. Only beta? Oh no, beta. I suppose, yeah, a bit of Betamax. Get it in there. And also the tape quality has to be rickety. Yeah, also have to, like, copy the tape to the 3rd generation or it's not an authentic. It has to be degenerated correctly. Like distressed jeans. You know how that was a big deal? Pre-ripped jeans, distressed jeans. Well, pre-copied VHS is what the true enthusiasts will watch. Oh, see, we've got specialists to detect that kind of trickery, Romhook. We'll have expert men as part of an exclusive panel who know all of the tricks. Your VHS filter's not going to work. I wonder if it should just be a Mame tournament, actually. There's a fleece. What do people normally do? when they organise tournaments like this. Oh, Braston. Right, dealt with. Imagine being a brave fighter. Remember the demon in Masters of the Universe earlier? Could not deal with two great fighters, He-Man and Teela. He was immediately blown back. Cast back into the shadow where it belongs. The beast from the outer dark. Skeletons step back. Oh, they both drop treasure. Skeletons are frequent treasure droppers, actually, I believe. They seem to be. Nope. Oh. We're on our way to the fourth sorcerer, and he'll be blown back like the rest, hopefully. VHS demands. The quest for authenticity never ends, you see. We ignore factory settings, we want fish and chip shop settings. So whatever was going on down Jacko's fish and chip shop, that's the settings we need for our official tournament rules. Oh, a fleece at this hour? That was lucky. I'm staying on the high road. Keeping the axe. Oh, at least for now. The axe does triple damage as a general thing. Look at this. If you did it with Mame, you could... Ah! My first life loss. That was a really good run. If you did it on Mame, you could use the replay function, and people could record their games. It's already got a robust system for that. I'd have to look into it though. Whoever's judging the tournament just has to watch all the games, basically at their leisure. Ideally, there'd be like a panel. But who knows well enough to be on the panel and also not be in the tournament? Because we can't have a conflict of interest going on here. Ah, actually no. Up more. I mean, I don't even know about Rastan's scoring, really. I demand you have to clear the game, though. The 1cc must be done. So if you spend all your lives leeching in some leech point and fail to clear, that adds a bit of stakes, actually. That makes leeching a bit of a risk if I demand that you must clear the game. You won't be able to set some world record, probably, but that's not the demands of the tournament. The true warrior has to clear the game. Ah, Rastan! Who's repeating the performance? Oh, I thought you meant I'd have to repeat their performance. Thunderslide. It has to be confirmed. That's right. You get in the nook, and then you get out of the nook. And then you don't worry about it, eh? Up. Yep. Oh, Rastan! What's going on, man? I'll just lose all my lives here. Why not? What are lives for if not for losing? You want to live forever? Ugh. Maybe I have to wait a cycle or two, I don't know. I've been spooked. Right, good. As long as he's not dead, Rastan is brimming with life. So should we all be. Bom, bom. All right. Oh, Rastan, I'm too far away. Good. Good, the simplest way is the best. Yeah, it has to be a fish and chip shop. And not a barcade, even if they serve fish and chips. It has to have... Alright, whatever fish and chip shop we're talking about has to go back at least 30 years. And it's not allowed to be too nice. Like if it's all nice inside, all clean, it has to be a bit scungy in order to be an authentic... These rules are getting out of control, actually. It has to be a little bit scungy. And whoever's running the place has to be slightly surly as well and want you out of there. Because you're playing too long on a machine for 20 cents. You put 20 cents in the machine, mate, you've been there all day. There you go. Ha! Like that. Get out of here, the Chimera. Well, there's a tantalizing life there we could have had. A bit of life, anyway. The worst part of the game's coming up. I don't like it. We're in the Hydra stage. Did I just pick up a fleece? I didn't see that. I noticed my health is maximum, though. This game has been very good fortune. There's a lot of fleeces have gone down. Now, no leeching. I'm not experienced enough in score play to know where to draw the line exactly. Like, what's leeching? I don't know. Never mind the flail. Not worth it in this instance. Up. Oh. We want that axe. Oh, the sword is good for clearing out those things. Alright, axe ready. Worst part of the game. Come on, Rasta, get out of the pit. Yes, good, good, good. All is good. Maybe I'm a fool for moving back as if it's going to give me more momentum. It might not be necessary. Oh, the Chimera despawned. That's good. Enemies despawning's no good for your score, though. You better bear that in mind during the tournament. The beer pit. Yeah, mate. I think high score players of Rastan do a sort of leech down here somewhere. I don't remember exactly where or how it goes. Oh, I missed the axe. That's a critical mistake there. I think it's like a place like this. I don't know if it's this exactly, but it's somewhere similar to that. I think enemies keep coming. Yeah, see how they're spawning up there? I think you can stay up there and do battle with them in like indefinitely. Fireballs are on a weird cycle. Fleece at this hour! Excellent work. And high score men spend all their lives like here leeching. However, under my rules you have to clear the game. You're going to keep a life or two in return to make sure you clear it? Who knows? Alright, Hydra. Oops. That was a mistake. Turn around. Oh, man. Maybe I should be staying on the ground. What? I had this worked out pretty damn well at one point. Although, in saying that, I normally do fight this thing with the axe. Flames, Rastan. Oh, the heads are just going. Yep, good. Yeah, more red potions, aka the poison. That's what you need. Can you stay here infinitely? This game's got like a soft timer of the attrition bats. Oh, talk about... Oh, man. Alright, last life. That's normal. I occasionally can 1cc this. Not with this sort of performance here.
And made some change this day.
Oh, I should have just leapt like I normally do. Strike the earth. 38 months of power. Oh, damn it. Never mind. Hey, thank you. Alright, I'm too tired to continue. I'm too tired. I think all I've got left in me is a round of Warrior Blade. I've got to relearn what... I got medium good at this game. Now I don't remember how to play it properly. We're getting extra Rastan. I wonder if there's any scoring tricks on Warrior Blade here, man. I don't know. Oh, Rastan, the only true character. The other characters are great too. Yeah, skill rust and forgetting and... Okay, what the Zog? My controls are bust. Don't understand Rastan. Is it a this machine problem? Or a general problem? General is Joy 1. Well, what Joy am I on? Yeah, Joy 1. So... Well, that's funny. How do I reset this to default just as a blanket thing? These specific game ones. I'll just do this for now. P2 button 1? I should be on... Where's player 1? Look at all those Mahjong controls. What menu am I in? That's general. This machine I wanted. Yeah, here we go. And yet the buttons are correct. Are they? They can't be. They are. Yeah. Huh. I don't know. Rastan Saga. Well, Rastan Saga was. It has a famous Master System version. But Warrior Blade, Rastan Saga 3, was never converted in the ancient age. Although you can get it on the Switch, I understand. Games such as this and the Ninja Warriors really make me want to... really make me want to get one of those super wide monitors just so that I can have it in like the optimum view. Close to the arcade. Yep. Oh. The Horseman's Forest. Oh, the Horseman's Forest. The Horsemen are a treacherous crew. Maybe he just stole this horse. It's probably not even his. I don't know. The real question is, does it come packed with Thunder Punch Rastan? Your bad fortune. Ulakatsia volcano. The lava men, they try to walk into you. It's a terrible habit. I find it more profitable to not deal with the lava monsters if I can get out of it. Oh god. Careful, Rastan. As long as I'm not facing off against the flail masters, I'm alright. I need to get really reliable technique against the flail men. Oh, we have the axe. Oh, the axe should give us an advantage against the doppelganger, actually. Dunamis Noisis. There might be a better way. Oh, the axe is gone already. We've got a couple of heroic blows in. The only actual method I know for this is to get above it and get it to walk into you. Because it has to adjust its position, like before it can line up. It still will hit you though. And when it falls down like that, you just move a little further down. That's my method so far. I've only 1cc'd this once, and I think I had a bit of luck in doing so as well. Because I was blown back in all my previous attempts, like, since. Attack speed up, the most important of all upgrades, I believe. Ah! No! These tribesmen. The priests. Ooh, a marine medicine. We left some breaky boxes behind there in that leap. We're eager for battle. Too eager. Ah, bison clamps. I give him one of these, and I give him one of those. The flail men. They're the major problem of the age. Oh, bracelet. That does something, the bracelet. I don't know what. Oh, there's a pickup. Fire. Look at this. May power be with you. Didn't do that much damage, actually. Stay on the flailman. I don't know if he's dead. Careful. There's 50 flailmen for you, Rascal. I want to break that gargoyle. Right, he's gone. You don't get a death... Oh, we got light. Talk about some luck being involved. Oh, the pendant is there. That's important. When I pick up treasure while wearing the pendant, I get life back. So that silver should give me a little measure of life. Ich lusch dich aus. Or whatever it is. In Germania? Never mind these demons of the air. We deal with them. No mortal men better contest Raston this day. Oh god! These mortal men. And their airs and graces. Uh-oh, flail masters. Yeah, it's good. The Shining Wizard might be very useful for dealing with flail men. If I can do it on reaction like that, sort of short range, short order Shining Wizard. That's what I need to do. Oh, Shining Wizard! Alright. King Xanon staff. Forever cursed to remain in the throne room. You stand in front of him and attack repeated. I hope I get away with this, actually. Yeah, good. I parried one of the ghosts. That should be enough, yes. Be gone, skeletons. No, I got a fair bit of life back. There's pretty good treasure there. Enemy force down. You heard the man. I don't know the best way to go. I'll go to the ship. Who cares? Harbour village of Peslow. What a dump. Oh, coin. This game is so great. This is a true game. Oh, the fleece. It's really just a sheep's skull at this point. It makes me think the fleece might be a specific definite object, and by this point it's just rotted away. These civilized warriors, they're never prepared for Rastan's chaotic techniques. It's a Japanese game. It just happens to have some German involved. A bit of the German tongue. A lick of the tongues. It's a game of long range. It's so long range, it's almost one of those, like, shoot 'em up belt scrollers. What's the proper term for those? I guess maybe there isn't a proper term. Robocop 2 likes. Oh, the sorcerers. The bad guys all speak German. It's what we recognize as German. I think it's meant to represent, like, their fantasy kingdom. It's currently ravaging across this land, destroying the harbour village of Peslow and other such locations. So even these lizard men speak the German tongue. Ah, what's going on, Raston? It's all falling apart here at this point.
Go. Follow this path.
They seem to have a lot of trouble hitting you while you're doing the Shining Wizard. I don't remember doing that as my general technique, though. It's paying off here. Maybe that doesn't mean anything. I already squandered all that fleece. Oh, that is health. I felt for sure I'd be hit and killed if I went for it, but I went for it. Oh! We may get to Pass de Deux. Who has a French name. And is a terrifying demon. Here it is. Pass de Deux. He speaks German. And is a terrifying golem of bone. Come, beast. Oh. If I can get optimum position, we'll be fine. Pop a bit of this. Good work, Raston. Yeah, it's interesting that it's so legible. Because when the Japanese write things to be spoken in English, it's a little weird. But I've never heard anyone have any problem understanding the German in this game. So maybe it might be muffled here or there, I don't know. Apparently it makes good sense. I don't know about perfect sense, but it's good sense. I love this music in the ship here. The pirate ship Southern Kid. Now a little more than a ruin. Oh, I failed my Shining Wizard there and I'm in big danger. I love the mechanic where you have like one last hit point. You get knocked down and you're on 0 health. Your portrait changes to that distressed state there. And you can take one more hit. What I need is health. A medallion. Oh, damn it. There were more coming. Good effort, Rastan. There is a move such as that, but I don't use it very often. It does it in the demo, though. Yeah, good effort. Round 6. That's not too bad. It does cost health, and maybe a bit too much. But it destroys that skeleton boss, Pastor Do, in like one blow. If you stand right inside of him and do it, it does just destroy him. I think they do it in the demo. Let's watch a moment and see. It's not very spectacular, though. In fact, it sucks. And I didn't use it when I 1cc'd it either. This game is gorgeous. Look at these beautifully illustrated sprites all over the place. Profile of Rastan. He looks great there, by the way. He has a different sword to the one he uses in the game. Dewey, who is listed as being a hireling, which is polite speech for he's an assassin. He's a ninja and an assassin. It's showing us all the set-piece stages here, look. Just a glimpse. These are the adventures that are to come. Sophia, she's a thief. There's Mahadi Dakaradi. Oh, you favour Malik over Dewey? Or Marek? Who's Marek? We'll track him down and destroy him.
The story of how I became king is so long that I can't tell it in one night.
Malik, what an oaf.
I'll tell you as long as I can about those days filled with danger and treasure.
Danger and treasures. I think I saw them doing the... Yeah, see what Dewey... That which they just did there was like the desperation move. It didn't do them any favours, though. Sprite technology, aka resolution and talent. And a number of sprites, and all that other stuff, I guess. You know? Yeah, the move to 3D was... necessary, I'd argue, but it made things look rough for a while. We were all very impressed with 3D and things being rendered in 3D and things moving around like that. But for a long time, games were pretty ugly. The really good 3D games still were able to make themselves beautiful due to artistic talent, right? But it was a long while before 3D games started looking good generally. Some say that never came. Yeah, the PS1 aesthetic makes a comeback, like, recently and at points in the past, I think. You know. Look at Rastan's boots. I'm gonna have a Dewey round. Oh, it's not gonna be as good though. Like, Dewey's not as powerful as Rastan. He has this attack though. That's, I think, maybe even better than Rastan's flying knee. All of these characters, like all three characters, are great. I love it when I like all the characters available in the game. Usually there's like one I'm like, eh. Occasionally there's a game where I like all of them. Let's go to the tower, just for unusualness. Oy, then you get the dragon scene with the hunting horn music. Dewey's at a disadvantage here with his dagger. But the killing techniques he learned in the Far East will see him well. Will serve him well, I should say. Him and Tricops. But even before you see Tricops, in his debut comic, Skeletor and Beastmen are talking about how deadly and awesome he is. Skeletor's like, yes. If I could get Tricops on my side, He-Man would be finished. Well, he doesn't say that, but it's like, that's the tone they take. They're reverent. Skeletor casts that spell of vision and sees Cyclops just battering these demons. So I keep calling him Cyclops. Tricops. Tricops is awesome. There's been some beautiful hand-drawn animation games, but they haven't really been games I liked. Not even that Viking one, where you play as this mad Viking woman and it's got all the Norse lore. They forgot to make the game good. I should give that another go. Maybe I'm being too harsh. My thoughts on the He-Man trailer are that I don't really like the look of it, but it might be alright, who knows. I'm not that invested. I suspect it'll be forgotten swiftly, and then we'll all move on. Like no one remembers, like Gods of Egypt. You know, or movies such as this. Or the remake of Total Recall. That's what might happen to it, I don't know. But it might be awesome at the same time, who knows? It might surprise all men. But it doesn't look promising. Like, I don't like the way it looks. And I really don't like how it's taking after the Filmation series, even though it's almost compelled to. There's pressures that are like guaranteeing that it will.
May power be with you.
If I was making a Masters of the Universe movie, my approach would be to do almost exactly what the 1987 one did, except with no Earth element. Skeletor has taken over the castle Grayskull. Like, the land is in chaos. He-Man is missing. Where is he? You know? And then it's the heroes rallying and discovering a new power, perhaps, to throw Skeletor back out of Castle Grayskull. You can tell a really good story about that. Be nice and simple. You don't have to be too clever. Ah, look, we turned them into froggies. Good work, Mahadi Dekarati. Oh, you can stomp on the frogs? That's terrible. It does have a unique animation for it, though. The little froggy's just trying to get away. I don't want to kill him. There we go. Death Blizzard is Mahadi Dekarati's favourite spell. He normally uses that almost exclusively. Sometimes you're lucky if you see him do anything else. That's because he's an oaf. This is his tower, by the way. This is also his demon, I think. Well. Yep. There's some very ambiguous stuff in the ending. You get like a scene where Mahadi Dekarati is back in this tower and he's standing over the skull of that demon. Like, we don't know what he's doing. He certainly needs us for something. Like, there's the sense that he's manipulating the principal characters. Magic power up is your reward for going there, and then you get bad fortune. You lose sight of the road and set foot in an eerie marsh. Then you enter the swampland. I might have pizza for dinner tonight. What do you think of that? Might order a pizza. Maybe from Pizza Hut. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Oh, I keep getting bricked out by the killer fish. These are some of the least spindly killer fish in gaming, by the way. Hang on, I've got to be ready for it.
Go. Follow this path.
Finish him off. There, dealt with. Took so long the circlet vanished though. Bittersweet. Oh, see that jumping attack he did? I don't think I've seen that before. Maybe I have. Probably haven't taken heed of it.
Go. Follow this path.
Yeah, got us. Hang on, I'm doing it. Maybe his ordinary jumping attack is the chief move. Gets multiple hits, puts him in a good position. Oh, got a fleece there. Alright, here's a mega boss for you. It's the Tetrahydra. Oh god. It's being difficult to hit. I don't quite know where to stand to fight it. Oh, it's melting. Good. Boy, fortune level up. What does it say? There is something shining on the head of the fallen dragon. It is what has been called the dragon's teardrop, a powerfully mysterious jewel. It is said that the person who possesses this jewel will have marvelously good fortune. But, oh, there's a but. Palace, the most feared level. We'll probably die on the slopes of the palace. Oh, maybe I can stand here and... Am I getting hit? Oh, I am getting hit. Blah, 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 blah. That doesn't mean there's not a secret spot, though. Oh, the boulders. If nothing else gets you, the boulders will. The whole other matter. There's Mahadi Dekarati burying us. Well, that was a good attempt as well. All things considered. Alright, gang. That should be the end of me for now. I've streamed long enough. It was a very enjoyable stream. Looking at all those toys, right? Very interesting. I'm going to have to go through that encyclopedia more finely, especially with regard to some of the series I'm not familiar with, like the He-Man space thing with the meteor playset. That was really interesting looking. We'll have to look into that. I mean, the cartoon might have been good in its day, who knows? But many things that are good are overlooked. Ah, well. I'll buy a He-Man tomorrow or sooner. Amiga Cami. And I'm going to get some of that Mega Block action, I reckon, and I'll try to put it together on stream. I don't know if that'll be very entertaining, though. But people do it, so it must be fairly entertaining. Right? McCaw put together his Lego Parrot on stream. He had some real trouble with it, too, if I remember correctly. So if he can do that, I can put together a 1,500-piece Castle Grayskull, however many pieces it's got. It's got some absurd number of pieces. It's very large, I think. I don't know if it's large, but it's certainly full of Catra top tier. Weeks to build? I'm comfortable with that. That'll give me some material to stream. Damn it. Maybe if I'm okay with it taking months to a year, maybe we can power up with it. Yeah? Isn't there like the advertising for Lego and stuff, especially the ones marketed toward adults? They're always saying, the creative challenge. Creative challenge? I thought there were instructions with this thing. Aren't I following instructions? You know, what do you mean creative? Yeah, 3,500 pieces. It might take a while, actually. It'll be worth it. Especially, can you move them? Are they on a solid base? Like if I build it on my table, can I put it somewhere else? Or is it going to fall apart if I try to lift it? It'll be on a solid base. I don't see... That'd be an oversight of Kings if they did it that way. That's a whole other matter. Alright, but whatever the case. The Masters of the Universe ones... The Gunslinger guy, well met.
I did it with my spear.
Yeah, thank you. 16 months of power. Yeah, thank you very much. Well, Cammy, I'm looking forward to seeing what it's like. You know, I'm gonna try it. See what it's like. I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah. You're welcome. We'll see what it's like, however long it takes to actually get one shipped in the post. It might weigh 1 billion. I don't know exactly how big it is, but if it's 3,500 pieces, then it's going to be reasonably large. But it looked like fully featured, like that and Snake Mountain looked like they had all the features of the classics line of those kits. They looked like they were basically just Mega Block versions of those that with all of the functionality, which is really interesting. Anyway, I'm off. I'm going to go and recover. You lot shall recover as well, and I shall see you in the future. I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon. Yeah, you do get a lot of the characters with the sets as well, I noticed, which is good. So you can arrange them in a pleasing way. Like, and they're better scaled as well. Like, they're better scaled than the actual original playsets, because the figures are in, like, a very large scale compared to the buildings, which is okay. Like, I'm not complaining about that. It's just that they seem more appropriately scaled on the Mega Block version. Not that that's a big deal, you know. But they look interesting and good, and I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to scoping it out when times come. But now, I've got a Red Sonja cards? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, Ghost and Tense. I haven't got any. I used to have Red Sonja socks. My friend the elf gave them to me, and I wore them out. I wore them so much they turned into dust, basically, and were blown to the four winds. Who knows what they've reconstituted themselves into now. Perhaps they became shoes in a later life. But whatever. I have to go and recover. I've got to get my pizza. I've got to prepare myself for future events. I should see you on Tuesday for 3 hours of heroic fantasy. That'll keep us in good nick until real streaming begins again soon after that. And I'll see you all in the future. And so, my friends, until we meet again, as is often said, in these lands, take well, do good, and axe bomber.